And we are
All right.
live, and everything we say is on record. And
Okay, so I will get you the link.
mm,
All right. And I am trying to ascertain why it's taking so long.
oh yeah, let me take a look and see if things are showing up on my end. All right, let's.
Okay, I got it.
Okay,
Here
there
we
we
go.
go. And let me refresh this.
All right.
Okay,
Now,
and turn that on. Okay, and let's see if this is
all
working.
right. And here you go. And I am trying to ascertain why it's taking so long. All right, folks.
Okay. Excellent.
It
Excellent.
is
Thank you.
March 17th, 2021. We are in the year of the new apocalypse, and I would like to start by wishing Marcus Griggs a belated happy birthday.
Oh shit, he's had a birthday?
Yesterday.
Oh shit, happy birthday, Marcus Griggs. Yes, Marcus Griggs, happy birthday. Yes, thank you. Alright, and alright, let me get the other.
All right, so let's see. As far as trivia is concerned, the idea of a tachyon, what is it? Tachyon energy scarf?
Just
That
Tachyons
sounds,
scarf.
yeah,
Yeah, it's
that
cute.
sounds pretty trivia.
Yes, yes, well, it's cute. It's cute. She sent that to me with the best of intentions. She cared. And that was well, one thing that that a woman cares when she starts sending you little things to help you out, or something that she feels will give you an edge or help you out. And but it obviously, how would I say it?
Okay,
It's unconventional. It's unconventional.
okay, so there's a website that says attract large quantities of pure tachyon energy with
Best of
our
intentions.
elegant
She cared.
tachyonized scarves.
Wow, cool.
Perfect for emotional balance as well as balancing your throat, lungs, and brain. Okay, so I guess it's some meditation thing. Now, the idea of a tachyon is supposed to cancel out like regular matter, right? So,
I barely remember. You say something like that, yeah. But by the
why
way,
do they
Marcus
use the
Griggs,
term
thanks.
tachyon?
Yeah, yeah. And
Why are they using the terminology
because
tachyon?
it sounds neat and futuristic. I mean, that's why they do what they do, right? I mean, it's a marketing term, and so our man
All right.
Marcus Griggs says thanks to us both, just so you know. And
Oh, okay, okay. So a tachyon particle is a hypothetical particle that always travels faster than light. Most physicists believe that faster than light particles cannot exist because they are not consistent with the quote unquote known laws of physics.
right.
So, okay, so I guess the scarf makes you faster than light. You know, it kind of reminds me of that old PlayStation 2 video game, Shinobi, which was pretty fucking badass. I miss that game, man.
Yes.
I got to
Yes.
see if I could get that on PC.
Okay.
The original. Right. You can buy an emulator, or you can download an emulator and play the
I
original
Well, that's the
Nintendo
thing.
version.
I've been trying to like get the emulator on for PlayStation 2 on my laptop, and then they require this thing like a detachable drive, you know, because laptops nowadays they don't make them with CD drives. So it's like, okay, so how am I supposed to like do this? So you're supposed to mount using all these different, you know, things and whatnot. You know, I was able to do that on the laptop that I had that got burnt out. And when I say burnt out, it literally burnt because I plugged it in and I was doing something. I think I was changing the memory in it, and all of a sudden the thing started smelling like burnt plastic, and I had to throw it out.
Holy shit! Do you have like
Yeah.
you have a Nintendo Wii, like an old school Nintendo Wii?
No, I don't have any
Oh,
platforms. I
okay.
have
Yeah.
the only platform I have is laptop.
Yeah, because I had bought it at the Goodwill. I bought like a Nintendo Wii for like $20, and then I hooked up the Wi-Fi to it, and they got like this deal on there. You can download the emulators on it. So like I got a bunch of PlayStation 2 and PlayStation, like all the game system games on it, all the way to back to like NES and shit.
Wow.
Wow, wow.
Wow. All that from Goodwill. Holy fucking shit.
Yeah.
I wonder, do you have access to Super Metroid?
Super Metroid. You could, yeah, you would get a Super Nintendo emulator. You can download. You can now. What was the website? I want to remember what the website is, but the way I did it was I just went to YouTube. I just went on YouTube and typed in, like emulators and went through different people's pages to see,
Oh, you used YouTube. That's why.
Yep. So
okay,
YouTube,
that's
they'll
what I
give you the
should have done.
website for the emulators and the websites for the ROMs, because the ROMs are the games and the emulators is what plays them.
Okay, yeah. I feel like a dinosaur. I'm freaking 30. How old am I? 35. Shit. I was about to say 36. I can't tell the difference.
Yeah.
Time has no meaning, but here people are doing things and learning them from YouTube, and I'm still using regular searches. How fucking archaic am I?
Check it out. I shit you not. I have a buddy of mine. He went to prison. He went to prison for bank robbery in the early 90s. And when he got out, he was like most people who went to prison, he got out, he's all cocky and all super buff and shit, man. And so it was but it was in the early ages of the internet, so he couldn't get a job because, of course he's a felon. And he was out in California and shit, and he got online and he downloaded a picture of a fitness the diploma for fucking personal fitness or whatever, to be a fucking trainer. Yeah, I'm sorry. And so fucking he got that and he put his name on it and he went and he got a job at a Gold's Gym, man. And by the end of the year, he owned 2 Gold's Gyms. He he was training celebrities and everything, man, like all this shit. And then he literally got hired by Eminem, and he was a personal trainer for the Shady Aftermath label. And he quit. He stopped when they got in a big accident one year, and their tour buses rolled over and everything. He was on that, and from there he got into big shit, figuring out lawsuits and shit like that. But he after that he had all this money, and he got online and got on YouTube and started learning how to do graphic design and shit like that, man, fucking with Photoshop and all that stuff. And now this guy, he's a photographer and shoots videos, and he does all. Man, he's paid, man, stupid paid, all off of YouTube.
Oh wow!
Wow,
YouTube. Yeah, big time. Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
There you go.
Yeah,
he's better at it than
actually.
I am. Yeah, go on.
He did a lot of my photos. He's done a lot of photo shoots for us, man.
Oh,
he actually we broke into down in Detroit. We broke into this Ugandan church. It was closed. It was abandoned and everything, but it was a Ugandan church. And actually King 810 did a video shoot there too for their Alpha Omega video. And he shot a picture of me, man. I was smoking a cigar, and the church it's destroyed and all graffitied up and stuff. And in the smoke, you could see the skull, a big skull in the smoke, man.
Whoa,
it was trippy.
Whoa.
Nice.
Oh, and how was your recording? I guess we'll save that for the top of the hour, so don't tell us now.
Yeah.
At the top of the hour, you can tell us about what was going on with all that. We'll be excited to hear.
Yeah.
And so by all means continue. I didn't mean to interrupt that thread.
No. Oh yeah. No, it's all good. I was just burning it up.
Good.
I don't know if anyone if anyone's ever heard of Little Miss Flint. She's one of the young girls that was one of the first to be tested and stuff for the water, the lead in the water and stuff like that. And she's one of the youngest activists, and she's now serving on the U.S. delegation during the United Nations session, and gets to represent and talk about Flint and the water situation and everything. And so that's going to be coming up March 26th.
Thank you.
Wow.
Tell us more about that.
So I guess it's just she's joining 7 other people from Flint, and they're going to be at the 65th Union Commission, and it's going to be on the status of women. So I guess because of the women history and the Flint stuff, and yeah, she's actually a big one of the biggest I guess not celebrity because she's not a celebrity, but activist for Flint, and there's a picture of her and Donald Trump. You can look it up, Little Miss Flint and Donald Trump, and like he's like trying to shake. She just looks morbidly just terrified, like she's gonna die. If you can see this picture.
I gotta look this up. Okay, this sounds
Little
like
Miss Flint, Donald Trump.
Oh yeah. She's cringing from him. Oh my god.
Oh, yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah. A kid, a child knows an adult's character, and well, it's quite obvious she knew.
her face says it all. Oh yeah. But and so with everything in Flint right now, nothing's really. I mean, right now we've got all this money to rebuild downtown and everything, and all this money that's supposed to be pouring in, but it just seems like people are still sick. People are still complaining about the water. You got the lawsuit, the formal lawsuit for the city has been approved and everything, but now you got all these lawyers that are like special interests into it, and they're trying to like kind of like how get your money now, don't go through shit, or what, they're just like all these scams going on. So you got all these people talking about the scam, beware of lawyers contacting you, and some lawyer made like fake propaganda videos and like was having them published on Facebook about the water situation. It's crazy right now.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
That situation is fucked.
Yeah, the scams are basically to take advantage of people in what way? Aside from money, I mean,
yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's just about the money, because I think it was like $660 million lawsuit, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, and so like it's supposed to be divided up between residents and children that have been affected by it.
Okay, so
and that's why like they've been doing testings for like the past 2-3 years on these on children here in Flint. So like there's already been funding from it for the government, because like every child like they'll do it every Saturday, right? And you get, if your child grew up in Flint or was born during the water crisis or whatever, you take them in and they do blood testing, bone testing, they test like their reading and their math, everything like that, and they keep all this data, and it shows the effects and everything of the water has had on these children. So every week though, each child would receive $50. So if you have a child and take them there, you're going to get $50 at the end of the day. So there's already been funding for it, but now because of that, they're using all that in the lawsuit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I see. Okay, thank you. And keep going. I mean, obviously, this is something to that needs as much emphasis as it can get. The whole situation. I mean, Flint is an example of everything wrong with America. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, there's been so many funds, like the ex-mayor Karen Weaver. Her big thing was always every week or every month or whatever, was like what celebrity she was gonna get to come to Flint, like like it was a fucking an attraction, or like a, I don't know. I just felt at that point it started really feeling inauthentic when you would have celebrities come to donate water. It just felt like like we were the little boy with more porridge, sir. Like it was going down. I always said it like this: the water situation is like a sinking ship. And what did they do? They came in and gave us all these fucking water bottles. That's like, your ship is fucking sinking. Here's a water bottle. Try to stay afloat. You had all these kids that grew up on bottled water. They bathe in it. You can't even. People have these chemical, not chemical. It looks like a chemical burn, but they're like rashes and scabs and like almost scale like patches all over their skin from having to bathe in this water.
Oh my God.
That Barack Obama came and said was clean and took a drink out of.
Oh God!
That wasn't Flint water.
Oh God!
That wasn't Flint water.
Oh Jesus! I'm so disgusted. Yeah. That is just. I'm sorry. That's awful.
Yeah. No, that's the thing. That's why, like, I don't care if it's Democrat or Republican. I mean, neither one of them give a fuck. None of them care. You know, there's the people who do care are the citizens who are, you know, trying to state, you know, the problems, or, you know, trying to make a ruckus, trying to get these everything organized and get people together, and, you know. But it still falls on deaf ears because you're taking it to the government. You know, we've had our marches down, you know, down the street, Flint streets, all the way to our, you know, to our courthouses, and we've marched down the, you know, down the Capitol in Lansing, and, you know, we've went to D.C., we've loaded up buses, we've done all that. You know, at the end of the day, each time you're taking it to these appointed officials who, yeah, it draws up news on the TV, but I mean, fuck, apparently so does everything else in the world that doesn't matter, you know, to anyone. So it's like there's never really a true solution, you know. It's just like the bills that get passed. There's, you know, a little bit for you know, Joe the plumber over here, and you know, the rest is going to what we need to do. You know, when saying we, I'm talking about the government, you know, what they got to do, they fucked up, you know. But it's a shame, man. It's a shame. You see it all the time. You see these effects on people. You know, we all have people in our family, children in our family who've been born that, you know, like I always use my nephew is a perfect example. You know, he was born when all this started, and he was drinking water out of the tap. He was taking baths. He was, you know, he's affected. Like, you know, he has autism, and it's not because we don't have autism in our, like, there's nothing in our family line that has had those issues before. So, and even on his father's side, and I'm not saying that shit don't happen, but it is a major contribute, because you see even kids who were already alive and already going to school, who were straight A students, and then when the water crisis happened and they were saying just boil your water, or this side of town ain't affected, or it's just there, you know, whatever, it's clean now. Just drinking the water that dropped down to failing level, to put into basically like special ed classes, you know.
Oh my god.
Yeah, and the little girl used to do tang sudo with my daughter, you know. They were friends, and then she stopped doing that. Like, it depleted her brain.
Right.
Like, yeah.
Oh my god. I'm so sorry. This is just awful. I just don't know what to say. But definitely thank you for sharing that, and by all means continue to do so. We just have too much to talk about with that, and it's so painful just to hear about that. But yes, by all means, I thank you for bringing that up. And so yes, we have a few minutes to the top of the hour.
It's worth noting that the effects of lead in the brain is the brain is made up of mostly of fat, and because of that, lead seems to adhere to fats very, very, very well. So all that stuff goes to the brain, and it completely damages you permanently. So those kids, that's, you know, once they started drinking that water, that was it. That was the end of their lives.
Well, you know, and it messes up your DNA too, your genes. It messes up your genes and everything. So, you know, whereas these kids, yeah, they have topical issues, be in their skin, or, you know, yeah, they have mental issues now. Well, the ones who aren't exhibiting that, or, you know, even the ones who are, when they have children, or, you know, their kids are really they just fucked up generations of families. You know?
Yeah, they did.
That's something that doesn't go away.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's horrific. I mean, this is this is something that I don't think that there's any proper justice for this. This is something where honestly, heads need to roll for this, but I don't see what we can do sans, you know, some real social revolution at some point soon. Which we'll probably get to that point, simply because everyone is, everybody seems to be heading towards that point.
Yeah, I think it's about time we start dusting off the guillotines, French Revolution style.
Yes, I know, but we have to be careful about where the aim is, and etc. It's one of those things that I've
Well, yeah,
emphasized
yeah.
before.
You
Yeah,
you
you had everything
you bring up a very
creeping it
good
on.
point because the systems now are more complex, so this requires more of a surgical strike than off with their heads.
Yeah, yes, yes. Well, of course, that's impossible when you're talking about something as convoluted as internecine strife. It'll probably be for the worst, and just everybody, going at everybody else. But let's try and prevent that as best as we can. And
Yeah,
let's just act
we
responsible.
don't. Yeah, we don't want this to turn into Liberia.
Well,
Yes. Oh
Yeah,
my
which
God.
I was watching a documentary on a Vice documentary on that. Man, god damn.
Was
That
that James Arthur Yanchik's favorite documentary? Not to disparage the documentary itself, but he had this one documentary he had up for years on his Facebook timeline, the cross-dressing cannibal warlords of Liberia. Was that the one?
I
But
think so. I think
yes,
so.
yes, that sounds about right. Yes, the we have a minute to the top of the hour. Maybe I should just start the show officially, and we can,
Well,
go from
we
there.
have not gotten the stimulus yet. Did any of you guys get the stimulus yet?
I don't know. I would have to check. I don't even know
Yes,
how to
yes.
electronically check.
Ours came in today.
Oh, wow, cool.
everybody got theirs today.
That was Peter Moon for people who don't know.
Because tragically, I don't have mine yet, so I'm suffering.
Oh
I'm
God.
literally,
Oh,
yeah, yeah. It's turned me into this.
Jameson, does it come to you as a check or does it go into your bank account?
It comes to me through bank account.
so
Okay.
you have
It's
a
probably,
bank.
Well,
it's
I
probably
predict
pending.
you'll have it soon.
It's probably pending, bro.
Yeah, I'm sure it's pending. I mean, yeah. So, yeah, I wouldn't trip off it. I mean, honestly,
If
I
as
if
think
I
they
don't get it,
probably- I think they probably gave it to us first because we don't need it as much as you do.
yeah.
oh, okay, yeah,
That's
yeah,
not to
yeah.
say.
Because
I was going to make a joke there, an allusion to white privilege.
Well, it might not be just the color. It might be the need, might be more relevant.
Right, right. And what Peter Moon is saying is that there's less need on Peter's part, which is why he gets it almost simply
Yeah.
because he's
You-
in an
eh,
economic
well,
class. Right.
well, yeah, this is also
That's the way the government works.
Yes.
yeah. They
And
do
it's
have
the
a
way
sort
the
of.
system works. It's kind of the way the universe works.
It's
Blame
very
it on-
masochistic. It's as sadistic, rather, very
Sadistic.
There
sadistic.
are sadistic aspects to the universe, I mean, down to the level of survival, animals trying to eat other animals to survive. It's kind of the whole mechanism of eat or be eaten is kind of sadistic. It is sadistic. It's not kind of, it's horrible.
Well, it just depends on how one looks at it. Let's. I'm going to officially start the program now. We were 1 minute after the top of the hour, which is when we usually start the program. So everything is perfect with that. One of the we have. This is St. Patrick's Day. I am 3 sheets to the wind, and I am fucking useless. I have no idea how long I'll be able to hold the show tonight. And if we go for 12 hours, it'll be a minor miracle. But definitely, I will be doing my best to do what I do. One of the things that I will try to look up will be a specific article, if I could find it. I mean, because this is just, you talk about fucking pseudoscience. This is like, taking history and really pushing it into something else. And we'll get into that, Peter Moon and I, soon enough. But we'll have Peter. I'm going to have Pac One and Jameson kind of talk first and get them kind of have their say, and then you and I will kind of take over. But particularly you, I want people to know the kind of special date today, besides being St. Patrick's Day. I would love to do something Celtic in orientation, other than my manner of dress on my promotional banner. And of course, everybody can see by the photographic image as embedded in thumbnail of Livestream, you can see the shape on me. Which which is I'm just fucked. I'm just plastered. But there was a lot going on. There was a follow-up to the misdelivery of the tea. And everyone who remembers the transmission proceeding tonight, someone knocked on my door very late at night while it was raining cats and dogs. And I checked several minutes later, and they had left a large box, which I attempted to return to some very frightened and disturbed Chinese people who are, down the block, and, which was, it's not unusual. They were, just so people understand this is Russian Hill, and the only reason I can live here is due to rent control for buildings that are older than those built in the 1970s. And anything built after the 1970s has no rent control on it. So I'm in an older building, and I got grandfathered in through care provision of my parents into the rent controlled situation. Otherwise, I would be just another homeless veteran. And so when I went down several blocks, basically down. I don't want to give away the position of this, so it's far enough down the blockway that it's blocks away really, and it's a series of apartments there that are not anything like what apartments you have in your world. Okay, it's like San Francisco is a different universe. Everything is congested. Everything's built on hills. So the apartments here are like gated communities, and the gated communities have little alcoves and little miniature parklands inside the apartment complexes. It's something you cannot even conceive of wherever you live. So I had to go up the stairs like your average senior citizen who's above 50, 60 years of age simply could not live in one of these places. There's no elevators, there's no way to get to it except by the stairs, and the stairs are monumental. It would be like at the time that my mother was brain injured, then I was helping her up some San Francisco stairs, and it was an epic adventure to get her to the top of those stairs. And these stairs are not like, steps you can imagine. We're talking about steps that literally, imagine an escalator in a major shopping center. An escalator in a major shopping center where you go up several stories. That's how the steps are in San Francisco. And these are just steps you have to walk up to get someplace. So by the time you get up to the top of the steps, you have a view. You literally have a view. And it's not necessarily panoramic depending on where it's placed, but it's definitely above.
Holy shit. Yeah. I did a Google, I had to do a Google search to see if I could find something, and wow. That's a lot of fucking stairs.
Thank you.
Holy fucking shit.
So basically, by the time I got to the top of it, and I'm faced with a bunch of people who are speaking a different Chinese dialect from myself, everybody remembers that wasn't very productive. So I took it home, and I thought it was tea, and all I saw was Leaf Company, and then I put it aside and went to sleep. Now, when I did wake up, because I finished the transmission at about, Thursday morning, slept throughout Thursday, woke up on Friday, looked at it, and, totally different thing before my eyes than I had presumed it to be the night before. Okay, it was a Leaf Company that was dealing in live botanicals, and it said perishable. So it's not a food delivery, as in perishable, this is a leafy salad. This was a perishable delivery in that the state of California had signed off on plant quarantine on this thing. Like, this is an exotic plant that is under quarantine, but specially signed off by the state of California for a special shipment. And that's misdelivered to my home. And I had stood up the crate on its side. So I'm like, holy shit. And I'm like, oh fuck. So then I'm lying it, whatever it is, I take it that they put these plants in some kind of cocoon so that they're I'm hoping. And so then I called Beaver and told him, okay, I gotta get this over to this other place. I'm not gonna be handling any live plants, and they speak Cantonese. So he came over, and we went over to the place. And fortunately, the dragon lady in charge of whatever was going on there arrived in time for us to speak with, and she was bilingual in the sense of dialects. She spoke Mandarin as well as Cantonese, so everything was copacetic. Very complicated Chinese name, comparatively speaking. I honestly don't remember it after everything I did on St. Patrick's Day. But it was throughout St. Patrick's Day. But it was, we got that delivered to her, and she said it was bonsai trees. She said, oh, the bonsai trees arrived. And I said, yes. And of course, they might be breeding, like Little Shop of Horrors, supermassive carnivorous plants or something. I have no idea. But yeah, she's got.
They might even have those. They might even have those longhorn beetles.
Beetles
that decimate the freaking trees.
Oh God! Well,
in America.
Let's not feed into the yellow peril or the Asiaphobia. Don't feed into the
no.
Asiaphobia.
Yeah, I'm not trying to do that. I'm just like my mind has to create the worst scenario possible out of everything.
I understand. Yes. So but it just strikes me as odd that the state of California would need to sign off on a bonsai tree or bonsai tree species, but whatever, it's out of my hands now. And so this is kind of just another chapter in the oddities of my life. As far as today's historicity, I do want people to understand that the 17th of March is, of course, St. Patrick's Day. In 1876, on this date today, was when Colonel Reynolds attacked Crazy Horse's camp on Powder River. But it's sandwiched between two much more monumental dates by my kind of reckoning, by my reckoning of history, and the 16th of March was, of course, when Lieutenant Calley was involved with the My Lai massacre. The problem with Lieutenant Calley is he became the face of the My Lai massacre when that face should be spread all the way up the chain of command, and certainly every man involved with that massacre should have been executed. But that was in 1968, when hundreds of My Lai villagers were slaughtered in the most horrific manner imaginable by the American army. Lieutenant Calley is only held to account because he personally killed 100 of them with his bare hands. Or rather with his bayonet and face up front with the M16. We're not talking about like shooting people. We're talking about shoving the muzzle of the gun up women's vaginas and blowing them away from the inside out, and that sort of atrocity. The 18th, which is tomorrow, was when the Mongols beat the Poles at the Polish battlefield that its name I can never pronounce, but it's something similar to Khmelnyk. And that was in 1241, and that was what I was alluding to the other day when I spoke of the Mongols and the Black Plague. And for people to understand this, the knights were not something that was obsolete or outmoded, the European knights in armor. They were very much the apex of their time. There is actually a video that you can watch on YouTube that I've analyzed, and I will confirm that it is historically acceptable. It's a historically acceptable video in the sense that it's called The Night of Hope. And the interesting thing is that they show a knight arrive amidst a group of bandits to basically rescue a fair maiden, and the knight dispatches them all. There is nothing overdramatic in the way that he does it, because the knights were basically armored and trained, and the peasants who essentially comprised the banditry did not have a lifetime of training, and they do not have his level of armor. And you see him dispatch a lot of people, which would be just normally, a normal human could not do that, but the video is nevertheless gets my mark of approval as historically plausible. That is actually plausible the way they portray it. He comes out terribly injured and vomiting, which is which is very realistic. But that's what makes it historically. It's not like he comes out of it unscathed at all. But there you have it. When these knights were bred all of their lives to do what they did, the difference was the Mongol tactics and technologies only in the sense that the Mongols were using crossbows that were so powerful they could penetrate the knight's armor, particularly at closer range. And the Mongols had a very advanced form of stirrup, so they could steer their horses on a dime. And so, whereas the knights were on horseback, more of the kind of heavy armor, it would be as if they were attacked by a bunch of motorcyclists who were welding Panzerfaust, or rocket launchers. And that basically took out the treads under their tank tires, under the tank chassis, excuse me. And so that was what happened in Poland on the 18th of March. Of course, later in the week, on the 20th of March, we'll remember that General Douglas on that day said, "I shall return." And Peter Moon and I have been expressing a lot about him in the book. There may be a little bit more yet to express that I'll bring to Peter's attention, just more like some points that kind of just re-emphasize everything we've already said. And I don't consider it padding myself, but we'll see what Peter decides when I get it to him. In the meantime, one of the things that I was able to do is, hopefully, I don't know if Peter had an opportunity to listen to it, I was able to locate an interview with Joyce Riley that's just like was forever and a day gone, because it was always in the back of my mind, but of course with everything else we were dealing with, never really had a chance to sit down with Peter and talk about it. But it was the crash at San Antonio on what was likely August 15th in 1945. And the recovery operation was the 20th through the 25th. So I'll bring up a bit more about that tonight, and how that, of course, was perverted by the federal government, sending in so-called investigative journalists whose entire purpose is to basically lure people into falsifying accounts about what happened and turning everything into an alien incident, as in literally extraterrestrial. And this goes on decades later, because these people will eventually talk, and the government's damage control and mop-up is done by interviewing these people and luring them into saying things. Now, one of the men who did that, I can't remember his fucking name. I can look it up because this is important. The man who produced a video called Roswell Rods. And Roswell Rods was produced by, I should be able to get the fucker's name, Jose Escamilla. And Jose Escamilla is a mind-controlled, I'd call him a Latin trash piece of shit. And he was on Revolution Radio at one point, where they literally just kept him on record and just let him go when he came down off his meds or whatever, and just exploded into this cacophony of rage, where he basically used every expletive imaginable and insulted every interest group in the world, gays, blacks, Asians, anybody you can think of. He just went off on everybody and was threatening them all with violence and apocalyptic destruction. And he just sat there and they just let him rip while he went through this for like just half an hour, raving about how he was going to wipe out the niggers and the gooks and the faggots. And so this is where Jose Escamilla is at. And that is the real Jose Escamilla. And Jose Escamilla went around interviewing elderly people about the Battle of Los Angeles. And all he did was have them, lure them into saying, oh, it was all aliens. And he was like telling them, yeah, you saw these things go at angles, right? Real fast angles, hard angles, right? Yeah, you saw them going so fast faster that you couldn't even see anything but blur, right? Yeah, and getting people to just say, yeah, this is the kind of shit he was doing. This is what all of these fuckers do. And this is what exactly what this one bitch named Paola Harris did when she was sent to interview some of the people who had witnessed the San Antonio crash. She was interviewing a man named Remy Baca. So I'm going to try and look up that interview, and then we can compare notes on that compared with what Peter Moon had heard on the interview of myself by Joyce Riley. Hopefully it was still there. Hopefully it was still up and running, and hopefully he listened to it, because I sure as hell didn't. And I have no idea. I don't even remember anything I said other than the general subject, and I know I brought in the San Antonio crash.
I want to hear it. I didn't have a chance. I really want to hear the stuff about San Antonio, though.
Okay.
I'm personally interested in it because in the stuff that I'd seen before, you said very little on it. So I'm very curious about it. And now I've learned a little bit more that it occurred, to the best of your knowledge, in 1945.
Yes, yeah, on what was likely August 15th.
15th.
Yeah, which was, of course, the date that Hirohito demanded the Americans pretty much surrender. And this is exactly, ultimately what happened. And it was on that day that the crash occurred. It's because that was the one Aero Dreadnought that was somehow lagging behind and then ultimately crashed. I suspect, after all these years, that there was a mutiny, and this would be completely unheard of in any Japanese military, other than, we have to remember, these were Yakuza. This was an underworld organization that, and they knew they were headed towards something awful, that the fate was awful. So that's the one situation in which I can imagine a mutiny. And, people, like, to give you an example of how fucking worthless Americans are in terms of perceiving the world around them, and just they maintain cartoon caricatures of foreign cultures and foreign people. When that Olaf Phillips idiot who worked with Clyde Lewis was ever speaking on the subject of Roswell and trying to explain to people my perspective, he would say, oh, yeah, the Japs all killed themselves because they were dishonored. How were they dishonored? He's got no idea what the fuck he's talking about. It's just like, these people have nothing to say. They don't know how to interpret what they're seeing or experience. So it's just...
Douglas, it's like throwing darts.
Yeah.
They're just throwing darts at something. It's like a stock picker who throws darts at the paper, stock quotes in the paper. Yes. And, I hit this, do this. It's like they're throwing darts at what they've heard or what they generally think. It's like free form association based upon what you've heard and or what you think. That's what history amounts to. The assumptions that are assumed assumptions. That's all they are.
Right.
Fact is secondary.
Right. And just so people understand, the 1945 crash in San Antonio was in San Antonio, New Mexico. There is a San Antonio in New Mexico. This was not Texas, and which, of course, geographically is what makes sense. So anyhow, of course, that person who I mentioned was Jose Escamilla. And what happened was this, the woman who was doing the same job as Jose Escamilla is this little gnomish character named, Paola Harris. Very strange name. But the funny thing is, now that I'm looking up her interview, I'm trying to find these images, and the images just aren't showing up on my computer. So I don't know if the images would show up on anybody else's computer. But the interesting thing is these images are very similar. They're not identical in the fact that they're not the same fragments, but they're very similar to the kind of fragmentary wreckage that was left that was delivered by Michael Aquino to Art Bell, the so-called arts parts. They're very similar to what I had. They're obviously from the same type of craft, but these people are trying to say that these are from an extraterrestrial craft that needs, mechanical parts similar to what you would find in the superstructure of a dirigible, which are fairly recognizable to aeronautical experts or even somebody who takes a look at the framework of a dirigible, etc. Of course, these were not conventional dirigibles, and the majority of the solid stuff was hanging beneath the balloon aggregate, the aggregate of balloons. But so I'll give this link to our man Peter Moon. I'll see if he can see any of the images on it. I will send it to him in the private messages, and that way he can access it easier. In the meantime, I'm going to let Pac-1 Morales begin to speak about his recent recording that he had done in his studio. That sounds very exciting. We're interested in his catching us up on what's been going on in his life. So the link is in private messages to Peter Moon.
Thank you, Douglas.
Yeah.
I do music. I do music. It's not. I don't really talk about it much. I've been my early years. I used to do a lot, and I used to be everywhere. I used to do a lot of shows and go out of state and stuff like that. I used to record out in California, and but a lot of things slowed down in my life as of probably about 8 years ago. About 7, 8 years ago, I got into some trouble and stuff, and kind of forced me to sit down and tuck myself away from a lot of people and a lot of things. And so now I still wanted to do music, but not like I used to do. I wanted to do something different, and so I do like Spanish hip hop, and so I've been working on like Spanish songs and stuff. And yesterday I got a chance to go in and start recording on one, and it's fun. It's fun. I just want to do fun music and stuff. And then if it's not something that you can dance to or whatever, have a good time, I just want it to be kind of like self-reflective, on as in like where I'm at now in life and how I see things. So yesterday I worked on a song, or not yesterday, but Sunday I worked on a song called Rico Suave, which is it's a Spanish song, and it's kind of like everybody redoes music and redoes like old hits, and I didn't redo the song, I did my own thing with it, but I thought that'd be fun. And then I also did one called The Reflection, and it's an English song, and it's like I kind of like was staring at myself in the mirror for a long time and wrote a song, just staring at myself, and just whatever flowed through is what I kind of wrote. So I recorded those two on Sunday, and it was a good time. It's always good to be in the studio and hang out and just get away and get my feelings and everything recorded. It's a lot different than I guess just talking about things, because it's different. It's fun. I love it. But so that was my Sunday. That's why I couldn't come hang out with everybody. And,
okay.
So yeah. Also I've been doing these workouts. Been working out a lot, and probably like 3-4 hours a night I've been working out. So I've been doing that every night, and I'm seeing some pretty good results. I'm feeling good. My knee, which was injured over the summer in a motorcycle accident, and then turned out it just needed to be rubbed right, because I had fluids on my knees and knots and all sorts of stuff. I've been doing a lot of squats and stuff like that. So my legs is good. Like I feel it getting better by the day. So yeah, everything's pretty good for me right now. I can't complain, and really don't have much to complain about. But I do enjoy my everyday now. So yeah.
Thank you. No, that's deeply appreciated. And our man Jameson Reese has found some of the images I was looking for. And so I do me a favor, Jameson, and send your link to Mr. Peter Moon as well. And that's not exactly the image I'm looking for, but there are other more significant images that are accessible through your link that are above and beneath that image. So that link is perfect. Just send it to him. And then what I'll do is I'll do a screen share and point out to people's attention when we get on the subject. But I want both of you gentlemen, James and Reese and Mr. Pac-1 Morales, to kind of cut loose with, before I put, whatever analysis I can onto this wretched travesty that is afflicted America. Mr. Peter Moon will join Pac-1 Morales and James and Reese in this discussion quite freely, and I invite Peter Moon to basically interject openly and aggressively. But basically, what's going on now, and I don't know if Peter Moon is aware of this, is that the white trash piece of shit who is implicated and guilty, as far as I'm concerned, by all evidence of mass murder, who has killed no less than half a dozen Asian women, mostly of Korean descent. He is an individual who is now being defended as a non-racist who is suffering from sex addiction, that this was a sex addiction issue, that he just couldn't get enough yellow pussy and therefore had to go kill all these women who were constantly tempting him.
I couldn't get any yellow pussy.
I can give you a little bit more information because what I heard on the news.
Robert Aaron Long is the 21-year-old's name, but go on. Yes.
Yeah, what they said was, and he was the one who said, they quoted him as saying it wasn't racially motivated and that he was sexually addicted, and that he's also a very guilt-ridden as a Christian, and he's addicted to sex. This is his own statement as given to us by the police. So he's saying he's addicted to sex. He's a bibliophile, so he feels tremendous guilt, and somehow by killing these
specifically Asian women,
by killing these people that he identifies with sex, he is killing them so as to he won't be tempted. And then he was on his way to Florida,
yes, to kill more,
to do some more killings when his family turned him in. By his cell phone. They were able to track him down by his cell phone because his family knew he was a suspect and turned him in.
Yes.
Told him the cell phone was.
Yes.
By the way,
I can guarantee you, I can tell you what happened by people who are, as I said, I maintain connections in the security field, which are very much in tune with the police. And what I was told was the police coached him into saying all of that. That's not what he said at all, and that this is the police speaking for him to defend him because everybody is desperate not to start a race war. Everybody knows that right now. Basically what was going on was he felt that the Asian women were spreading COVID. He was afraid he had contracted COVID from having sex with them, which he was paying them for. And so the defense went in from the police, and they'll do this. The police will tell a white man what to say to get him out of trouble. They're trying to help him to prevent him from being classified as a hate crime because that would reflect on them. It reflects on them. It reflects on the community. So if Georgia is recognized for harboring a bunch of haters, then that would, of course, eliminate tourism. It would eliminate business from Asians. The first people who had to be contacted was the South Korean embassy. And the South Korean embassy is doing its best to help. There's nothing they can do of any consequence, of course, within a foreign nation. But the reason the South Korean embassy was contacted was because he said he wanted to kill all Asian cunts. And that was what he was headed to Florida to do more of. And the police, of course, silenced it and said, oh, no, this is going to be an international incident. You don't want South Korea involved because we want economic investments. Because, of course, the only real investments that come into a white trash shithole like Georgia are from East Asia. The Japanese, the Chinese, and the South Koreans investing in any industry they have. So in order to prevent that divestment, they're going to have to change this story as much as they can. I don't know if it will work for them in terms of divestment prevention or preemption, but that's their intent. This is truly conspiracy. So Robert Aaron Long is very much a racist. All of the women he killed were racist. The only two white or non-Asians who died were men who happened to be clientele who just got in the line of fire. So he was specifically aiming at only Asian women. All white women were spared. He certainly, if he was antithetical to sexual temptresses, would have taken out some of the white women as well. But he definitely identified the Asians as giving him what he feared was COVID, because he was in constant contact with them because of his quote-unquote sexual addiction. All of this is absolute bullshit, but everybody is rushing to cover him up and saying, oh, he's never said a racist word. Oh, yeah. Oh, there's no racist thing upon his website or blogspot. It's a terror. Believe me, this sort of thing goes on all the time. So you can imagine the kind of cover-ups that go on when, say, for instance, Aubrey Armand, who was the black man who was literally hunted down by a bunch of whites and killed. The whites have specifically demanded, and by the whites, I mean the whites, literally the victims are, in this scenario, not Aubrey, but Ahmed, but rather the whites who killed him. And they have made it known that the jury will be selected to be all white, that the jury will have no knowledge of Aubrey Ahmed as a victim. They will instead be seeing him as basically a criminal who's going around trying to steal shit, and that the whites are defending the community. This is something you can look up. Is they've demanded that any word connected with a black man like victim or anything that would elicit any sense of empathy is to be eliminated from the trial. So this is why these whitewashing trials consistently go through. This is race war. And right now, the war is being waged against my race. And so this individual has taken it to a level of impunity because he knows he can get away with it. Granted, you can say that, well, it's ridiculous. If he's guilty of a hate crime, it would like add on 100 years to a life sentence. But the point is, it's much more than that. It adds a public awareness of this issue, and that public awareness is being squelched. So Robert Aaron Long is indeed a racist and a hater and an anti-Asian mass murderer, an Asiaphobe. But in terms of the South Korean Foreign Ministry, we know that 4 of the ladies killed were Korean. The other 2 were, if I had to guess or speculate, probably Vietnamese or Filipina. But he definitely targeted only the Asians and told the white woman to get out of the way. The men who were killed were simply lying beneath the Asians at the time that he busted in on them. This is what we're dealing with. He sought the Asians out. This has nothing to do with a sex addiction. All of that is part of the defense being raised by the state of Georgia so they won't scare off whatever investment they can get into their chicken shit, little white trash, sewer shit worth of a state. So aside from that, all of you have at it, and whatever details you can add to this will be appreciated. And I'm going to kind of like try and get some calories into myself to stabilize myself.
Well, there is an interesting detail because this comes a day after, I believe, there was a woman who was speaking out against racism, a woman of Asian descent who was in politics. Let me see if I could find that particular article. All right. I think it was Georgia State Senator Michelle Au. She was talking to her fellow senators about an alarming rise in hate crimes against Asian Americans in Georgia and beyond during the coronavirus pandemic. The shooting literally comes one day after that had occurred, which is really, there's absolutely no way that this is a coincidence.
Thank you.
There's no fucking way he did it because I'm just sexually frustrated. Let me shoot only the women who look Asian. I mean, come on.
Yes.
How fucking stupid do they think? Well, they don't care. In fact, I would say that rather than saying how stupid do they think we are, I would say what they're trying to do is they're blatantly trying to rub it in our faces.
Yes.
That's what they want to do. They want to rub it in our faces and say, see, we could kill you and we can make it look like it's not a hate crime.
Yes.
Well, Jameson, this is the whole MO of the government, of not just this, but everything, is to rub it in your faces. We basically have politicians who are criminals. And it's like they'll do anything. And this is just one of many things. They rub everything in our faces. I mean, even having Governor Cuomo as a president, as a governor, is rubbing it in your face. And it applies to most of them, if not all of them. And so you're totally right. And this is okay. Now we're gonna thumb our nose and I'm interested in the motives of the anti-Asian motive. I mean, I'd like to go more into that. Like, what is this is not a phobia. Well, there could be an underlying phobia, but there are issues with Asia, one of which we're dealing with in the book, is that this book is going to maybe outrage certain people to figure out that they really lost the war, when they really see what the upper hand that Japan in particular has had. And I can understand people being xenophobic about China and Asians in general. Just the what do you call it? The white trash mindset that's xenophobic. But how much of this is tied to China and the issues with China? If you can say anything about that.
Well,
I think a lot of it was politically motivated by our former president with his propagandism of the Kung Flu virus. He was trying to, what he was doing was he was hypnotizing his followers into a trance, into a fucking racist frenzy, if you will.
Just in all fairness, I would say this. I would say that Donald Trump he felt incredibly betrayed by Xi Jinping, because he had basically had real high hopes for this kind of relationship with Xi Jinping that he kind of developed with the North Korean dictator Kim Jong-un. And when the Wuhan flu developed and the communist Chinese did everything they could to suppress the reality of this flu, and the World Health Organization in their hip pocket with that Ethiopian house nigger who was basically in charge of the World Health Organization, just allowing them to, with impunity, deny the reality of this as a pandemic spreading to other countries. It resulted in Trump withdrawing from the World Health Organization, and he really was frustrated enough where he was using those terms. And I think that the problem is he lacks any sense of empathy, so he does not really realize that his listeners take that and they run with it. So when he says the Kung Flu and the Chinese virus, he's basically upset, and he's saying something that is quite true, that this is China's fault in the sense of communist China, in the sense of the Communist Chinese Party on the mainland and their regime. But the problem is he doesn't articulate that, he doesn't disambiguate, and his listeners don't have any level of sophistication. And so they take that and they run with it, and that's what results in the hate crimes that we're seeing, which of course Jameson can articulate. He can articulate on the hate crimes that have been manifesting, and I'm sure Pac-1 could have some observations on this as well.
Yeah, well, the way I feel about it is as far as him saying like, oh, he has a sexual addiction. Like, I still don't. I feel like it was still racially charged because of the fact that uh that was all he killed was Asian women. Like, he could have went to any street corner. He could have went anywhere. I mean, clearly he went to the spots because he frequent them.
Yes.
You know,
yes.
but the point is that if it's a frustration or whatever, it's not just going to be, or I don't know. It feels more racial driven. I don't know all the facts, but just looking at it, just from what I know, it does feel more driven by race, and especially like him being, and I seen that as well. Like Peter said, that they said he was like big into like I don't know if they said he was born again or something like that. Like he they said something like,
excuse me, they portrayed him as somebody who was addicted to sex and guilt-ridden. This is how he was portrayed by the police to the news, allegedly coming from him.
Right,
Yeah.
right. And this is, and just to show you the horror of that, what they're doing is they're compounding the felony in the moral sense and in the sense of just paradigmatic assault, because what they're basically doing is they're indirectly, here we are, this is the International Women's Month. This is the month of female empowerment. And what they're really doing is they're transferring the blame to women in general. They're basically saying everything about this man. And I don't know if you've read the shit that they've been spewing. Everybody says this guy's the best guy in the world. He's the most decent guy in the world. Oh, he's never sworn. He's never said anything negative. He's the best man you'll ever know. He's everybody's friend. And they're saying that, oh, he's a good Christian. A good Christian. And they keep emphasizing
Oh,
that.
yeah. He's a good Christian. He's an upstanding white man. He deserves every pussy he can get.
Right,
Yeah, that's
right.
what they're trying to say.
And what they're
Fucking
saying,
pieces of shit.
right, and what they're saying is that this is all based on the fact that he just couldn't control his sexual urges. What they're indirectly doing is they're blaming femininity, they're blaming female sexuality. Again, this is all when Jack the Ripper was loose in London, one of the most horrific aspects of the Jack the Ripper phenomenon was that the London police went public and they said, Mr. Ripper, this is what they called him. You can look this up. They said, Mr. Ripper, we are on your side. We want to end prostitution, and we know these women are awful. And we know these women are responsible for your suffering. And you can say, well, they're just psyoping him. They're psyching him out to draw him out. No, they really meant that. They thought he was a vigilante who his only fault was that he wasn't working within the system. That if he would only work with the system, they could put an end to the evil of prostitution in the Victorian era. Because women are just so sinful and just so tempting, these evil temptresses. So this is exactly what they're doing here. This is the Jack the Ripper paradigm that we're seeing remanifest. And this is the kind of tale British men used to tell the kids to tuck them into bed, is basically, Jack the Ripper's still out there. They called him Spring Heel Jack. And the only thing Spring Heel Jack ever killed, and by the way, Spring Heel Jack was quite real, and Spring Heel Jack was like a continuity of Jack the Ripper, except on jet propulsion. Quite literally. Rocket flames were seen coming out of his legs. He was identified as a mechanically armored monstrosity. This was like somebody developed a armored power suit for Jack the Ripper and cut him loose. But the only people Spring Heel Jack ever killed were young girls. Literally prepubescent young girls. He picked one up and threw her into the open sewers of London, where she literally drowned alive in a sewer of shit. And so fathers used to tell their young children, tucking them into bed, you better be good or Spring Heel Jack is coming. And this, of course, would make the boys giggle because they would know he would never hurt them. But the girls would live their lives in terror, told by their own fathers Spring Heel Jack would come and get them because all he killed was young girls. This is the kind of sick Anglo-American patriarchal culture we live in, and yet white men are always grieving about how the world is turned against them. Look at what they've done to the world. These are the kind of men who will pick a young girl up and throw her in an open sewer of shit just to watch her drown. Because that's what they think all women are. Shit. The real shit is the overwhelming majority of white men. Now, when I get into this, everybody knows my sponsor, Ben Estenius, is a white man. Peter Moon is working with me. He's a white man. The man I love most in the universe, my father, the man who raised and guided me, George Dietrich, was a white man. Obviously, this is not an all-inclusive statement. We're dealing with the majority of the patriarchal culture here. And if I sound like a feminist, then by God, that's the last thing that would offend me. This is what we're dealing with. So when they say that, oh, it's not race, it's sex, that doesn't make it any better. They're simply deflecting it from Asians onto women in general, which is no better. But the problem is, this guy's got it both ways. He's gone after Asian women because to most white men, Asian women are nothing but sex objects. So when they say it's a sex addiction and not racism, all of these women being Asian just means that they're nothing but sex dolls to every white man. What they're saying is, yeah, they're all Asian women, but you see, this is a sex issue. Meaning that these are nothing but sex dolls. These are ambulatory sex dolls. We've got an international embassy involved because, no, it's not because they're sex dolls. These are South Korean emigres, and the Korean embassy is involved because many of them are not yet U.S. citizens. So what does this mean? This is an international incident. This is a man who targeted women because he thought of them as true foreigners. And therefore they were invaders on his land who he felt were agents of biological warfare through sexually tempting him, poor bastard, because he couldn't keep his dick down around them. This is the nightmare world I live in as an Asian American. As an Asian American who's half mistaken for female, or rather mistaken for female half of the time, you can imagine how inflicted I am by various white men and their various neuroses. This is the kind of insanity that I have to deal with, and suddenly it becomes manifest. This is the world we live in. So by all means, I'm going to take a break here. I've given some images that I hope Peter Moon reviews, as well as all of you. And these are the images that are most pertinent to the 1945 crash at San Antonio, New Mexico. And we'll get into that soon enough. And you'll notice one of them, the image that you cannot enlarge in for some reason, the illustrated image of the craft, is on Rents.com. And Rents, of course, is the hideous Holocaust denier who I was actually interviewed by once, and he felt so offended by what I had to say about Pearl Harbor, he brought on Roosevelt's bulldog, Franklin Delano Roosevelt's bulldog, that economist who worked with Alex Jones forever. I forget his name, Webster Tarpley. He brought him on to counteract what I had said by saying it's all the Japs' fault. They were naturally aggressive and evil, and basically they couldn't help themselves and lashed out against us as a total surprise and all that shit. That, Jeff Rents, is where I got this illustration from, through, of course, the help of Jameson Reese, indirectly. And there you have that. I'll explain that illustration because otherwise it's so fucking small. It's a thumbnail image, literally the size of a thumbnail. Nobody's going to be able to make sense of it, but there doesn't seem to be any larger versions out there, which I think tells you everything you need to fucking know. But anyhow, letting it go for a minute, I'm going to sit back, try and get some calories in myself, and let these men talk.
Now, all this occurs while I was doing, I was actually looking at like CBS News or whatever and seeing what things were going on in New York. And there was an Asian man who was assaulted, and I think his face was slashed. And so, there seems to be a growing consensus among people who are part of the Black Lives movement, Black Lives Matter movement, that they need to show a sort of solidarity with the Asian community. And this seems to be happening in like there are people demonstrating in like Union Square in Manhattan. We're trying to stop that violence. So this shows that we are dealing with a very real problem. And this is not anything we can take lightly. Now, based on this article that I was looking at from, and this article comes from Atlanta, Atlanta News Now. All right. As Georgians wake up to the horrific details of a spate of shootings that killed 8 people Tuesday, including 6 victims who were of Asian descent, the words of a Georgia state senator a day earlier seem an ominous foreshadowing. During a point of personal privilege Monday morning, Georgia State Senator Michelle Au told her fellow senators about the alarming rise in hate crimes against Asian Americans in Georgia and beyond during the coronavirus pandemic. Au is a first-generation Chinese American who was elected in November. She grew up in New York and moved to Georgia in 2008 after medical school at Columbia University. Asian Americans are part of our country's plurality. We are some of the many, and we're part of that one, she said. And all I'm asking right now, as the first East Asian state senator in Georgia, is simply to fully consider us as a part of our communities. Recognize that we need help, we need protection, and we need people in power to stand up for us against hate. Now, that in and of itself tells me that not only was this man driven by racism, but he does apparently see women as sex objects, because this happens one day after a woman was publicly making that statement. So there is not to say. I mean, I don't know.
This was the response. This was the.
But this seems like a response.
Yes,
that's what I'm getting at.
Yes.
That's what I'm getting at. The Johns Creek Democrat invoked a 150% increase in hate crimes against Asians and Asian Americans from 2019 to 2020. A surge advocates linked to the rise in anti-Chinese rhetoric during former President Donald Trump's term in office, including his labeling of COVID-19 as the China virus. Al called the recent violence a new chapter in a very old story. Law enforcement officials have not specified a motive for the shooting spree. Of course, we went into that. Though the pattern of targeting Asian spas in Atlanta and Cherokee County has raised fears the attacks were racially motivated. Stop AAPI Hate formed to prevent anti-Asian discrimination during the pandemic called the shootings an unspeakable tragedy for the victims' families and as an Asian American community that has been reeling from high levels of racist attacks. In 2020, the Georgia House and Senate passed the state's first hate crimes legislation since the Georgia Supreme Court struck down a previous law in 2004 for being unconstitutionally vague. 3 years ago, the lead story of the GOP runoff was Brian Kemp's rout of Casey Cagle. The undercard was Geoff Duncan's narrow win over David Schaefer. Almost forgotten was Brad Raffensperger's victory over David Belle Isle. This cycle, we have a feeling that Raffensperger's election fortunes won't be overlooked. He's come under withering attack from former President Donald Trump, most of the state's GOP establishment for refusing attempts to reverse the 2020 vote, and then U.S. Senators Kelly Loeffler and David Perdue demanded his resignation. Are we still on?
Yes.
Okay. And I had to ask because I heard something went bloop.
Don't worry. That's
Okay.
just
That was the notice from back
yeah.
on.
That's just notice
I
that.
find it growth is that they're
Oh, that's
safe, they're
interesting.
natural,
There's some
they're great for
background.
the entire
Somebody's got the
family.
computer on. Anyhow, our man Pac One has got to put his son down. He'll be back in a little bit. He's not going to tell him any stories about Spring Heel Jack, and they would be useless anyway. His son obviously would not be frightened by that. So we return to these two gentlemen. I see that Mr. Moon has opened his images. And whenever he's ready to start on that particular subject,
I can. I just had to shut off some thing that went on automatically, some commercial.
Yeah. No worries.
First I was looking over stuff on the shooter, but we'll digress from that and go back to the crash at San Antonio. And it took a while. I think some of the stuff you gave me went to a dead end. But what Pac One sent me, or was it Jameson? I got.
Well, I sent it to you now just through. It was.
I have a whole bunch of stuff on the San Antonio crash here, and I have to say, it really looks like a lot of crap.
Yes, they've turned it into a lot of crap. Yes. That's
Now there is one photo that's not a very good photo. It's kind of grainy, kind of white. This looks the most realistic because it looks like it's got a rim around it with
it's total Photoshop. That's totally Photoshop. You're talking about the one that was actually the core photo that Jameson sent myself. You're looking at the one that was on Radio Coast to Coast AM, the New Mexico UFO crash with Paola Harris and
Paola. That's actually Paula's name. Paola.
Okay, Paola. Paola.
She'll say, but we call it Paula in English. But the only thing wrong with this crash, it would look very convincing, except that the flora is too. This flora is not that big.
Yes.
I mean, if it was just a flying saucer from outer space, yes. But a flying saucer from outer space wouldn't be made of canvas or a pliable material like that.
Right. So, of course not. Well, this is basically what I sent you is far more important than that. That is basically nothing but a Photoshop piece of shit that was just a lure. It's just clickbait for Coast to Coast AM. They just literally made that up. If somebody,
which one did you? Because there's many here I have in front of me, and I have the ones with the little. With the what looks like little people inside of it.
Yes, that one.
That's very despicable.
Yes,
it's just despicable. It's very photoshopped.
Yes. Oh, that's just an illustration. That's not even attempting. Actually, I do notice that there are attempts to make that look real, and what the people have done is something like this. So what I'll send you is the link to this. Give me just a second here. People have taken that, and they've turned that into this. So let me give this into, I'm going to put this into the generic call first. Let me go back to the call. And since I've been putting things into the call, I will put it there for everyone to access. And then I will put that into the private messages of Peter Moon. And in terms of the other, there we are. So if you open your private messages, Peter, you'll be able to access that. And this is what they turned the original illustration into. And this is an example of an attempt to take an artist's rendition and then try to make it look like a genuine photograph. No one expects these things to pass muster. They're only clickbait. And these people do what they do simply to pull in the suckers, to pull in the clicks. And but it's not as despicable as what you might think. The artist, or the illustrator rather, I don't want
to... This one you just sent is not as despicable. It's very obviously photoshopped.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it's hard to say, what it is. And I would personally, if somebody started sending me stuff, I'd be completely dismissive of them.
Yes, as
utterly and completely.
Yes.
But what are you getting at? You're saying there's something that is of some redeemable value somewhere.
Yes, because as I said, it's like the Battle of Los Angeles itself. If you were to listen to what the elderly witnesses at Roswell and the Battle of Los Angeles originally said, and then you were to hear how their minds were warped and twisted, and it's the same way with who's the man who saw the 9 parasite fighters escaping. It was before the Arnold, yeah, Kenneth Arnold. So Kenneth Arnold is it's all of this pattern. So everybody take note. When Kenneth Arnold first drew a sketch, which of course I took a sketch of his sketch, and I've basically got a scan of his original sketch, because it was one of those things that was so paltry. There was very little security about it. What he drew looked very similar to the Kazuotari Hai, the windblown leaf, which was the Japanese version of the Voight Zimmerman skimmer, or the Zimmers as they called them. And what he drew was very similar in shape to that, and it was incredibly simplistic. It was just true to the shape, and that was it, because he could not make out any detail. They were too reflective in the hypermetallic paint that the Americans had covered them in, so that if they did make a break for it, the Americans were hoping to be able to recover the craft by the reflective sight in case they crashed in the desert. It's like taking a prisoner and putting him in an orange jumpsuit. The reason prisoners are given orange jumpsuits is so they stand out. This is why pilots are often given glaring orange prisoner type jumpsuits. So if the pilot has to bail, he'll be identifiable from the air. And that depends on the level of the mission and how much concealability and culpability and deniability you want. But theoretically, pilots are subject to international protection if they parachute, and therefore they wear bright orange jumpsuits in that logic so that they won't be machine gunned when they parachute from their craft. Other than that, of course, that can be a liability. So there's cases where there's camouflage pilots' uniforms. But in the case of what the Americans did was they took all of the Japanese aerocraft and they spray painted them and covered them in a nickel coated, kind of highly flammable paint that was very reflective, so that they would shine like a mirror, and that way they could be identified even in moonlight or starlight and be found anywhere just by sight. Hopefully, that was the logic on the part of the Americans, was that they could identify these craft and find them. So when these crashes happened, that really wasn't the case with the San Antonio crash. The San Antonio crash was not spray painted by the Americans. This was a separate crash, and in the terms of Kenneth Arnold, he saw the highly reflective painted breakout of parasite fighters, and when he saw them and put them in sketch in his original shape, the important thing to remember is that the United States Air Force then gave him a painting of a Horton craft and told him, this is what you saw, and then he had to hold up literally a painting he did not paint or draw, he did not have that technical talent, of a Horton aircraft, so that it would look like a German craft that looked nothing like what he saw. And then he basically did that, basically in cooperation with the government, because it was the patriotic thing to do. And as he got older, it got worse. He was constantly visited by physicists who would tell him, oh, what you saw was really hyperdimensional. And by the time he died, the last words were to his daughter was that he was convinced he had seen angels. I'm convinced I saw angels flying that day, and they were really angels. This is how they fucked up his mind. And so when you go to these older Roswell people, they're so fucked up after generations of this and making all money off the alien thing. They're like a case that's, you know, way out of this world, to use a pun, even more so than witnesses to the Battle of Los Angeles. But with the Battle of Los Angeles, you get people who are interviewed, and people like Jose Escamilla, the Predators, will come in and say, oh, you saw these craft do all this sort of thing. Nobody saw any of the things that Jose Escamilla is putting into any of their mouths, but as they're older and they're vulnerable, then he creates this fantasy, puts it into their mind, and they regurgitate it. Because they're not resistant. They just want to talk. Most of these elderly people just want to talk. And when it comes to, when you look at the original Battle of Los Angeles, it's obviously a dirigible. They say on radio it's a dirigible. The newspapers say it's a dirigible. They talk about shot down planes. So everybody knows that's what really happened. But as the older people age, they're not saying that anymore when they're re-interviewed, because their minds are being manipulated right in front of your eyes by the interviewer. And the interviewer puts the fantasy into their heads. This is what that Paula, you say? Paula? Yeah, there we are. Paula is doing to the Mexican people that she's interviewing. These are people of Mexican ethnicity. And whether they're American citizens or not, I don't know. They may as well be. They've been living here forever. But she's doing that with these witnesses. And what these witnesses saw was, this was basically what was a bomber that was shaped very much like a beetle. I've given many illustrations of it to Peter Moon. And the bomber that fell off, that was the bomber that was being carried as a release craft by the dirigible. This is what crashed in San Antonio, New Mexico. And as its hull broke open, the little Japanese crew could be seen within. And of course, some of them had died. Some of them were captured by the Americans. And so in that sense, what they are portraying, as far as the young man described it, is fairly accurate when you take a look at the bomber presentation as rendered far more technically accurately by my 3D graphics modeler, because many of the engines had fallen off by the time of the crash. So it probably looked burnished much more smoother, and probably that was a kind of mental image that stuck in the minds of the young witnesses. And so that is fairly realistic, the portrayal, except that the person didn't have knowledge of the hull composite, so it's more smoother looking, simply because half of its engines had fallen off in the crash. It's a Terra. The other interesting thing is, if you go to the DuckDuckGo link and click on that, and you see what they recovered from the craft, you click on that and you'll see it, and it's obviously the kind of widget, for lack of a better word, part of a mechanical frame of what's obviously a terrestrial craft. So I'm going to screen share.
You're looking at all those little scraps of metal that are very detailed.
No, here we are. Can you see the screen share? If you look at your screen share, you'll see what I'm pointing at.
Yeah, I saw that right away, but I didn't know what the hell that is.
That was what.
Be a part of a car. It could be a part of.
Yeah, that's what they retrieved from the crash. And so obviously that is not part of extraterrestrial technology. Now,
but there's no explanation of what it is, and as they say, it could be anything.
Yes, and the other thing, that this is what's the most offensive at all. If you're talking about this, these are fish bones that were in their waste disposal basket. Their waste disposal chute had the remnants of their food, what they ate. These are fish bones. And so the idiots are telling us this is super high advanced nanotechnology, something. We don't know what it is. Well, it's obviously fucking fish bones they were eating, you dumb fuck. This is...
Okay, so there's really nothing other than what you just showed me, that piece of part. There's nothing in all of this that really is anything other than smoke. Smoke and mirrors. There's the 1945 Antonio UFO crash. That actually looks like a hamburger. It looks like it's been superimposed on something else.
Yeah. In terms of what are you talking about? We've got the screen share on now. Are you talking about this thing?
Let me see here. No.
Okay.
No. It's
That's the bomber that I was referring to. That was the...
No,
yeah.
it's a picture that, you know, it's a dark one on the, wherever I am in wherever this website is.
If you're talking about this, you're not talking about this, are you?
No, it's next to that one. It's like it looks like a hamburger.
Oh, this thing.
In the middle.
Well, that's just... you can ignore that completely. This is probably what they saw.
About that, yeah, but
that's the Aero Dreadnought. Yeah, that's the Aero.
Looks like an Aero Dreadnought. It does.
Yeah, that's the Aero Dreadnought that they saw, and they saw it, and then they just basically, you know, with the way they re-render it, of course, renders it unrecognizable. But this is what they described and how it was re-rendered by the people. So that is, yeah, that's essentially just
like. It looks like a hamburger.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. So that's when I say ignore it, I'm meaning ignore. You know what I mean? It's just ignore.
Yeah, but the thing is, all this does, basically what you portrayed here quite correctly, is a bunch of people speculating about a bunch of nothing with. We want to believe this. We want to think this. We're investigators. And
they're not investigators. They're disinformants.
Well, but you see, most of these people think they're investigating. They're not deliberately disinforming. Some of them are.
Oh, I would dare say that people like Jose Escamilla, with what I've described about what he did on Revolution Radio, this is a man.
Some of the key people, but I'm saying generally people get out and they're shooting at fish in a barrel. They're guessing. A lot of these people are guessing, and they get this idea that the government's hiding something, and they're being led down a blind alley.
I can tell you that's not the case, because you're making this sound almost innocent.
Most people, I'm talking most of the people that read this shit, they're not disinformants purposely. They're reading, they soak up shit.
Well, the people who are reading it are basically victims. But if you take...
and a lot of the people that are what you call armchair investigators. I'm not talking about the leaders like Stanton Friedman or some of the other ones like you mentioned. But, I mean, the people who are leading the cheerleaders, I mean, not just... There's the some of the authors and leading... disinformants. A lot of these people who are armchair amateur investigators are really trying, and they're shooting.
I get what you're saying, but when we take a look at this case in particular, that just obfuscates the issue. You don't even need to clarify that. I think people understand that. I give our listeners enough credit to think they understand that. There are a lot of naive people out there who literally, like the X-Files poster, are just going along with, I want to believe. They are just soaking this stuff up, but the truth is they want it to be extraterrestrials because that makes life exciting for them.
They do, and they're stupid, and they're just fishing. They're shooting fish in the barrel with theories.
Yeah. I think. May I interject? I think what Peter Moon is saying, like, I would have back in the days have considered myself a sort of armchair researcher on UFOs and shit like that. And that's what eventually led me to you, but, I wasn't one of those people who was like, I want to believe that they're aliens. It was like, I don't know what the fuck this is. Can someone explain? Can someone give me the best explanation that makes fucking sense? And of course, that's why I would say that anyone who's an armchair researcher or is actually investigating this stuff seriously, they will eventually reach the point where they might, they might hopefully find you, Douglas.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
Excuse me. It also turns into a guessing game. Like if you're playing charades and you're saying, 5 letters, 6 words, base. Is it baseball? No. Is it football?
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
That's what people are doing.
But Peter, my main point was this. My main point was, if you take a look at the screen now, I'm on screen share. This is the Paula, I guess you say, Paula Harris report. And this person is in no way, shape, or form innocent. This is a person who, if you look at the interview and you scroll down, the people who were witness to this event in particular that she's juicing are, like she refers to them as, this is pretty offensive, two little Hispanic children, which it's a fairly offensive statement. Hosea Padilla, age 9, and Reme Baca, age 7. This was in 1945, mind you. At this point, they're senior citizens. And then she leads them through this interview where basically, you know, she gets them into saying all kinds of things to produce content. So much of what they're saying is producing content. Much of what they're saying in context of what happened, it bears with all the records that I dealt with. So just
it's that she's being paid to write an article.
Yes.
That people will get eyeballs to. They don't want to, you know, give me a story on UFOs. Yes. And like now, I've had stories. One of my friends is he's become a friend, but he was a reporter, and he was paid to do a story on the Montauk Project. He said, well, they said, well, let's find out what happened with this. It's years later. So he comes to my house, and we have a long interview. He writes a story, and based upon his interview with me, somebody he already knows professionally, and they give him a kill fee for the story. In other words, they kill the story. Okay, well, thanks for your effort. We're going to kill the story. We're not going to print this because it had much more substance to it than they wanted to hear. It you know, in other words, they wanted a puff piece. And so I'm saying is that these things are very, and this is just a local paper. This isn't the New York Times. And this is the mindset of these people. They want a story. Give me a story on Trump. And then you give it a story. Oh, we want it to be anti-Trump. No, we want it to be pro-Trump. And this is what journalism is. Journalism has nothing to do with journalism.
Well, there we have that. And so thank you.
And the internet is even worse.
Yes, much so. And the internet is much worse because people feel like they're doing it themselves. They feel as if
they think it's grassroots.
Yes. Oh my God. Well, Maria Gregorich just sent us something that kind of tangentially fits into all of this, saying this clip from Gaia, and we know what they are, released today implies that the man who visited Malcolm X in prison, who he speaks of in his autobiography, was one of the Men in Black, rather than Wallace Fard Mohammed, the founder of the Nation of Islam. This stems from Beyond Belief with George Norrie. They seem to be twisting it in favor of the UFO narrative. But of course, yes, so they have to bring the blacks into it. This is their response to everything we say on this program about the Black American issues, is something like this. This is their response to that. This is how they bring this is how they, in their minds, hopefully to them, bring blacks back into the fold of the national UFO cult that constitutes what America has in place of a culture. This
is also why Sonny Cassius Clay, as he was known then, beat Sonny Liston and joined the black Muslims, because he saw there were UFOs behind his head, and Sonny was looking at the UFOs and getting confused, and that's why he kept getting hit in the head. I mean, this is where we'll go next.
Yeah.
And that's why Cassius Clay became Cassius X and then Muhammad Ali, because it was the UFOs were helping him win.
And what do you think is their intent behind? If you look at the screen share right now, and I'm bringing forth the hamburger that the kid saw, and which is, by the way, fairly accurate considering that the illustrator had nothing to work with. What do you think is their intent, Peter, behind making these so fucking small that nobody can enlarge them? What the fuck is that shit all about?
As you say, it's all about getting attention, and it's all about getting attention. And what I would say is this is very interesting. So, people are on the internet. They want to get attention. They want to get clicks. They want to get, because there's money behind clicks if you can manipulate it good enough, rather than actual substantial content. And but there's something else, and I've noticed with what I've called alien phenomena, real alien phenomena, and it might be more properly called entity phenomena, but I've said it before here, is that entities want attention.
Yes.
So people want attention, entities want attention. There is a certain commodity in it. Like, say, I'm an author, so I want attention to get the book sold, which is my stock and trade. But there's also, I feel that I have some substance to offer. When people the thing is, there are so few people of substance in this world. It's embarrassing. It's just a shell. It's, in fact, Paula was talking about it. It's just the people you will run into in the workplace and whatnot. It's just a shell. I mean, you could say this about the whole world. The whole world is a shell world where what's inside, the people who love you and care about you, are generally very few and far between, no matter who you are. Nobody feels this more right now than Andrew Cuomo, you know. And yeah, and he's been able to live in a shell world and quote unquote thrive in it. But this is so you know, people don't, they get by without substance. They get by cheating, by lying, by stealing, or by being phony. And there are a certain amount of people who will get a degree, go to the right schools, know the right people, and it's all about, quote unquote, looking good. It might be physically looking good. It might be looking good academically. And it's all about appearances. And appearances are important. But when it becomes all about appearance and no substance, you know, you have CEOs across the board that are jokes of human beings, jokes of responsible executives. I'm sure there are some good ones who are actually responsible and know what they're doing. But there's just, you can get away with so much in this world if you're that type of mindset. This world rewards it. And this is why we have politicians that are so corrupt, and you have a system that does nothing to do it. This is, and all of this investigation stuff is just a reflection of extreme phoniness, which takes us back to the book by J.D. Salinger, Catcher in the Rye, the book that would appear in with assassinations. I think there was one in the Sal Mineo killing. Mm-hmm. I think there was one in Mark David Chapman with the John Lennon Catcher in the Rye. The book was found there. There have been some other deaths that were associated with Catcher in the Rye. Now, I don't know exactly why that book, but that book was required reading in high school. I was shocked when my daughter read it in high school because it was required reading. And that book was, I remember Holden Caulfield, the main character, was all he was doing was decrying phoniness, people that were phony. And he was right. The book was right. There was so much in the world, especially in the 1960s, that was plastic and phony. The whole society was phony. Mm-hmm. And this is so much of what the beatnik and the hippie generation were rebelling against, was this complete phoniness. And then of course they affected their own phoniness. This is what Mark David Chapman felt about John Lennon, was that he felt that he had become the epitome of phoniness. And so but by the way, so what I've just sent Peter Moon, the private messages, I didn't bother to put that inside of the call or for everyone else. But what I've just sent you was the bomber which the children saw. So this was what's called the Beetle bomber, basically by, shall we say, colloquial expression. And okay, now that Beetle bomber was something that would be carried by, that's a parasite craft.
That's a parasite craft, yes. And it's not a fighter craft, it's a bomber. This is what the children saw, and you can see how it was mounted underneath the flying hamburger. And again, this is what is so disturbing, is that they've got the entire generic thing right. This is what happened in 1945. This was the crew that mutinied rather than face the fate that the others suffered. Two of the Aero dreadnoughts went to Area 51. This other one, as far as I can ascertain, suffered a mutiny in which the crew pretty much immolated to avoid capture, and therefore you had the San Antonio, New Mexico crash, and it happened on the 15th. They were a day behind, or several days behind the other craft who arrived at Tonopah Army Airfield on the day that Nagasaki was bombed. And
well, to clarify,
yeah.
This parasite craft had escaped the main craft.
That's correct. That's correct.
And then the big craft blew up.
Yes.
And these people probably knew it was going down and wanted to get away, or that were allowed to get away. Who knows?
Well, they probably, my summation would be that they suspected what they were in for and wanted no part of it. We are talking about Yakuza. These are career criminals. So you're going to have a different mindset than your average Japanese person who will suffer any fate for the emperor and the nation. These are people with a greater sense of, shall we say, independence. That's one word for it. There's not really a word for it in English. It's kind of like what the 47 Ronin.
Self-preservation, maybe?
I dislike that completely, because that's like, it doesn't really... It's inapplicable. It's inapplicable because Americans would say self-preservation. Well, what does that mean to a Japanese person who identifies with the community more than any other Asian even? But Asians have a sense of a greater sense of community than Westerners do. Japanese take that to an extreme. So they're not thinking in terms of self-preservation. Most often they're thinking in preserving the greater community. Very Vulcan. That's the Vulcan Confucianist ethic, and that Mr. Gene Roddenberry was so impressed with and trying to sell to the American public. In other words, he was trying to present it to the American public in a palatable format that the American public would ultimately buy it and perhaps become more Asian. And that was his subversive intent, with all the best of intentions, that I will support myself and wish to carry on what he was trying to do.
That's an important point, because this is what we don't have. This is what we lack in the world, and particularly America. We do not have a full community consciousness. And of course, community consciousness has the word commune, and it's like communism, and it people polarize towards communism, understandably so, because communism is misused. And you have a world where you cannot trust politicians, no matter who they are. So if you have an emperor, and it's different, but we don't have an emperor. So
we have instead, and you'll notice how different the French behaved under Emperor Napoleon. And under Napoleon, there was this sense of basically everything is for the empire, and your sense of identity becomes very different, and it becomes polarized, of course, with nations that are not at that level of commitment. And that's why it was such a antithetical ideology to the conservative monarchies around it. The conservative monarchies could not maintain the status quo with French imperialism. And that was an example of something similar in the West that developed, where there was an identity with the emperor. And this is what Peter Moon is alluding to. And so when it comes to what I'm expressing with what the Japanese case in point, you've got some Japanese who simply don't fit in. And I brought this up with Peter Moon before, and he and I were speaking about it at some length when I was talking to him about the Bataan Death March and what led to that, with that basically a special unit of misfits that the Japanese just thought were, they were too useless for other units, because these were men who just didn't fit in. And because these men were, which in Japan is a big deal. That's not like, it's not like, oh, he's a square peg. It's like in Japan, that's truly a stigma. It's like you can't function. But it gave his men a greater sense of independence. The man who led this unit of misfits, and so they're the men who ultimately took Bataan, and that which is where the Bataan Death March then manifested. But in explaining that sort of thing, it's also what I'm explaining about the Yakuza. You have men who have a greater sense of independence and self-initiative than the average Japanese person, and if you will, a greater sense of independence, self-preservation, if you interpret it that way. But definitely, they did not want a part of what the rest were in for, who were authorized to surrender. Now, the important thing to remember here is they were ordered by the emperor to turn themselves over so that they could show the Americans what he had to threaten the Americans with. And for that reason, you had a situation in which they were not dishonored, which is what made it so bizarre when I would hear, that idiot trying to describe what was going on with them, and they're killing themselves. They're killing themselves to escape torture. It's that simple, which is what any human being would do in their place, and this person is trying to interpret it by, they were dishonored. That's like saying Americans were killing themselves to evade torture by the Japanese, and that somehow the Americans were dishonored. It's so stupid. There's a real pragmatism to much of what Asians do, and half the time the pragmatism is warped into some perverse interpretation by Westerners that doesn't make any sense. So there you have that. And with that in mind, of course, definitely, and I'm still puzzled, and what Peter Moon was saying when I was asking him, okay, why are they drawing the illustrations, why are they making them so small and rendering them so small you can't even enlarge them to any degree? And he was talking about, they're just putting this out there as clickbait, and they want the attention. And at the same time, it's like,
well, if you want it to be clickbait, you would want to make it larger. So
you would think it's almost like they want the attention, yes, but they don't want you to see what they're feeding you, because what they're feeding you is really shit. So it's almost like they
won't stand up. That's obvious.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, it's a low. Let's just say this all comes down to no substance.
Yes,
and people just in general don't have a lot of substance.
Yes,
and this is a feature of common people. It's not that everybody doesn't have substance, but it's a ubiquitous problem. And listen, if you've got people that spend a lot of time on the internet, there's people that just sit there and, command attention on YouTube. And I know Paula will watch certain influencers, and she's getting quality information, by people that are young and giving her all these tips on, they just give tips on life. She's very interested in the cosmetology aspects of certain things. So she's learned all this stuff to, make her face pretty. She's really into that. And that's not all, though. There might be different things. I don't really pay too much attention to it. But that's just one example. There's also other aspects that an influencer would teach. Influencers are problematic in and of themselves. She's even said that, though, because they end up getting bought by big companies to promote their stuff. So it becomes, this is the new advertising. But you have a lot of people in the in-between. It's in the minor leagues and very minor leagues that just put out crap. And there's some people that have very big audiences that put out a lot of crap, such as, Coast to Coast and that sort of thing. They invest in crap, and they get away with it. They get away with it.
Worse yet, they're praised. They're praised for it.
Well, this is the praising of mediocrity. Mediocrity is praised beyond belief. And this is what we have. This is why politicians, they're even worse than mediocre. Yes. But they're not They're not incredible people. So,
Yes.
this is, and in fact, to be a politician, you have to be mediocre, because you have to be, you have to be playing, you just have to be, be status quo to everything, a good status quo person, and being able to get away with lying to the right people and kissing the ass of the right people. But you got to know which ones.
Yes. Yes. Very
And if
much
you just kind of do it and you just kind of find this happy medium, and if you're like Bill Clinton and you can just kind of glow your way about and just, kind of have that Bill Clinton smile, and I'd like to do this for you, or what?
Yes. Yes. Oh, by the way, they did a facial analysis of William Jefferson Clinton, and they found that he had a facial feature that distinguished him as being capable of telling lies quite easily, in the sense that he could get away with it because his eyebrows were perpetually raised. And they found that somebody whose eyebrows are perpetually raised, it's taken as an honest look to a face, as if someone is...
I can see that. It would kind of, say, yeah, well, yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't molest your daughter.
Yes, right. Yeah, as if you're looking surprised, kind of surprised, kind of vulnerable, and at the same time, so you can say many things and it doesn't come off as calculated. So he had this kind of naive, open, vulnerable look to him that at the same time was not pathetic. So it was charismatic, and therefore he was called the Teflon president. By the way, I couldn't believe this took. I actually took a text and I put it into the public call so that the men who are on the call with me can see it. I'll just let the public know some of the basics. I'm not going to go into the Bataan Death March at all, because everyone is painfully aware of what happened. If not, you can look it up and you'll get more than you ever wanted to know. But Nara Akira, and for those of you who are familiar with manga or anime, Akira was a very famous post-apocalyptic Japanese storyboard.
Oh, yes, I loved it.
There we are.
I have all the manga.
Yeah, and very drug oriented as well.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's one of the things I love. I love about the Japanese in general, at least when it comes to the art forms, is that it's very honest.
Yeah. There's
no bullshit like in America. I mean, granted, American comic artists will show drugs and other stuff, but it's just. It's again, like Peter said, there's a sort of lack of substance in the Western form.
Yes, yeah.
Storytelling.
Well, Nara, just so people know, Nara is a very important religious site in Japan, and so the name Nara implies a kind of very deep, contemplative, reflective spirituality. Akira is more of the warrior name, which is why they used it for the anime and the comics for a motorcycle gangster who was basically running in a very drug motivated world, to the point where on their jackets they had basically encapsulated pills, just pill capsules on their jackets to show their dedication to a certain kind of narcotic. And but Nara Akira he was a Japanese officer who was educated in the United States. And he completed cultural assimilation as a guest of the U.S. Army Infantry School, from which he graduated in 1927, just a few years after my mother was born. And by the late 1930s, he was commanding a garrison brigade in Taiwan, which was part of Japan at that time. But he had been trained in the United States Army. And so by the outbreak of World War II, he basically was a lieutenant general, and he was placed in command of a division during the invasion of the Philippines because of his native speaker fluency in English. And because of that, he was able to immediately adapt his operational tactics to incoming information as it was sourcing from intercepted American transmissions. And it was only hours after Pearl Harbor that the Japanese struck the air bases in the Philippines. And then what happened was that, of course, MacArthur was caught flat on the tarmac because he was fueling and arming all of his bomb loads for their intended attack on Taiwan. And while they were preparing to load up all their fuel and ammo, they were taken out, and this made for very powerful explosions. Everything was very incendiary in the Japanese preemptive attack. And then the Japanese followed up with an amphibious invasion. And it was Lieutenant General Nara's leadership abilities that were proven to be outstanding, and he was promoted to the rank of Major Generalcy. But then he was placed in command, probably because he had been educated in the American military pattern. Most generals and other officers considered him a pariah. They put him in command of a problem unit of recalcitrants, these misfits and born losers. It was the number 65, Dokuritsu Shita Kongu Ryodan, which means Independent Mixed Brigade. By the way, in Japanese, that's a really bad name. The 65th Independent Mixed Brigade. Independent, that's a real bad word. That's like saying fucked up. Mixed Brigade means that they threw everything together like a dog's lunch. It's just everything negative.
Outcasts.
Yes. And this was a garrison formation that was composed of reservists. It was intended only for garrison duty. And he himself wrote that his new command was Zetai ni Sento ni Tekisunai, meaning absolutely unfit for combat. And since it was so expendable, the unit was thrown into combat at Bataan and suffered heavily throughout the entire grinding 90-day, that's 3 months long, Battle of Bataan. Of course, the worst drawback was very poor maps to guide them in their advances. But then what happened was he got the order that within 72 hours, 3 days, he was to survey the general area, and then he got the conflicting order, but the superimposing order, which superseded the last, to attack at once. And so without any preparation, it was definitely Major General Nara's unit which conducted the final assault that captured the Bataan Peninsula and caused the final American surrender. Now, that was the 9th of April in 1942, when General Edward King signed the surrender document that ended the Battle of Bataan. And then what happened was that Franklin Delano Roosevelt, back in the States, impugned Executive Order 9066, which was wildly popular with the American public. But General Nara, Akira, was a citizen of the United States. And he was delivered news that his pregnant wife, along with 127,000 other U.S. citizens of Japanese ancestry, had their citizenship revoked, as well as all real, and that means real estate, and financial property seized, and all liquid assets frozen, all personal properties impounded by the OAP, the Office of Alien Property, and worse yet, his wife and child died on the train to Manzanar. His wife was pregnant, and she died in labor on the train to Manzanar concentration camp, and that's when he initiated the Bataan Death March. So, for those of you who think that this was just some kind of Japanese madness, there's context to everything, and there are repercussions for everything. Without going into the details of the atrocity itself, there's some background for that, and this is a kind of gradation of Japanese independence. So it's somewhat different from what Americans interpret or experience. It's more of an expendability, and I think that what happened with the Yakuza, because they were used to being outside of society, when the crews were authorized to surrender, to turn into the Americans so that the Americans could see what the emperor had. The majority of them did it, but it's inevitable, probably, that at least one crew decided to mutiny, and in that case they self-immolated, and probably were attempting an escape in the detachable bomber, which they detached from the mainframe, which blew. And then when they crashed in San Antonio in 1945, the results were witnessed in particular by those young Mexican descended or ethnically Mexican witnesses. But after that, when that happened on the 15th, they witnessed as well a recovery operation by the United States military that was from the August 20th through the 25th. So the emphasis, I would say, probably at that time was not very heavy on psyops, because I don't think that there was enough of a population in an area where that was really a concern. And so the government followed up decades later with Paula, because at that point I was becoming a public informant. We only need to look at the date. Now, I sent Peter Moon a credited image, and that is at forblogspot.com, for bpblogspot.com. You know, this is a credited image of that illustrator who had produced the illustration that is of the Beetle bomber, and it's by James Neff in 2003. Now, of course, the times that they came out with this was based on the description by these young, or at the time they were young, but these were older men at that point, and they were beginning to talk about what they had seen. And then by the time that I started becoming a public informant in 2011, then that's when Paolo shows up to these people and begins her campaign to basically reprogram them. There's no other word for it. And you can see that this is July 5th, 2010, when it was posted, her interview. Now, my mother died in 2011, but I was on her death before she was dead. I was talking quite publicly, and I had been on Coast to Coast several times before she died. So we're talking about 2008, 2009. You can find interviews of me on Coast to Coast AM. So this was when she was dispatched to visit these people to do some damage control and start them in the direction of extraterrestrializing what they had witnessed. So the point to be made in all of this is that I went into greater depth on the Joyce Riley show about it, and that was one of the first things I ever talked about. And hopefully that shit is still there where it's linked, and hopefully it plays, and hopefully, because I didn't bother to try and listen to it myself, but I will provide that link to Jameson Reese, and perhaps he can test run it for us by going on mute, and then he can tell us whether or not it's actually working. So let's get that to him in the private messages.
You know what's interesting about this San Antonio crash? I'm looking at where San Antonio is on the map,
mm-hmm.
and it's not far from Roswell.
Yes.
But the craft would have been headed towards Area 51.
Yes.
And I don't know what the winds are like because I haven't really lived in Arizona. And it would seem that the winds must blow
hard
eastwardly,
yeah.
and in the direction of Roswell, because you said they were doing stuff over the Four Corners, which is to the north, yeah. and to the west.
Yes.
I don't know what the quote unquote Kuroshio current effect is, what the wind currents are around this area.
Oh, they wouldn't be from the Kuroshio at all. At that point, it would be.
I was just making a metaphor.
Okay, yeah, it would definitely be the California current, and oh shit, they're saying URL not found. Fuck, it might have been scrubbed. Oh shit.
Yeah, they scrubbed you, man. I can't get the audio from. There's no. When you click on the links that have your name, it says like URL not found.
Oh shit. Oh god. See if you can find an interview by myself with Joyce Riley on that subject, and that will be helpful. Of course, you'd have to look up under Roswell would be the hashtag word rather than San Antonio. But I know I spoke with her mostly on the San Antonio crash. The problem is most of the details were fresh in my mind at that time, so I'm hoping we can find that. So do conduct a thorough search for that.
Isn't that what you just sent me?
I just sent that to Jameson, but I sent it to you earlier. So
yeah. Well, if I try that link, because I haven't gone there,
yeah.
try to go there.
Okay.
Let me see.
Okay. Now there's a truthpress wordpress.com, and you click on that, nothing even pops up.
Now this says End Time Talk Radio.
Yeah.
Here's Douglas Dietrich.
Oh.
Power Hour, 2 hours. Interesting on Roswell.
So it was Joyce Riley, the Power Hour, Douglas Dietrich. The interview was conducted what year? 2011? 2011,
Yes.
the year of my mother's death. So it was in December. If people can find that, if anyone...
Yeah, okay, it says not found.
Oh, shit.
Not found. Server on Archives 211. This is a job for John Warrington.
Good idea. Yes.
Douglas, I found a site called Truth Press WordPress. I was able to finally get it. They at least have you. They have what you're saying. So it seems like they whoever did this, they documented what you were saying. So I'll send you a link of this.
You mean a transcript? That might be the Pearl Harbor thing that our man Mr. Moon has already found, but do send it just in case to both Peter Moon and myself, and then he can ascertain immediately if that's the transcript he has already found. Let me ask him. Can you locate Joyce Riley, the Power Hour, and Riley Power Hour interview with me on Roswell. Okay, how do I do this? Oh God, this is so frustrating living in a technological age. And honestly,
it's frustrating is the fact that the endless attempts where they scrub you.
Yes.
That's what's frustrating.
Yes, of course.
And again, that's evidence that what you're saying is obviously the truth, because nobody's going to scrub bullshit.
Thank you. Oh yes, our lady Maria Michaela Grigorich says you will not find it on Google. Okay.
You know what? It's okay because it's not going to stop you.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you.
I mean, it's unfortunate, but this is not going to stop you. This is just a distraction.
Yes, thank you. And let's see if I'm turning this on. Joyce Riley interviews Douglas Dietrich. Okay, and this is 70 years at Pearl Harbor. This is probably what our man Peter Moon has already seen. So there we are, and you can see the stupid shit she said. What at 6? Wait a minute, 16? You were in the military at 16? You know, this is so fucking. This is the kind of shit I deal with.
Well, wait. That's a reasonable question from their perspective.
Oh my God.
It's a reasonable question. They're saying 16. It doesn't make any sense to them, and this is coming out of left field. I mean, you got to expect that.
I guess. But that's more like the days of my dad when he ran away from home, and you could join the military just like that, you know. And so let's thank you for reminding me of such things, Peter. Yes, true enough. So let's see what Jameson has dug up here. Yeah. So both Maria Michaela Grigorich and Jameson Reese have found a transcript that was written on the Pearl Harbor interview with Joyce Riley. It's I hopefully somebody did the same with the Roswell interview. I was told that they had, but
this is one that I found. This is correct.
Yeah.
This is one of them that I used. I found another one that might have had the same stuff. I think it had, I think it was identical. It was just rendered differently in different type.
I'm looking at some of these pictures. I don't mean to get off track here, but I'm looking at some of the pictures where I type, because I did a DuckDuck search of 1945 craft crash, New Mexico, and some of the images are just so bullshit. It's like, even if you wanted to believe in aliens, you wouldn't even click on those. That's how the bullshit is, man.
Yes, thank you.
I mean, god damn.
Yeah, that's pretty pathetic. And
I mean, it's just like it's like super cheesy stuff. It's not even like interesting.
but you'll notice that one of the things that you do see in the link that we have, where they say interesting on Roswell, and they've got those links that have been scrubbed. You'll notice that they have kind of synopsis where they emphasize that World War II was a race war in which the Asians were perceived as enemy aliens and certainly considered less than human. So what you have is a situation where they, this is set up for what we have happening with the spa shootings. And
the thing is, the mindset that the mindset that white America has of Asian Americans is evident in and of itself, of the fact that the Japanese, the Americans saw the Japanese as things. They didn't see them as human. They dehumanized them, so that even that further adds weight to what you present.
Yes, thank you. And what I'll now do is forward this to. I'm surprised I didn't forward this to anyone else. I guess I'll forward this to Selena. So
what I see them doing in trying to bring black people into the fold of this UFO bullshit is an act of desperation, because they realize that if they realize that people see how they objectify, and how that adds weight to the fact that Roswell was definitely the Japanese.
Yeah. And thank you. And I think the people are finally ready for that explanation who are younger and have their head on their shoulders.
Yeah, I believe so, because those younger folks who are more progressive and aren't indoctrinated with that old sludge, they'll be like, yeah, that makes perfect sense.
Yes, thank you. And and the fact that all of this happened during wartime, and that the first thing that comes up in people's minds is aliens as opposed to the enemy. Oh my God!
I know, it's like almost intuitive. It was almost intuitive for me to think that maybe this was some kind of weapons of war or something, because it just doesn't make any sense. It's like if aliens had all this time to visit, why the fuck are they going to crash now? Oh, one, why are they going to crash? Are they so desperate? Are they so desperate to give humans peace that they're willing to sacrifice their spaceships and crash into the desert to say, guys, you have to stop fighting. This is bad. I mean,
yes. But you'll notice the way it's spun by Paulo Harris when she's interviewing these Mexican men is to basically spin it by saying, you can see the aliens were already interested in us before the bombs were dropped. But of course, the bombs were already dropped, before August 15th. And it was on August 15th was the Nagasaki bomb, I believe. And this was, of course, the day that the Americans sued for peace. So, like Peter Moon said, it could have been the winds and lightning combined, or something like, he didn't say lightning, I did, but the point is that it might not have been a mutiny, it might have been something else. It could have been on its way to Roswell to rendezvous with the other craft, but obviously it did not make it. The end result was that separate crash. But this was something that I was bringing up on Coast to Coast AM, and that's when she was sent to basically push these people into the headset of the extraterrestrial paradigm. So that's something, of course, that I cannot do, is dispatch agents to act on my behalf and push a paradigm, which is what the system can do. That's why it's the system, and I am the public informant. But as the public informant, I am under attack, and we need to put the attacks against myself in context of the ongoing racial attacks. Basically, We've got a gunman who's killed 8 people, 6 of whom were Asian women at spas in the Atlanta area. We know that the investigation is already irretrievably compromised, and that they're going to do everything they can to steer this away from anti-Asian racism. And that is the horror of what I live with. In my position as an Asian American, I live in a system that, unlike the black community, where they cannot deny the racism anymore, it's just past the point of denial. Then they are instead still denying that it's even happening when it comes to people of my ethnicity being victimized. By the way, Pac-1 Morales, are you with us? I do want to bring him in for something.
No, I was able to find. I'm looking at an article on NPR WNYC. The U.S. reported 3,800 instances of discrimination against Asians in the past year. The actual number could be much higher.
Well, I think that a way to put this into some perspective would be, there's an interview out by Kathy Park Hong, who's the authoress of a work entitled Minor Feelings, which is subtitled An Asian American Reckoning. And what she has already stated was that, this is her words, "I'm already seeing media whitewashing this atrocity, saying it's not racially motivated, taking the words of the police over the stories of the surviving woman." So there you have it. And so this is like Kathy Park Hong, to continue reading what she says, because I think that this is important. She says, a few years ago, David Dow, a Vietnamese doctor, was assaulted and dragged from a United Airlines flight. And the media did not talk about his identity. The story was just about him being a middle-aged man who was dragged out of an airplane. Whereas when she saw that, she said, "I know he would not have been treated that way if he were white." But no one dared to say that. And the reality is, it's far, far worse. Apparently, she doesn't recall what happened to David Dow. And this was the reason I blocked Greg La Liberty for a long time, was because basically what they said immediately after dragging him bodily out of the plane, a Vietnamese MD, a medical doctor, and dragging him bodily by his arms on the floor with his heels literally dragging, was they said he was a child molester. They said, "We dragged him off the plane because he has a history of child predation," which was a complete and total lie. He had no such history. They simply said that, and you can look this up. And they were instantly saying, well, you see, it's okay because he's a pedophile. And so not only did they bodily offend him, then they had to completely slander and defame him. And Greg La Liberty was sending me that shit saying he was a pedophile, and that's why I blocked him, because it was just, you can't argue with that. The whole point was, it turns out there's someone else with a similar name who was a pedophile, and so they simply took that and superimposed it on this individual to conflate the cases so they could have everyone literally attack him. And he received death threats saying they should have killed you. It's a terror. It's a terror. The entire thing is exactly what Asians deal with every day. So this is the reality of our world. By the way, this is the kind of people who assaulted the Capitol are the kind of people who basically buy into this shit. And they've just finally arrested the 2 men who had chemically sprayed that Officer Sicknick, which is, now they're thinking, one of the factors in his death. A comorbidity was that he was sprayed by some substance that 2 other cops were sprayed with, and whatever chemical it was unidentified. So one of the female cops who survived that assault says the skin keeps scaling out of her eyes around her eyes, that the skin is scaling, etc. The burns are extreme. I was going to make a joke with Pac-1 Morales present that what they sprayed on the cops was Flint water, and that's ultimately what killed Officer Sicknick. But
honestly, it might not be that far from it. It sounds like something like glyphosate or something. It sounds like they put Roundup in that shit or something. Seriously.
Yes.
Because glyphosate is a teratogen.
Yes. Yes.
And it'll fuck up your skin. It cause cancer.
Yes. Yes. There we are. Thank you. And so there we have that. I mean, obviously, this is this wave of anti-Asian racism is very different from all previous waves, in the sense that we are in a society that is technically at peace, but we know it's not. We're in the middle of a civil war, a cultural civil war, and the Asian population is caught in the middle of it. Now, of course, I just received a letter of concern from, shall we say, Lena Crane, Lena Shea, and there you go. She's avoiding contacting myself and instead going through other people. This is the maddening reason why I feel compelled to bring her up. This is kind of bullshit I just don't need. People can contact me directly like that. There's no need for them to pull this shit. I sent a copy of the email to our man, Mr. Moon, as well as Selena Khan. And of course, she is involved in the... Yeah.
Well, let me say something, and not excluding her, but, all this, so much of this negative banter that gets directed your way is just a distraction.
Yes.
It's a distraction, and it's just like, we're going to move forward. We've got some information to uncover, and if you say things, and inevitably you're going to say things that people don't like or agree with, and that's just the way it is. If you watch somebody on TV that you kind of like, inevitably they're going to say things that you don't agree with because they're a different person. What's important is that they deliver something that goes somewhere, and this is what we have to do here. We're going to deliver this message about World War II,
yes,
and which is really not directed at anybody except, embarrass some dead people who should be embarrassed, who should have been embarrassed while they were alive, such as FDR. It's just one example, and a smattering of others. But and then we go to the Aquino book, and then to the German book, and it's like we're moving forward here. So much of this other stuff is the banter is just not good. It's not productive. We don't need to pay too much attention to it because it's not that powerful. It's there to distract you. On the other hand, what you were saying about the Asian prejudice, this is a very important issue. It's a very important issue. I'm trying to sort of fathom what is, the white supremacist stuff is obviously very present. Now, I would say, when you talk about the black community, they're hyper vigilant about such a subject. Understandably so. Asians, I think, are going to become more so. This is what the Tongs are about in San Francisco. Yes. They were originally there to protect immigrants, to protect Asians from extreme prejudice and violence. It's what they were there for. And it of course encourages a criminal element to defend oneself from criminal elements that sometimes manifest through politics. And then you have political connections between those tongs and the government. I mean, those are going to be pretty hidden connections. So when we get down to it, it all goes back to my favorite spot in San Francisco, Spofford Alley. I mean, that's symbolic of, if not direct conduit to the, quote unquote criminal protective element in the Chinese community.
Yes, well, definitely. I'm so glad to have traversed that little alleyway with Peter and Paula, and that, of course, was an experience that I'm glad she remembers fondly, even though Peter doesn't know which Douglas she's actually referring to.
Oh no, I didn't tell you this, but she said and I'll tell the audience this. She says, I miss Douglas, and she said, I didn't tell you this. She said he's good company.
Okay. Oh.
Now, this is a woman who can be very gracious, and she can also be fussy.
Yes.
About who she meets. She can be fussy because she's very simpatico, and if people aren't simpatico, she can be easily offended.
Yes.
I have to be careful sometimes how I say things.
Yes.
But yeah, so she thought you were good company.
Thank you. That's deeply appreciated, and of course, very heartwarming. And she's certainly good company as well. Definitely. Well, now that we've gotten to this point in the conversation, I don't think Pac One is with us now. He's probably fallen asleep, and I think that Jameson has taken off for the moment. He'll be back, of course. But Peter Moon and I are alone together on the stage right now. And just as Peter says, it really doesn't matter that we've got that we're missing that audio record, but it's hopefully someone can find it at some point.
Anybody can find it. James Warrington,
John Warrington, yeah,
John Warrington.
Hopefully, yes, and we'll definitely find out through him. In the meantime, what I'll do later tonight through Arc of Narrative is I will go into the China situation, and that certainly there's a lot going on, and I'll cover a number of aspects of the geopolitics of it, and that won't be too much trouble. But in terms of while we have Peter with us, I welcome him to speak about anything else that has come up on his mind. Certainly, he's been very hard at work. I've seen the results of his labors. Certainly, he was able to track down the incident of the submarine shelling in Goleta, California. All I might do is add some background to that, and he might find that totally unnecessary to add because, as he says, it may be just over padding in that case, but I defer always to his professionalism in general. So he and I will be consulting for a bit. Certainly,
I'm gonna share something with you about the California coast.
Yeah.
That I did not know.
Yeah.
And of course, as a young person, I've had occasion to go all up and down the California coast. It's a very interesting coastline, and one of the things about it, though, the water is very cold.
Yes.
When you get north of Santa Barbara, it becomes unswimmable.
Yes.
However, I'm mystified at. I once went out in Avila Beach, which is not far from Pismo Beach, and in 30, I swear it must have been 30 degrees. I went out there, no wetsuit. It was cold. You go back out, and also one time I went out to Pismo, almost damn drowned at Pismo Beach. It's cold. I didn't go anywhere with a wetsuit. I was very stupid. I went out because I said I want to go out where the waves are. I'm gonna body surf these things.
Oh God!
I finally get out to the waves, and there's some big ones out there.
Yes.
And all of a sudden I realized, I said, shoot, I can't stand up out here, and I'm over my head. Shit, I'm in trouble. And that was scary. And you were way out there. I got back, but man, I learned a lesson. you you think you know what you're doing. But cold. Now, what I didn't know, and I was talking to actually a couple of old people I knew from grade school. One of them was a very close friend. He told me that he went up on a boat, and he says once you get north of Santa Barbara, and it's just cold. But what he also said is once you get north of Morro Bay, there's no place to go in and dock. Now, Morro Bay, we're talking about till you get up to Santa Cruz, or Santa Cruz or Monterey. There's just no place to dock. You can't just go in and stop at a pier. If you go in, you're going to be crashing on rocks or worse.
Right.
It's like, and I never really realized this because they were taking a sailboat, and they had some problems. They had some problems, and they got to where they were going, and it cost the guy a pretty penny to fix the boat. I think they had a sailboat, but they had to use the motor, and it's also a very wicked winds that blow off the current of California, particularly when you get north of Santa Barbara. Santa Barbara is a beautiful, idyllic climate, and this is why it's so damned expensive. It's just beautiful, and nobody can afford to buy a house there. The way you get a house is you're born into it,
yes,
or you're a movie star, or very rich.
Right.
But in any case, that's the California coast. And this is actually a current that the Japanese came down with the dirigibles.
Yes.
They were coming down the current. I've gone up that coast twice on a ship. And both times it was adventurous. It makes your stomach churn. But in any case, we were talking about the Asian prejudice. So much. I remember a friend of mine. He was a very good friend of mine. He was even my roommate. And I remember when this was in Scientology at the 210 South Fort Harrison Hotel. I remember somebody came up to him. He was a Japanese guy, small guy, came up and told him something, and it was professional, and asked him a question like maybe he was, you're supposed to be somewhere, and I remember the guy went off a ways out of earshot, and he just goes, go back to Pearl Harbor. I was really shocked that he said that, go back to Pearl Harbor.
It's God. Yes, it's the kind of crap that how do you describe this sort of thing? It's like most Americans just don't understand it. They don't deal with it, of course, and it's one of those things that is unless you experience it yourself. Unfortunately, this is again part of white privilege, and most Americans don't experience such a thing, so to them it doesn't happen. I've told people before about what happened a couple of years ago when my gang brother's car was spray painted by some white veteran who, because it was Pearl Harbor Day, and they're just targeting an Asian car manufactured in Asia that was owned by Asians because they saw Asians get out of it. And of course, my friends beat the shit out of this guy. And when this was related on Facebook, this one Romanian Facebook friend at the time, poor guy had his own issues, but he said something very funny. He said, well, that guy won't be forgetting Pearl Harbor anytime soon. And, by the way, Maria Michaela Grigorich has just found something that hopefully will help us. She says, I found this using Microsoft Edge engine, which is not powered by Google. It's a list of all the past shows of thepowerhour.com. I don't know if that provides links, but I'm giving it to both.
The thing I got from you, and I think it was Jameson, it was It was Jameson. Yes, it was. It went to a dead link. That was the problem. I had the link for the show, and then it went to a dead link.
So
a 404 page.
Yeah, but hopefully this might be different. We'll find out. But we know the date at least. We know the month and the date, and we know the subject, and we know the guest, myself. So we should be able to find it using what Maria Michaela Grigorich gave us. And I will ask our men to check this out. So Jameson is back. I'm going to put this into the telephone conversation. And so let's see if Jameson can find something through this, and he can go on mute and search for what we seek, and then he can ascertain whether it's a working link, and so that will help. And then of course when Peter Moon checks out for the night later, then Jameson will help me hold the stage. And so at any rate, I would just say that at the moment I'm kind of I'm getting ready to talk about China, and I'll say this much. Let me check some incoming. Oh yes, our man Daniel Arola has something to say here. Let's see what he's saying, and I should check into the chat room because many people are saying some wonderful things. Marcus Grix is crying because he can't participate in the screen share, and I wish our listeners could, but hopefully they get enough of the of what we're saying to understand what we're talking about, and because much of what we're looking.
If they want to go back to the screen share, look up 1945 San Antonio UFO crash. If you go onto Google Images or Yahoo Images, you'll pretty much see what we were talking about there. But you haven't missed anything.
Yeah. I was going to say that Peter Moon beat me to it. I was going to say the truth is you're really not missing anything of substance.
You just don't see the precise stuff we're talking about.
Yes, and it's nothing to look at. Believe us, it's nothing to look at. It looks downright stupid. I mean, they're taking what you compare what now. Granted, in all fairness, this is like a police sketch artist who's drawing a composite of an individual based on descriptions. There's only so much you can do. It's amazing what police sketch artists can come up with, and there's been some extraordinarily funny examples where they've you can find them on YouTube, where police sketch artists came up with what you would think would be completely useless, a face that's almost like a stick figure, and yet some of these people have been found. So it's amazing.
Go
on. No.
I was just going to say I paid attention to a few things recently. Mm-hmm. I don't know if I discussed it with you or on the air. Stanley Kubrick. Mm-hmm. Stanley Kubrick was the consummate visual artistic genius. His works were just a visual experience. And in other words, he's somebody, whether you like him or like his work, he had substance. He was just like a visual artist. Whereas somebody like Van Gogh makes these incredible, beautiful paintings that just sort of stand out and speak a language that you don't see in other art. The other artist who struck me when I was in the Smithsonian was what's his name? Monet. Yeah. I never heard of Monet. And I saw so many Monets that day that I said, wow, this guy, he's an impressionist painter. He struck me, and perhaps it was because I saw so many of his paintings. But these paintings, I say Monet. I go, who is this guy? And of course Van Gogh. Didn't see as many Van Goghs, and they also arrested my attention, and they were impressionistic rather than detail. They struck a chord in me more than say a Rembrandt or something, which is just an exquisite piece of detail and lighting and perfection, which have their own messages. Those didn't strike me so much, or those realistic things. It was those impressionist painters.
Yes.
But with Kubrick, he makes a visual experience. And I was reading how there's only, like it said, 3 Cinerama theaters. I was watching a YouTube. Cinerama, of course, was this curved screen they had in the 60s, whereby only certain movies were made in Cinerama, and they were done with like 3 projections. So the screen was kind of curved, and it was like a visual experience. I know I saw Woodstock in one of those Cinerama theaters. I guess it was shot in Cinerama. I don't know. I saw it in a Cinerama theater with a curved screen. I also saw Funny Girl when it came out, which, you know, it's like you saw a whole movie. It puts you into the movie. They will still show 2001: A Space Odyssey in that theater on Sunset Boulevard. I think it's the only one in the United States. But what I'm talking about, we're talking about substance. We're talking about doing something. We're talking about photoshopping stupid UFO. Kubrick was a genius, and he did something. Now, I don't really want to go down this rabbit hole. It's been said that he, faked the moon landing, and that's why they gave him 2000.
Right. And the guy who promoted that, I mean, this bears saying, the guy who promoted that was the guy who works with Guy on television now, who I forget his name. Oh my God.
Was it Jay? Jay Weiner?
Yes, Weiner, yes. And Jay Weiner or Weidner, and that's the fucker who, like, he sat down with me and basically, it was another leech who parasitized off myself at the conference for a meal. I mean, this is everybody at these conferences they were just losers who had no money but always came to me for a meal by sitting down.
They had money to pay the ticket to get in, presumably.
No, because they were guests and they were like, so they didn't even do that.
Oh, because he was a speaker.
He wasn't even a speaker. He was just somehow like a special guest of some sort, somebody. He may have been a speaker, actually, now that I think about it. You're probably right. He was a speaker. Yeah. And, but these people were no better. I mean, than just, most of the time they also had hangers-on who were brought into the conference for free. And, in every case, they were all just, fucking losers who were just leeching off myself. I'm trying to remember now
But I've gone to the conferences I've gone to. I'm used to being paid for as a meal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, nobody got that, so they would leech off me. This is that's so there you have that. Disgusting. I have no pleasant memories with any of this stuff. Dealing with just trying to become a public informant and get the word out. It's been nothing but negative. Experiences with the majority of people in this subculture. It's just awful. And
but Kubrick was somebody some people should try and emulate in terms of his intense professionalism to produce a substantial piece of art. Some of his movies might have been difficult. The Shining was something I never saw or never wanted to see. Clockwork Orange was a difficult movie. I happen to appreciate it because I read the book. But it was a difficult movie because of the subject matter. Was suggestive of a lot of violence, as was the book. But in terms of doing something substantial, it's really. And I also wanted to say, as relates the Montauk movie, I got really inspired watching Kubrick, and I talked to my producer friend who's optioned the movie rights, and all that stuff is still cooking. There's a lot of weird esoteric stuff that has to be weeded through. But I said, I'd just like to sit and watch 2001 with you. I said, how about making a movie of Montauk where it's visual? Because 2001 does not have a word in it till like 20 or 30 minutes into the movie. There's nothing spoken. It's all a visual experience. And of course, I read the book when I saw the movie, so I was never flustered or anything, but it's a visual experience, and I think you can tell a story visually.
Yes.
Be interesting to tell the Roswell story of your story in visual terms.
Yes.
It's very interesting because you could tell a lot visually with just, you know, some of the balloons and stuff. It's interesting to think it's just a visual art form. And here we're talking about visual pieces of crap that are, you know, just pieces of crap. And people loved this. Now, when the Montauk Project first came out, there, and I got the request from Gakuen to translate the book. They wanted to translate the book into Japanese, which they did. And then this movie producer came out, Japanese guy, not connected to the publishing, and he did a documentary on Montauk. He was famous for doing UFOs in Japan. And this guy, he did the documentary, and then he started putting the shadow of an alien at the base. So, is this an alien? You know, like he was kind of like putting it there, you know, because that was his signature. Sort of like Alfred Hitchcock would appear in his movies, and he was, you know, he was manipulating it. Like, you know, here's an alien. Like he should have been on Ancient Aliens. This is what, unfortunately, producers will do. But at least the Japanese were open to it, whereas America didn't want to have anything to do with it. The American public. I mean, we're not going to stand behind this story. We're going to avoid it at all costs. Or do a rundown version of it. But, you know, this is what happens. And certainly, but just the idea of using, you know, Kubrick as a benchmark. I mean, you don't want to emulate him. You want to use him. You know, you want to be inspired by him. You don't want to copy him. I don't even know if it'd be able to copy him. And by the way, Douglas, did you ever see the movie Eyes Wide Shut?
No, I have only seen scenes, but I have an idea of what it's about. But
well, this is the point about the movie. I'm not going to talk about the movie. But what fascinated me about that movie, I'm even told that the colored lights are symbolic. Like there'll be blue lights and red lights. They'll show red lights when they're showing the you know, sort of satanic theme in the movie. They'll show blue lights when they're showing the wholesomeness aspect or trying to live up to virtues that Tom Cruise is breaking his marital vows in the movie, you know, or they'll show the family and they'll show blue, and they're showing the dark element, they'll show red. But what struck me about that movie were the Christmas lights. It takes place during Christmas, and the lights on the Christmas tree. It's just like those lights were so... And it talks about how he used lighting, and there's a special, I think it's called press process or something, whereby he actually gets those lights in the Christmas tree. There's a whole process they put the film through to get them to kind of like emulate light in a way. It's a whole process. It's a whole cinematographic trick. Nobody's going to go to the bother to do that. It's interesting. Just some of the small details one can do with a visual experience. And for whatever reason, those Christmas lights just fascinated me. I'd sit there and I wanted to watch the Christmas lights in the movie. They were more interesting to me. And not to say that the movie wasn't interesting, because it was. But it was like, wow, what was it? It's, and I think that was just, and I'm not a visual person. I mean, I'm a, what do you call it? Cerebral, what's the word? Sentient, auto-sentient, or what is it? What's the word? Clairsentient, sometimes, rather than clairvoyant, where people will visualize or see things. Some people see things, some people hear things. And I can see and hear things, but sometimes I'll see things, it'll just come through the sentience process. So I'm more of a thinker head person, not a visual person like Kubrick, not like my ex-wife, who was an incredibly visual person. And it was, I'd always defer to her for visual stuff, and she'd see stuff. It's neat to talk to people like that. And you obviously must be a visual person because you're an artist.
Right. Yes, very much so visual. Yes. So definitely appreciate you bringing all of that up. Jameson has taken his leave for a few minutes. He'll be back. This is a very restless night for him. Not quite sure what's going on, but
well, yes, I'm steering the conversation into art.
Yes, which is fine, and
it's good. It's good because all this other stuff that all this like negative chatter is not art. How we could transmute prejudice into art is a challenge, and I would say one might defer to movies about prejudice. It's like what's the first movie I ever saw about prejudice was Jackie Robinson's story, which stars Jackie Robinson, the baseball story, and about prejudice. And, it's just like, wow, what's this about? It makes no sense. It's just like you can immediately identify with the idea that prejudice is wrong because it's a human being, it's not fair, et cetera, et cetera. So I sort of, grew up with that reference frame. But I will say that the kids in my neighborhood, certainly many of them, and the kids at school were, had prejudice ingrained into them.
Yes.
And they would say, if you're not allowed to drink after the bell. When the bell would ring, you'd have to go into class. So they say, if you drink after the bell, you're a nigger baby.
Ooh.
This is what.
Oh,
and I'd say, what's wrong with the nigger baby?
There we are.
I'd say they're cute, and they'd say no, because when they grow up, they're going to have big lips.
Ooh, oh, isn't that nice?
This is what, and I'm like sitting there. What? Well, yes, there are certain tribes called Ubangis, that would stretch out their lips.
Yes.
And you would see this exaggerated in the cartoons. In the cartoons, you would see, inevitably, you're watching cartoons, they're going to go into deepest Africa, and they would make the most lampoonish. I mean, we've seen them lampoon the Japanese in this book, but they would lampoon black people to the point of absolute ridiculousness. To the point where, but as a kid, you're not even laughing. You're just saying, you're just watching it. And you can't identify it with anything, but why are they doing this? It's not funny. It's just kind of stupid. This is what I'm thinking.
Yes.
But they were just like taking that, taking those lips and stretching them out and making them like saltwater taffy or something.
Yes.
And that's what, we grew up with in the 1950s and early 60s. And then finally it starts to, Malcolm X,
yes,
Martin Luther King, and you start to have an actual social revolution. And people like my parents and people of their ilk are just sort of like, they're kind of innocent bystanders that really have no reference to the black community whatsoever. No reference to it because they don't deal with it. It's not, as who was that guy? Robert Mueller would say, not in my purview. Not in my purview.
Oh God, that was just so
not
fucking
in
frustrating.
my purview.
Yes.
And consequently, there's just this, they don't, do nothing about nothing. And of course, as far as social injustice is concerned, it's not really a concern of theirs either, because they're just going about their lives and raising their kids.
Yes.
There's no reason for them to get involved in social dynamics of injustice. This is something you see on TV. It's something, that kids might go to protests, be-ins, love-ins, or whatever they were protesting at the time. And, you hear the rhetoric in school, but, who was really, it's almost like a movie going on with events happening here and there, events happening, protests, whatever, laws changing, et cetera, et cetera. But it's not, so as I was saying, is prejudice gets reversed in art. People see stuff. The what was the movie about? What was the guy's name? The famous boxer.
I forget.
Bill wrote a song about it. Hurricane Carter. I didn't see that movie until I was on an airplane. Hurricane.
What a way to catch a film. Of course, if it had been the wrong type of film, say Gidget Surfs to France or something like that, you probably would have considered exiting the plane at 60,000 feet or something.
Lately, I've been playing blackjack on the flights I've done. I play computer blackjack. You know, it just because it's not always easy to find something I want to watch. So if I want to just, you know, sometimes I'll write, sometimes I'll do that. But if I just want to, you know, kill time and occupy my mind, I'll, you know, and you have to create a mindset to win. If you don't have a mindset to win, you won't win. It's just, you're just playing for nothing. But they don't give you free flights or anything if you win. So, but anyway, but the prejudice is, as they say, art. I'm trying to think if I've seen any movies about Asian prejudice. You see TV shows, especially in the 50s and 60s, you'll see old reruns where they'll have prejudicial issues about Asians, even when they, for the most part, didn't have Asians appear in TV. They would have white people playing Asians, like John Wayne, which was, and some of these people are patently ridiculous as Asians. Well, they David Kennedy. And, you know, it's just ridiculous. But in any case, I'm trying to think of a movie where they have shown some issues of such, but it's and I think, you know, actually, your book, our book, could turn into an incredible story of Emperor Hirohito.
Yes.
There's stuff could be done that really, you know, states who he was. Yes. It's not even about honoring him. It's honoring him to the sense that it's portraying him objectively.
Yes. Thank you. Yes.
And to do that would be a very revolutionary thing. And this was something that, you know, if you can move, a director gets moved by something. I saw there were 3 movies that changed my life. Mm-hmm. And I saw them all in one weekend. Uh-huh. And this was in 1981. Mm-hmm. The Christmas, you know, movies come out right before Christmas. Yeah. And I saw 3 movies that changed my life. And the first one, and it all had to do with a theme in science that I knew from Scientology. And I will share that theme. The first movie I saw it on Christmas Eve. I went out right after dinner and or whatever it was, and before the party, and went and saw the movie Taps with George C. Scott, where he played a Patton-esque character. Now, it's very interesting that Tom Cruise, I think that was one of Tom Cruise's first movies. He plays a completely psychotic cadet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He turns psychotic because he ends up...
Actually, that was supposed to be Sean Penn was in that role, I believe, and he was more like they were protesting, of course. The it was what's his name, the guy who played General Patton,
George C. Scott. George C. Scott.
Yeah, they were. They were protesting the fact that the military university was being sold to replace it with condominiums, and they were imbued with the tradition, so they decided to try and protest by holding the school down. And the cadet who was supposed to have gone out of control was Sean Penn, and the other man was supposed to be the idealist. I think that was Tom Cruise, right?
Well, I forget the name of the main character. Was not Sean Penn. He was kind of the sub-star. He was one of the co-stars. Sean Penn had one of the main roles, right. But it was the other guy. I forget his name. He was the main character who
Timothy Hutton. Timothy Hutton. was his name.
Yeah.
He was the hot shit during the day. He was, you know, supposed to be, you know, the joy boy of his day, and you know, nobody knows where he went now. I mean, sad how ephemeral.
Tubbs had a bit part. He was one of the cadets, but the cadets basically took over the school militarily.
Yes.
And the actual military had to come in and take back the school, and it was like, and it was
National
over.
Guard. They called in the National Guard. Yeah.
Yeah, it was over. Just whether this school should continue, and it's kind of really silly when you think about it. But this general created such passion in the cadets that they believed in him as if he were Emperor Hirohito himself, and that they were Japanese subjects.
Right.
And this was not the case. They were military people who really believed in the commandant of the military school. This wasn't even West Point.
Yes.
And it was just like, but the dedication was there. So what the theme, what I got out of this is these kids would not compromise their own reality or what they considered to be their integrity. They would not violate their beliefs. And this impressed me because they weren't going to give up. And I forget how the movie ended, but it wasn't very pleasant.
No, it wasn't pleasant. And you might remember there was like 2 genuine kids, at least, that were in the school for some reason that I forget. That there's like little kids that were actually in the university along with the older kids, the teens. In other words, there were 2 that were prepubescent that were there, and I can't remember what the rationalization for that was. It was, yeah.
Well, people got stuffed out. People got killed, and and the army took it way too far. They should have just, you know, they shouldn't have reacted in the first place. But nevertheless, they did, the National Guard.
Yeah.
And then, you know, the kids took it too far.
Yes.
But what it impressed me is they stuck to their guns.
Yes. Yes.
And this was a theme that I was going through personally at that time. Yeah. And then the next movie I saw was a movie called Ragtime. It was Jimmy Cagney's last movie. And Jimmy Cagney is not anybody I had any great admiration for, although he was a very successful actor for his time. And, you know, he was always playing extreme tough guy roles. Well, he was the police chief in this role. And this was a movie about, it was called Ragtime because it sort of started with, you know, ragtime musicians.
Right.
Explaining how ragtime was when all of their wives were on the rag, having their period, they'd come down into the basement to get away from them, and they'd start making music.
Oh, God.
And this is what's called ragtime music. So one of the, and they were all black people, and the gentleman who was very good, he became like a star. So he became what the white people would consider an uppity Negro. And he demanded his rights. And he demanded he would not face. And he ended up in a standoff with the police force. And Jimmy Cagney comes out to talk to him. And he basically gives his life over his integrity and his reality. And this was boom, boom, boom. I saw that, you know, probably the next day. And then I saw the movie Reds with Warren Beatty. I didn't know what the hell Reds was about. And Reds was, of course, a movie about a guy named Warren Beatty is playing Jack Reed. And Jack Reed had the distinction of being, at least at that time, probably still is, the only American ever to be buried in the Kremlin. And he was a reporter and a writer who basically got involved with the Russian Revolution, and he, was dedicated to, communism and anti-capitalistic, and there was a lot of capitalistic abuses going on there. Jack Reed is a real character,
yes.
And of course,
historical.
Yeah, Warren Beatty. puts a dramatic context, somebody who always fascinated him. And what I think my favorite line in that movie, one as I've always taken with me, is he's in New York and somebody comes up to him, there's Russians that are in New York, and he goes, "Things are very good in Russia. Things are very good in Russia." I often use that line, when somebody talking about something that, and it fits, I go, "Things are very good in Russia." And of course, they weren't. They never would be. But the here again is you have somebody who believed in his ideals, and he soon came to the point where and this is even, he died before Stalin took over, and he already saw that the ideals were being compromised and sacrificed, and they were going down the tubes. This is even before Stalin got there. So it was idealistic, it didn't work, and he was a man who lived his truth. And all of these people, I think, that I saw, they all had questionable endings. They arguably did not, well, they definitely did not make wise decisions as far as their self-preservation went. But to me, I was impressed by the fact that they held to what they deemed to be their own integrity. This was 1981. I then began to employ that principle in my own Scientology life, which was, it's not, and I was just telling Paula, I had a way of, rising to comfortable positions, sort of like the air balloons on the dirigibles. Yes. I would like gravitate up. They put me in their, I say this in quotations, gulag, and which is supposed to be, what do you call it, physical labor when you're not doing your technical stuff to fix yourself, so to speak, with counseling and training. Yeah. I was put on technical work. In other words, I was not doing any physical work except for maybe, doing general cleaning for 45 minutes in the morning. And then I'd be on, it was a cushy job all that time, most of that time. So in other words, I would tend to go to jobs where I was not being sleep deprived or anything. And in fact was often, I was in cushy jobs, and that was just, and this is, the more I look back historically, it's kind of rare. So I wasn't, suffering from PTSD or all these people. And of course, then things got very crazy after I left, even a little bit before I left. But there's a principle in where there's something that Hubbard wrote. He called it the Code of Honor. And he says the Code of Honor is not something you follow like a moral code. He says it's above a moral code. He says you follow this when you can afford to follow it. When you can, it's like, you don't expect. It's like when you're you're really flying high. This is when you should do it. And one of the principles that it says, don't compromise, never compromise your own reality. That was one of them. And do not compromise your own reality. So your own reality, what is your own reality? That's whatever the hell you think it is. If you think, you're seeing UFOs are after you and the men in black are after you, that's your reality.
Yes. It's
not my reality. But in other words, people stick to their own reality.
Yes, they do.
And if you believe in that hard enough, the man in black may manifest for you.
It's true. Yes, we can.
They might manifest. And in my case, I was no longer following other people's rules, and that led me to a very, I guess, what you call as soft as landing as I could possibly have from Scientology. it was like landing in some ways from a UFO, because I was able to land with minimal skirmish, and that is, but the thing is, I also had a very quote unquote nasty habit of, when people would lay stuff on me or try to lay stuff on me, is being able to contradict them with Scientology policies or technology, because my understanding of it was so thorough, or so much more thorough than theirs, that if they say XYZ, I say, well, you know, that's fine, but this is ABC. And they would see that I was right. And that's like, you know, they go into a recoil. At a certain point, it's like you're showing them up. And I had one of my colleagues, it was a bit of a friend. What he had done is he had been around a long time, and he knew the policies so well that he basically got funding for an independent organization by taking money from the books that were sold, because there was a special policy where you know, books generated, you could put them into a book account, and then he was able to finance an independent organization with that. It was dedicated to selling L. Ron Hubbard books. What he was doing was very positive for the church. And then, but the problem was, they thought he was run by the management organization, and the management organization thought he was run by the service organization, which had the bookstore. So basically, he was completely autonomous and independent. And nobody knew he had nobody in charge of him. And he was creating this huge dynamic. He was a real competent guy. And when they discovered, and it was, you know, Miscavige's henchman, who became Miscavige's henchman, who ended up, you know, being completely humiliated by Miscavige. When he found this out, he went ballistic. When they found out that this guy was autonomous, independent, he just, you know, they had to get rid of him. They made things so miserable for him that he left. And in other words, that's, you know, you're outthinking an organization. And this is exactly what we're going to do with, you know, these ne'er-do-well factions we don't even need to name, you know. And we're not even talking about the Temple of Set. We're not even talking about them. You know, these are factions and organizations that would want to be the Temple of Set. You know, they're wannabe Setians. They're not good enough to be in the Setians. And I'm not saying that to compliment the Temple of Set. You know, they've got their own agendas.
Yes. Yes.
So I'm just trying to add some positivity here, some real life experience, and some, you know, artistic approach or attitude with this stuff. It's like, and I've always been autonomous in this business, and this is a great power that I've had, because I don't answer to anybody. I don't say, I just don't answer to anybody. I mean, I have to answer to, you know, my printer. I have to answer to my distributor, and I don't put things in there that are generally cross the line in terms of would make them not want to publish or distribute my book. Right. Not you know, just and people have been very happy to put so much of my work and call it speculation. Yes. Which doesn't upset me. What really tickled me was one time I used to advertise in a publication called the New Age Retailer. I don't know if it's around anymore. They probably have an online version. But I was able to put a very nice ad in that magazine for a reasonable amount of money. And that told all the bookstores, independent bookstores, that, hey, here's this book. Boy, did that work. You know, people see the book. Oh, this looks fantastic. Look at this ad. It looks fantastic. Done by my, you know, award-winning designer wife. Wow, this looks fantastic. Look at the subject matter. Based on the Philadelphia, people order the book. Plus it had word of mouth. Boom, 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 boom. And then that particular magazine, it started getting, the circulation increased, but the response went down. The response went down, and then the bookstores started folding because of Borders Books, you know.
Right.
And so it undermined that. But just, it was like that put me on the map, but it was like, you're independent, nobody tells you, Preston Nichols would say, I'd like to, if you're interested, I'd like to do a book on all the different types of homosexuality.
Did he really? Oh my God,
yeah.
that tells us so much about him.
I said, no. I said, I don't really want to do that. It not only was it not a subject I was interested in, it was a book. It was a subject that would stigmatize me if I wrote. And not being a homosexual, I wouldn't want to be stigmatized that way.
Oh, God.
I suppose I could have put it in his name only and done it. But I will tell you this: one of the distributors, and at one time, I went through many different distributors, and it's not like I lost them. But what would happen is one would rise to the top. And the first distributor I had was New Leaf Distributing. New Leaf Distributing is still in existence today. It was Halim Thompson, a Sufi, who put the thing together, and that was the publisher, distributor for New Age stuff, metaphysical stuff. That was the premier one, and they led the way with me. They were the big distributor. Slowly over the years, they would reduce to almost nothing. May went through reorganization. Now they're just like a pittance right now, but they're still in existence.
Right.
At one point, it transferred to a wholesaler in Berkeley named Book People. Oakland. Now Book People was independent books. You had distributors. You had the big ones, Ingram, Baker and Taylor. There was other books. There was Pacific Pipeline, and there was another one in Washington State that I used to use. I don't even remember it. Moving Books, they were called. And these were distributors, and you signed up with them, and if you were lucky, they'd take your book, and if you were lucky, they'd sell a lot of them based upon what business you were generating through radio or whatnot. But Book People was an independent, but it got its core, start. It was doing gay publications. It was a gay distributor.
Yes.
And so and there was a definite market for that. And of course, where would it be but the Bay Area?
Of course.
But it spread out. And Book People was, my biggest distributor for a while. They inherited, and then eventually it would end up at Ingram Books, which is the biggest book distributor in the world.
Ingram, that's an interesting name. So go on about that. And
Ingram Books was a book company you could not get into. Ingram Books was they had something called the Greenlight program where anybody could sign up for that. You basically sign up and say, I have a book, here it is. You send them a copy of the book, and if they sell it, they'll order another one. And you send them another one, and you send them a bill for, $7.18. And it's like you're not making much money on it at all. So
that sounds that sounds exactly like the kind of deal that people get into when they deal with these larger organizations. That it's just awful.
But the good news for me was that, and this is also something, and just talk a little bit about the book business. I would get, and then I would have a policy where if a bookstore wanted to order from me direct, and they order one book, well, they're going to charge full price. they're going to be charged full price. I don't want to be sent. I said, go to the distributor and buy the book. Go. I don't want to be bothered with it, And so I would get from a Barnes and Noble that was just within a mile of my house, literally. The Barnes and Noble office would send me faxes. Or then they started sending me checks. I said, you send the check first. They would send me like 18 checks for $50.95. I said, they could order it from Ingram Books for like, a fraction of the cost.
Right.
Because you're not going to sit there and they're sending check after check after check. And it's like, okay, just, and finally what they would do is order from Ingram in enough volume that Ingram says, yes, we want you as a publisher, right. Which was a great step up in the world of publishing. Yeah. David Childress had been around longer than me. Uh-huh. Never could get into Ingram until he signed up with SCB Distributors. SCB Distributors, Aaron Silverman, very good businessman. Yeah. Aaron Silverman distributes all over the world, or all over the United States. And when I went to my first book fair, he was the only one, and I had this beautiful book. I mean, it was beautiful. People look at it and they, the art on it was great, done by my wife. It's fantastic. Oh God, this is neat. Look, oh, wow. It was like magic. It was such a calling card. I mean, this is when I gave it right to the head of the OTO. I gave one to Cameron. All these people got books. It was very, it was like a calling card. It was like magic, that whole book. So anyway, I went to, Aaron was the only one who didn't like the book. The only one who didn't like the book. Who had anything negative to say about it. He goes, this looks like Dungeons and Dragons. I said, no, this has its own thing. I said, this book it's going to sell. It's just got its own genre. He says, well, if it's about time travel, it's got to say time travel on the side. You should have time travel on the side so people see it. No, it's about time travel. And basically what he would do, and this is one of the formulas that Childress works off of, is that he'll do a book and Aaron will, and he became Aaron's best publisher, the most prolific, successful publisher. And he would take those books. He had such a big distribution network that David's books would get into like every bookstore across America, practically. You might one book here, one book there, one book there, one book there. Now that's a lot of volume. So David might do 3,000 copies of a book. 1,000 to 1,500 might go to all these bookstores, just one copy. And they're going to sell and they're going to pay for it. It's just boom. And then he's going to sell the rest of them through his catalog, which is a very big catalog, very successful catalog, which is always included in my books as well. We've been friends since my first day in business. We became friends. And so anyway, he gets that book out there and then he does another book and another book. And so it's like, if you want to work with Aaron, it's every 6 months. You have to have a book. And David will often have several. And sometimes he'd do reprints of old books that were in public domain, 1,000 copies. Okay, good. He'd distribute a few and sell some. And so it's just like this. What he's dealing with is numbers. It's not about quality. I mean, the books have to be of some quality or he's not going to do them. But Childress's interest topics was very good. It was good, diverse titles. And when he went on Ancient Aliens, he says, he always told me that TV never worked for books. It doesn't increase book sales. Mm-hmm. Well, with Ancient Aliens, that changed for him. Mm-hmm. He really did well for him. and he's been very successful in business. And he'd be successful without Ancient Aliens. He would be.
Okay.
But he did very well with that. And I just haven't talked to him in a long time, but he's been a very nice guy. Although sometimes authors would be very pissed off at him. But they didn't understand the book business. That was the problem. They didn't understand the book business. And it's the book business is not real nice to authors. Because, unless you're Bill Clinton and you do a book.
He said that was the favorite part of his presidency. When he was asked about what did you like most about being president, he said it was the book signings afterwards and, going around meeting people. And I guess it was now that he wasn't under any pressure of responsibility. This was, he was in his element without any sense of, having to apologize or looking over his shoulder. And I was just thinking it goes to show you that Hillary Clinton did run our country for the 2 terms that he was president.
Bill is a people person in his own way. He's good with people.
That's what he lives for. Yes, I mean.
Yeah, and my psychic friend went to see him when he appeared, and when people come through, one of the longest lasting bookstores in Long Island is the Huntington Book Review, in Huntington. Huntington is the town that my ex-wife's from. It's the only thing wrong with it's a very kind of quaint town. It's a nice town. But the only thing wrong with it's kind of out of the way. It's not by a highway, so it's like, oh, okay, I gotta drive,
what was that town that motherfucker lived in, Robert Anton Wilson? Because I remember there was this one woman who was acting quite the bitch because I was exposing Robert Anton Wilson. And, he happened to live in her little California town, and she thought that he was, the shit. And he was presenting himself as like an ally of woman because he was into witchcraft and shit. It was, it's just...
Well, he lived in Santa Cruz. He lived in New Jersey.
Yeah.
I don't know where he ended up.
He wound up in some bumfuck little, like, wealthy white California town, that was, everybody could pretend that they were not pretentious, but the reality was, of course, it was exclusive. So it's definitely, one of those things that, again, that I have to deal with. I'm exposing this man as basically Robert Anton Wilson took his middle name from Anton Zandor LaVey. He was very much a rabid Satanist, and he promoted a anti-Nazi propaganda campaign via his stupid Illuminati trilogy that portrayed the National Socialists as trying to raise the anti-gods, which are, of course, the entire purview of the Americans and their entire allegiance to the agents of entropy. So this is the kind of challenge that we're dealing with. All of that is not even reflective of what the National Socialists were struggling for, which was
certainly the next book. That's the Aquino book. Once we get past the the Presidio scandal, and it just the second half of the book dives into the Lovecraft stuff. And it's actually going to do a great service. And for the audience, I had said, as I was rereading this book this morning, and because I'm proofing it and correcting it, and what the most moved I was in reading it, with the great service that Douglas has done for humanity in bringing this to the forefront is to bring back talking about the genocidal mania of not only the high command of the American military, but President Roosevelt himself. And particularly as it was vociferated by Admiral Halsey, the mission is to kill Japs, more Japs, and to exterminate every one of them off the face of the earth. And it's just, and there's continual references, historical references. This is of genocidal mission, and this is not the only genocide. I mean, there's also stuff about the Spanish flu and the genocidal agenda of Woodrow Wilson in World War I. But you have this just insanity that actually makes the My Lai massacre, which was a horrible, horrible thing, yes. it makes it look almost tame.
Yes, in comparison, yes.
Because the My Lai massacre, you have a bunch of soldiers that are, killing people in villages. And I can only say, I knew a soldier who was in Vietnam, and he told me that he had his gun, probably an automatic, or I don't know. I'm not a gun person, but this Chinese guy comes up, or not Chinese, Vietnamese guy comes up to him, and he's kind of smiling at him, and he's kind of got his hands behind him, and he just wipes him out. He just shoots him to death because I don't know if he had a grenade in his hand, but he positioned himself like he had a grenade in his hand. I don't remember the story, if he actually had a grenade in his hand or not. But this guy's coming up smiling at him, and he just boom, boom, boom. You don't sit around and ask questions and wait to say, hey, you guys, is that a grenade you got in your hand? Boom, boom, boom. Right. So you can imagine, first of all, these people are programmed to kill, and they have an enemy. And it's not good to be in that situation. But when you think of these people like FDR and Woodrow Wilson who are looking at empire, and in the case of FDR, wanting to maintain his opium trade, this is like massive genocide. And it makes the lone soldier or the lone group, it just makes them pale in comparison, because they're doing an isolated act of killing, as opposed to killing a whole tribe, a whole race, a whole whatever. And this was the mindset: we can kill better than you. And it goes totally back to, as Douglas has mentioned before, and is in the book, E. Doc Smith, the chemist and science fiction writer, who has in his book, The Lensman series, he's got two galaxies colliding. And one galaxy is good and one galaxy is evil. And the galaxy of good is going to exterminate the evil parts, because the evil is just evil to the core. Their genetics are evil. So it's just, this is a mindset that was manifested. It was a manifest, we can argue maybe he picked it up from the ecosphere of the time and was just reflecting what was already out there as a writer, as a creative writer. But certainly,
that certainly, of course, is I think not the case. Rather, it was, you might say that to an extent, but really he helped to mold it. He was definitely the father of the times in many ways. It's hard to really overestimate his influence on humanity, in the sense that he impacted the Americans to do what they did, and what the Asians had to do in self-defense. I'll tell you something very strange before I start in on talking very directly about China and the Asian issue back here at home. I'll tell you that when I looked up our man, the racist communist writer Jack London, when I was just looking him up the other day, because Amalia Willard, who's a Facebook friend of mine, happened to say something that I, for some reason, just felt the need to put my 2 cents in. And she was going on about vaccines, and she really does not like vaccines. And she is someone who pretty much, and she was saying something about, that basically she said all pharmaceutical companies have criminal records. And of course, this one man responded with a haha and said, says the girl who never got polio. And so I joined in too, because she's a friend of mine, not to assail the man who said what he said, but I did point out that pharmaceutical companies like Merck, the people who produce the Merck manual, which is like the textbook of how to do medicine in America, is the Merck manual. Everybody, when they're prescribing meds, they check the Merck manual to find out that whether or not what they're doing is okay or acceptable. That was the old standard. And it was Merck who was producing biological weapons for America at Fort Dietrich in Maryland throughout World War II, which was, of course, the entire purpose was to eradicate all of the Asian races on Earth. They didn't give a shit if there was Chinese or Vietnamese. They would just take out everyone along with the Japs and just walk in, afterwards to repopulate, pretty much as Jack London had articulated. And the only reason they didn't was because the Japanese beat them to it. When the Americans said they were going to take this war and end the Japanese race on Earth, believe them. They meant what they said, in the same way that Adolf Hitler said he was going to finish the Jews in Europe. That's exactly what the Americans meant to do in Asia. And Americans...
Douglas, this is very important.
Yeah.
It's very important because when somebody says something to you like that,
yeah,
you have to take them seriously.
Yes.
Then why did they say it?
Yeah.
Why did they say it? It applies to you as well with these people that have not done nice things to you, and then they want to call you back into the fold.
Yes. Yes.
It's like, they're when somebody tells you who they are, recognize that that's who they are, and they're not going to change. That's who they are. So what you're saying is when they announced this to the world, they're basically saying, they were saying we're going to kill Japs and more Japs and more Japs. And of course, that was later vociferated by Admiral Halsey, but they said it in Jack London's story.
Yeah.
Why would you publish that story?
And here's something else interesting. I can tell everyone for a fact that was published in 1910 in Collier's magazine. And when I looked it up, because I was, going to address this fact with Amelia Willard's post, and I ultimately did. I entered several entries in there because she came back to speak about vaccines and her not trusting them, and I did let her know. Yes, there's no American soldier who's been known to have been killed by an enemy biological weapon on the field of battle, even though some were exposed to such as prisoners of war. It's not like the Americans ever encountered a known case where an enemy had deployed biological weapons that had taken out American troops on the field, but certainly many hundreds of thousands of American troops have been taken out by American vaccines. And so there's no denying vaccines can be dangerous. It's just, I was certainly emphasizing to her that it's, however, like firearms. It's a neutral tool. The vaccine itself is neutral. It can be abused like a firearm, and when it is abused like a firearm, it can be a weapon of mass murder. And so when I was looking up Jack London so I could put a PDF, a link into some of my comments, I noticed that they said in Wikipedia, they did not say it was Collier's magazine that published it. They said it was McClure's. Now, I know it was Collier's specifically because we had a copy at the Presidio Military Base Library.
No question it was Collier's. There's no question about it.
Thank you.
Unless McClure's bought the rights and published it.
Yeah, and that's what Wikipedia was claiming, is that it was published in the year 1910. And I'm wondering, that makes it even more extraordinary that if it was both Collier's and McClure's that published it in the same year, that means they both somehow, and I know that there were, these magazines back, for people who don't get it, it's like rival broadcasting companies like ABC and NBC showing the same movie. It's like something that's not supposed to happen.
No, and that could just be somebody who wrote the entry who's
just an idiot, or trying to hide it, intentionally trying to hide the reality so people might look it up and not find it. This is yeah. But that goes to show you, again, the dangers of using Wikipedia as your source of information in particular, but the internet in general, but specifically Wikipedia. So do bear that in mind. And but at any rate, it wouldn't surprise me if it had been published in that other magazine as well. It's like the Americans were pretty much stating this and kind of sharing the idea with the world so that the world would catch on to it, and other European nations in particular would join the Americans in this anti-Asian crusade.
It's also important to point out that Jack London was a reporter in the Far East.
Yes.
And he had gone up and fought, and covered the Russo-Japanese War.
Yes.
So he was like kind of, I think was kind of probably afraid of the Asians.
Yes.
He also spent some time in a Japanese prison camp.
Yes.
Or because,
Which certainly didn't endear him. Yeah. And by the way, they made a film about that. That was a World War II propaganda film showing Jack London in Japanese imprisonment, and of course they have the this almost comical scene where the Japanese commandant is showing him, in Asia, Japan, we're raised since childhood. Here's how we'll conquer the world. he's laying out this plan, how they were gonna overtake the entire world, and it's just Fu Manchu shit. And but this is like the kind of thing the Americans were dealing with when coupled with E. Doc Smith's propaganda that evil can be inherited, that there was a racial gene for evil, then this is what it gave the Americans what they felt was a warrant for genocide. By the way, there is a book called A Warrant for Genocide, which is all about the Judeo-Holocaust, and it's based upon the the Protocol of the Elders of Zion, and it was the book Warrant for Genocide. The title is all about the protocols for the Elders of Zion and how the Russians produced this essentially a forgery to vilify the Jews in Tsarist Russia, but it has ever since taken on the form of what would be called virtual truth. In other words, so many people feel that it describes the actions of the Jewish people or diaspora or minorities worldwide, that for all intents and purposes, even if it's a forgery, it's basically virtual truth. In other words, a kind of alternative fact. And so hence the term warrant for genocide, that if, since they're planning to do all of this evil and harm to other nations to bring the world under their sway, then you need to strike first. So this is basically the warrant for genocide that the Americans and the Western world had against Asia, was based on this kind of thought, a combination of E. Doc Smith and Jack London, that they're inherently evil, and we have the means and the capacity and the will to exterminate them and eradicate them while we can before they outnumber us all. Let's do it. And
this is interesting, because when you bring up the protocols of the Elders of Zion, the most interesting, because I don't like go into something like that and say, well, it's and try and authenticate it or anything, or authenticate the genuineness of what's behind it. I'll pick it apart esoterically, and what's very interesting about it is they frequently use the word in Elders of Protocol, goyim, G-O-Y-I-M, which is a term that Jews actually use, and it's a pejorative term for basically anybody who is a Gentile, not Jewish.
Yes,
and it's used very. It's like, okay, it's like, say, what a Jewish person will refer to a black person as a schwanz. Let's hire a schwanz to do it, hire a schwanz. And schwanz just means black in German or Yiddish.
Yiddish.
So it's a pejorative, but it's not necessarily as harsh as something else, you might refer to a black person as. It's not as harsh, but it's still it's you know, it's surf bait, you know, like they're surf, they're you know, they're sub Hirschwans. Goyim can be used the same way, but it can be used more negatively. They can say, "Oh, it's a goy. That's a goy place. Are you gonna marry a goy girl?"
Yes.
And I never forget, one time one of the people we were working with, and she was actually a very good friend, and the company we did work for was basically a Jewish company. Not everybody there was Jewish, but the people we did were, and they were very nice people, and we got along with them. And then one time I said something. I said something about, oh, I said that's a goyim or a goyim, and I was just joking around. And she looked at me. She goes, "How do you know that word?"
That's so funny. I mean, as if it were some kept secret or something. It's
a word they use among themselves, and it can be used with a great as a great pejorative on somebody. You know, they're a bunch of goys. And on the other hand, you know, I've even seen Jewish people in New York. They're very funny. They can even berate their own, you know, saying, well, "What do you do? Where do you buy this from them? Do you buy it from them over the counter, or do you make a deal in the back of the synagogue?" You know, they will make fun, and the people that say that generally aren't very even, you know, Reformed or Orthodox. They're just very casual Jewish. But the thing is that so the goy can be used in a very, very pejorative way. So when I'm talking about in the protocols, when you see that word, it's done with a lot of, it's a hate speech towards the goy. What's interesting about the goy, the term goyim, is its alliteration, its phonetics are just identical with the golem and the golem. And here we take the golem. The golem is, of course, the antithesis of what in Christian Kabbalah you would call the Christ. The golem is the watered down version. What we have as Christ in the Christian church, generally speaking, is a golem. It's not the true principle. It's a watered down, you know, thing that is meant to control you. But it gets into a very esoteric reference where it's the goyim is something, at least according to one story, that would protect the Jews, but it would get out of it. It would get out of hand and sort of like become like a Frankenstein monster. It was created by man, but was not man. But it's a, you know, so what I'm saying is when they refer to people that are not Jewish as a goyim, they're also referring to humankind as a golem in itself, as a, you know, as sort of a creation of God that is not God. It gets into it. You put it into an esoteric reference frame, and it kind of like, what's really going on in this picture, as opposed to getting into the merits or unmerits of the protocols of elders in Zion and using it as a lever to kill people. And of course, that is what a true golem is. It's like something that's out of hand and is destroying people. So it becomes very symbolic. I'm getting a little esoteric here, and I know you follow me, Douglas. But
oh yeah, certainly I do, and I know Jameson does. And I know the average people should be able to, because the golem it should be well known, and it's an allegory that is, of course, the allegory of the Pandora's box, that thing which you cannot control. It is, as Peter Moon says, of God, a step removed, because it has to be the creation of a rabbi. So a rabbi has to be involved.
Think about it, though. Humanity, when we look at humankind itself, is actually closer to a golem than a golem would be.
Well, yes,
because a golem would be closer to God than a human would be.
Well, one of the things with human beings is they create their own golem. in other words, and Hubbard referred to it as the reactive mind. He called it the reactive mind. So you have this like system of thinking that is out of control, and you're not in control. And when you take back over that system and don't let it dictate you, you're clear. This is one way of defining, not the way he defined it, but that's one way of saying, you're not following the dictates of, you're not out of control. You are not out of control of your own reference frame. So
that's an interesting analogy. Gurdjieff has something similar, where he calls it the law of accidents. The law of accident is that humanity is the regular person is something that everything happens to him. He's not in control. He has all these selves that just move him about, like
accident of birth, the quote unquote accident of birth. And this is why astrologers take your birth time significantly. It's why some people have noble birth, some people don't have noble birth. The astrologer is the same as life itself. What does your birth say about you? Your birth, whether you agree with it or not, your birth basically kind of dictates where and how you're going to grow up, who's going to raise you, where you're going to go to school, where you're going to learn things. And at some point, you're able to catch on to the game and start riding the horse. But up to a certain point, you're handed a bunch of stuff, and you're fed uncertain food, and you grow up in a certain environment. At some point, you're able to influence it, but it takes a long time. So, is it an accident? And this is some stuff. This is why they have, philosophy about karma, this, that, and the other thing. At some point, you're allowed to dictate the game, push the game, but at some point, it's okay. Start here. This is what you're handed. Good luck to you. And so there's a lot of interesting analogies, and all of this comes back to we're talking about prejudice, and a prejudice is a prejudgment. It's a judgment without inspection. It's a judgment with ignorance. It often has fear attached to it, and these are, this is prejudice. And how do you? The only way you can change prejudice is to inform or to punish. Oh, here's a good story on prejudice, Douglas. This is great. My Qigong teacher, Roosevelt Gainey, he got a job with the union as a steel worker. And he explained how he got. He just kind of went up and faked his way, and then he could put these. I don't know how you explain it, but he could put these girders together because he knew his qigong. He could do stuff that a lot of people couldn't do physically, and he got his nephew a job, and his nephew was a big guy. He could have played for the Jets, but he didn't want to. He was faster than these guys. But they used to work up on they helped build some of Fred Trump's buildings back in the day. And he hated the Trumps. He hated it. But he could have told you lots of stories. But anyway, they'd be up working on these big girders, and there were certain white guys that were just, and then now he had to break into the union. They're the only black guys, and this white guy would just start looking at him and calling him names, racial names, So what they would do is they would go over and, basically just beat the shit out of him.
Nice.
And then the guy'd sit there and he'd look, and the guy'd be like punch drunk. And he'd look at him, he'd kind of smile, and he'd still, call him a nigger. He'd still fucking do it. And then they'd come over and punch him some more. And it was a matter of he literally needed to have it punched out of him. Now, this was a complete construction worker, redneck, lunch pail type minded guy. And not everybody needed that. I'm sure most of them would have, okay, I don't want to mess with you, and because this guy was tough. He was so tough. And he told me once, he says, if I go into a room, he says, it doesn't matter who it is. If it's a bunch of martial artists, I'm going to elevate to the alpha male in terms of his physical ability. He was just incredible that way. And so basically, they beat this guy to where he became friendly, it was like, but they literally had to beat him into,
that's pathetic.
Yeah, but it worked. Now, tell me
that's not a good prescription for humanity as a whole, but maybe it is. I mean, maybe that's what we're left with is force majeure.
There were extreme cases, and he had to employ extreme cases. And he told me, and this was just how his life happened at certain times, because he's growing up in Coney Island, which was known as Little Vietnam, and the police were afraid to go in there. It was that bad when he grew up. So basically, and he helped tame it down. He tamed it down because the Chinese came to him. They didn't like the drugs in the park. He had kids, and he wanted it safe for his kids. So he made it safe for the police to come back. But he said that one time when he was working off, I think he was hanging off in some chair or something, and some guy comes up and says, "Where is this guy? Where are you? Who the hell are you? So you're the tough guy, huh?" And he says, "I'm gonna push you right off of here." And he says, "If you do," he said, and I think he just grabbed him. He says, "Well, if you are, do it." He says, "Because I'm taking you with me." The guy left him alone after that.
Oh, of course.
So, and he also did he had this is a good story. He had his aunt came up to him one day and says, my husband's going to sell all the furniture for his crack habit. He's going to sell the living room. So it's his aunt, And so he goes and he says, "Come here, I got to talk to you." And they get in the elevator and he takes him up to the top floor. And everybody kind of looks because they know what it's going to go on it's not too good for the uncle. He takes him up to the top floor and he hangs him over the edge of the building. Oh, now, he's got very strong hands. It's a whole nother story. He can hold him, and he's hanging this guy. He says, "You gonna quit?" "No, I'm not gonna quit. No, I'm not gonna quit." And finally, he's threatening to drop him, and the guy gets so scared. He gets scared out of his life. "I'm gonna quit. I won't do it anymore. I won't do it anymore." He pulls him up, and he said he literally had to scare it out of him. He had to take him to that point of, do or die. And he said after that, he quit his crack habit and he went to church every Sunday. After that, he went to church every Sunday and he was a good citizen. Now, this is not somebody he taught Qigong to, but he said this guy needed it. He needed extreme. Now, he would go around and he says, I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to do that stuff to you people. He says, you don't pay me enough to do that. I'm not going to force you to do this work. You have to do it on your own. And, but that, in other words, the point of it is you sometimes have to take people to extreme end of the road before they can go, aha, I'm gonna behave. I'm not going to eat sugar anymore. I'm not going to smoke anymore. Whatever the situation they happen to be that's killing them. So it was a teaching of extreme extremities. And, he didn't tell these stories necessarily to first-time students.
Right. Well, I'm sure he wouldn't. I mean, this is something that people would have to, know a bit better before he could cut loose with that. Now, I'm going to check out the time in New York now because I'm actually hoping you can stay and just listen to what I have to say for a while at least. Then I know it's about 1:45 but I'm hoping you can stay.
Retire. What are you going to go into, the Chinese thing?
Yes. So I'd like you to be here to hear me talk about that because I know oftentimes you just don't have time to listen to this sort of thing in terms of replay simply because of, everything is dedicated to the book, understandably. And so because of that, it's good to have you here while I'm saying it. And then, when you check out, just you can put that entry into the text. Actually, just intervene. I mean, just come in and say.
I'll just sign off. I'll go on mute. And
No.
I'll say,
No. I want you to.
Okay, go on mute.
When you're ready to leave, just go ahead.
I'm ready to leave. I'll just.
Just say it. No. I want you to come out and say it. Don't go quietly. Just say, because that'll give you an opportunity to at least provide some perspective of what I'm saying. Does that make sense? On your way out, so to speak.
I feel like I've got about 15 minutes in me.
Yes. Well.
So just start talking, and I'll say goodnight when.
Yeah.
So try and give me a 15-minute version.
I'll start with the international.
Then you can elaborate on it.
Yes, and I'll start with the international scene first, and then I'll get into the more domestic stuff. But hopefully, maybe Peter will be able to fit in just a little bit of replay tomorrow if he can't hear it tonight, because it does deal with what he feels is important, which is, of course, the Asian phenomena that we're contending with. Now I've been building up to this only because I needed Peter Moon to really buy me some time because I was out of it tonight, as can be seen. And I do want people to know that nobody had high expectations about what was going to happen in Alaska with the Americans and the Communist Chinese holding conference. But nobody's playing nice in Alaska. The U.S. Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, and the National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, they will meet the Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi and the high-ranking diplomat Yang Jiechi in Alaska on Thursday. And that, of course, is tomorrow that we are going to find out what goes down. But this is the Biden administration's first in-person meetings with Beijing. And setting the mood for the talks today, the State Department announced sanctions on no less than 24 Chinese officials involved in dismantling Hong Kong's democracy. So the two superpowers have not reached the stage of China and the Soviet Union's relationship after border clashes in 1969, when Soviet Premier Alexei Kosygin had to meet his Chinese counterpart, Zhou Enlai, at the Beijing airport. But the choice of venue, a meeting room in Anchorage in sub-zero fucking temperatures where it's below freezing all day long, indicates that the Sino-American relationships are at a nadir. And the format of the talks is as frozen as the weather outside. 3 3-hour sessions with none of the social mixing that eases discussions, not even a dinner together. And while issues such as climate change are nominally on the table, the odds of significant progress at the Alaska meetings are small. The talks are more likely to be on airing grievances than any exchange of views. The United States could raise concerns about the crackdown in Hong Kong, the abuses in Xinjiang, the tensions in the South China Sea, or Chinese involvement in recent cyber attacks. And one major obstacle for any future Sino-American deal is that there is little American appetite left for believing Beijing's promises, especially on national security. And that is especially the case for Obama administration veterans who felt burned by China's failure to stick to the 2015 hacking agreement. Throw in that the United States has said that it will raise issues on behalf of Canada and Australia, and the prospects for any meaningful cooperation look even poorer. The Biden team is eager to show it's tough on China, despite Republican allegations otherwise, and Blinken is fresh off a trip to shore up Asian alliances. The CHICOM, or Chinese Communist officials, are operating in a political environment where any perceived concession to foreigners can be seized on by domestic enemies to undercut their careers. And while Red China's public tone has been relatively mild in the run-up to the Alaska meetings, including attempts, which are denied by the United States, to frame the meeting as an official strategic dialogue, the American officials have not forgotten months of aggressive rhetoric and anti-American conspiracy theories. Now, lines such as, "The two sides should respect and treat each other as equals, enhance mutual understanding through dialogue, manage and dissolve differences, and bring China-U.S. relations back to the right track," I'm translating from the Chinese here, they ring hollow when they come from spokespeople such as so-called wolf warrior and prolific and offensive tweeter Zhao Lijian. Now, Zhao went on to describe the United States and the Japanese Empire as villains colluding together. And I think that should tell you everything we need to know about what's going down. Now, in terms of national security, the real threat is this so-called sex addiction, this sex addiction cited as spurring the spa shooting, because almost everyone killed was of Asian descent. In terms of the spa shootings themselves, here's what you need to know that I did not know until now. The sheriff's office spokesman, Captain Jay Baker, said 2 people died at the scene, 3 were taken to the hospital, where 2 more died. He later confirmed that the victims were 2 Asian women, a white woman, and a white man, and that a Hispanic man had been critically injured. He's not counted among the 8 who have died. The white woman was someone who the shooter, Robert Aaron Long, asked to get out of the way, and she did not. So he shot her simply to get to the Asian woman behind her. Now, of course, they will tell you we don't yet fully understand the motive of the 21-year-old Robert Aaron Long, who's the cause of this horrific shooting spree at the Asian spas in the state of Georgia. But the outrage has sent a new wave of fear and horror through my minority community, which is already traumatized by attacks and harassment throughout this pandemic. Whether it was from ex-President Donald Trump's slurs about the China virus and Kung Flu, terms which I myself have used, to the stigma inflicted by association with the pathogen first discovered in Wuhan, many Asian Americans confirmed they've had targets on their backs for months. The hate crimes against us are up 150% since COVID-19 reached American shores. Some Asian Americans have been spat on or told to go back home. The basketball star Jeremy Lin was called coronavirus on the court. And in particularly horrific attacks, Asian American seniors have been targeted, leaving some elderly residents of West Coast cities scared to leave their homes. And why so many of them were so afraid when I came to deliver that box the other night that everyone knew I received as a misdelivery, because I mentioned that someone was knocking at my door while I was on transmission. Now, anti-Asian bias is nothing new in this country, though the struggle for equality by African Americans has always been the most dominant story. In 1871, a group of Chinese men were lynched in Los Angeles. Chinese laborers have long faced grave discrimination in America, and the internment of Japanese Americans during World War II is a permanent stain forever on this country's history. The current tide of hate directed toward Asian Americans comes at a moment of racial reckoning triggered by the killing of black men by white police officers, including the late George Floyd, which ignited a global Black Lives Matter movement. And community advocates say the bias facing black and Asian Americans reflects a broader problem of hate and white supremacist ideology in this country. Vivian Tsao, who's a national field directoress for the National Asian Pacific American Women's Forum, has gone on record to say that while the focus is on anti-Asian hate, it all stems from white supremacy and anyone can be a scapegoat at any moment. Now, in 2005, of course, my parents were still alive, But I can tell you that there was one thing that I found out about, that I actually was expedited through my gang brother Beaver to attend. And this was in the first full week of April in 2005, when Insight, which is the only Asian American women's organization on the campus of Princeton, gathered for a weekly dinner meeting. And what happened was my gang brother Beaver used some connections to enable myself to attend. Now, I was considered just a friend of a friend, and they all thought that I was a girl. I went in drag, and the conversation at that time turned to the prevalence of the Asian fetish in American culture, what white men call yellow fever, which is less than benign. And these ladies discussed the social significance of this obsessive sexual fixation on Asian women in a larger context, including the stereotyped portrayal of Asian women in the media and its relation to the growing mail-order bride industry, which of course involves human trafficking and oftentimes human slavery. Now, what we only found out in the course of that dinner, because it was brought to everyone's attention by incoming guests, was how disgusting this fetish had taken in terms of its form on a nearby college campus. And that was, of course, something that reflected on Princeton, because aside from what happened on the other campus, which I'm not quite sure I'm ready to relate because that might involve the exposure of some people that I really should protect, I can tell you that the dinner at hand on Princeton mainly focused on a graduate student named Michael Lohman, who I can name because he was indicted, and his surname is spelled Lohman. Like Willie Loman, the kind of reminded me of Willie Loman, the salesman from Death of a Salesman. But Michael Lohman confessed to the police just before the dinner, which involved everybody talking about this issue, that he had been silently terrorizing more than 600 Asian women on campus by clipping snippets of their hair, spraying them with his urine, pouring his semen and his urine into their drinks at university dining halls when they weren't looking. And it took 3 fucking years of these repulsive acts before white male investigators ever bothered to arrest him the week before the full week of April in 2005 when I attended this dinner. Because everybody said he's just a nice guy. He's just a good Christian. And he has a sex addiction. And this son of a bitch went on like this for 3 fucking years. When they finally searched his campus apartment, they found stolen underwear, an Asian woman's hair stuffed into mittens that he had been using for sexual self-gratification. It's what he jacked off with, his hands covered in the hair of his victims. Now, the first thing that happened was the police discredited this news as an isolated incident of perversity. But the fact is that there is an overwhelming pattern in which Asian women are targeted for sexual fetishes, harassment, and assaults, even on college campuses. Exemplification in the year 2000. 2 Japanese college women were abducted, raped, videotaped, and told that if they were to tell anybody what had happened, the videotapes would be sent to their fathers. The 3 white assailants admitted targeting Asian women precisely because they had a sexual fetish for quote-unquote submissive Asian woman, but also because they believed that this same submissiveness and cultural shame would prevent the woman from reporting the assaults. In 2002, the North Carolina State University student Lily Wang was stalked and murdered by Richard Borelli Anderson, a white male classmate who was infatuated with her and had admitted to a colleague that he had the yellow fever, which is the term for an Asian fetish. Though it may be difficult to identify the exact origins of violence targeted at Asian women, there's no denying that media portrayal of this minority population has had an effect on building preconceived notions and shaping stereotypes of Asian women as passive, exotic, and more easily dominated. The images of the Japanese geisha girl, the South Asian seductress, and the China doll pervade American culture and add to the misconception of Asian woman. And this has had the predictably destructive results. Exemplar Gratier in 2002, Jennifer Lynn Gossett and Sarah Byrne conducted a content analysis study of 31 pornographic websites that advertised scenes depicting specifically the rape and torture and snuff murder of women, and found that over half of the sites used depictions of Asian women as the rape victim. Not only are Asian women disproportionately targeted in all sex crimes, but they are also the least likely to report such incidents. Now, sex crimes are already grossly underreported, with only an estimated 26% of rape victims ever coming forward. But the percentage of Asian women who do so is even lower, at the absolute maximum of 8%. Now, police are claiming that they hope that Asian women will come forward about the harassment in the Princeton incident. This is what they expressed at the time that we confronted them, one of their representatives, at that dinner. However, all the statistics tell us that it's not likely, because what they will face is not only what happened to the ladies at the spa, where all the racial elements are discarded. And even though it's important not to lose sight of the 100+ victims at Princeton, all of us have stories that we hear about, know about, or have lived through. It's important for us to go beyond simply being outraged at such incidents and make certain we do something concrete, particularly in a way that establishes a support structure for victims. So we need to be victim-centered in our approach, focusing on building community support for victims. Part of the reason why Asian women are not likely to come forward about their victimization in sex crimes is that many Asian cultures put the blame for such crimes on the woman. They feel a sense of shame for having been the target of such attacks and feel that they might have done something wrong to invite the attack. It is these ideas and this culture that we must fight and abolish. The stigmatization of rape victims must end. And it may be easy to disregard the widespread existence of an Asian fetish as an annoying but essentially benign phenomenon that does not need to be taken seriously. But fuck the Princeton episode. As the spa shootings demonstrate, we need to be aware of the violent and perverse forms it can take and its serious and ultimate ramifications. Consider the false claims targeting the wife of the police officer Derek Chauvin, charged in George Floyd's death, because she's Asian. And amid the reports that the wife of the white officer charged with murder in the death of George Floyd filed for divorce, false social media posts emerged claiming her brother was among the officers involved in the arrest. There was a Facebook post that I have a screenshot of claiming that Derek Chauvin's wife, Kelly Chauvin, was the sister of an Asian officer captured on video standing by as the 46-year-old black man cried out for help, saying, "The plot thickens." But Kelly Chauvin is not the sister of Tao Thao, one of the officers on the scene who was a passive assistant in that murder. Tao Thao is not Miss Chauvin's brother. And Amanda Mason Secula, the divorce lawyer of Kelly Chauvin, has stated, "I would greatly appreciate help putting that rumor to rest. Her family has been harassed and threatened and has received letter bombs based on multiple incorrect reports." This is where the white supremacists have the nigger by the balls. All they have to do is tell blacks some lie like that, and black people are sending letter bombs to Asians. Black people can be as stupid as they are portrayed by whites. Kelly Chauvin, who competed for the title of Miss Minnesota in 2018, with the hope of becoming the first Hmong winner because she's a Hmong tribeswoman, the very tribe that was devastated by the Choctaw, does have a brother, but it's not Thao. Her brother is a police officer in St. Paul and not involved in any aspect of Floyd's death. But the entire black community is out to kill her and her family. Yes, both Kelly Chauvin and Thao are Asian. Kelly Chauvin was born in Laos in 1974. Her family fled to Thailand in 1977 following the war. And posts making this false claim that have spread across Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube, with a rumor swirling in Minneapolis' Hmong community. These widely shared posts included side-by-side photos of Thao Chauvin and Kelly Chauvin. Derek Chauvin has been charged with third-degree murder and second-degree manslaughter in the death of George Floyd, which has led to days of protests in the past in these United States and violence. All 4 officers involved in the arrest were fired. And one Instagram post with more than 3,000 likes at the time I took a screenshot said Kelly Chauvin is the wife of Derek Chauvin. Thao is Kelly Chauvin's brother. Now, this kind of false information surrounding Floyd's death has snowballed on social media amid protests calling for justice in the killing of Floyd, who had recently moved to Minneapolis to start a new life for himself. And we already have blacks attacking Asians on the basis of whites feeding them shit, which they swallow like it's chocolate pudding, and go out and do exactly what the whites want them to do, kill the Asians for them. How fucking stupid can you niggers be? Now, charges, as far as I know, were not filed against Thao and the other officers at the scene. Thao was sued in federal court in 2017 for alleged excessive force, trying to be one of the white boys. Lamar Ferguson claimed that in 2014, Thao and his partners stopped him and beat him up while he was on his way to his girlfriend's house. That lawsuit was settled for $25,000. But the backlash to the Asian American wife in the Floyd case reveals the real truth. As more details around the death of George Floyd are revealed, other developments, including that of the ex-officer charged with murder in the case, that he was married to a Hmong American woman, have prompted discussion. It's also led to a spate of hateful online remarks in the Asian American community around interracial relationships. The ex-officer Derek Chauvin was fired the day after Floyd's death and now faces murder and manslaughter charges. And the day after his arrest, months agone by now, his wife Kelly filed for divorce within 24 hours, citing an irretrievable breakdown in the marriage. She also indicated her intention to change her name. Now, the Chauvins' interracial marriage has stirred up strong feelings toward Kelly Chauvin among many, including Asian American men, over her relationship with a white trash piece of shit, including accusations of self-loathing and complicity with white supremacy. And so some on the internet have labeled her a self-hating Asian, whereas others have concluded her marriage was a tool to gain social standing in the U.S., and several social media users on Asian American message boards dominated by men have dubbed her a Lu. That's a slang term used to describe Asian women who are in relationships with white men as a form of white worship. It's spelled L-U. Now, many experts feel the reaction is symptomatic of attitudes that many in the community, especially certain men, have held toward women in interracial relationships, particularly with white men, It's the unfortunate result of a complicated, layered web spun from the historical emasculation of Asian men, and the fetishization of Asian women, and the collision of sexism and racism in America. Sung Yon Choimoro. I think he might even pronounce it Choimoro when he corrected me a few times. The executive director of the nonprofit National Asian Pacific American Women's Forum, told NBC Asian America that by passing judgment on Asian women's interracial relationships without context or details, it essentially removes their independence. And again, forgive me, she's rather mannish, and I deal with a lot of transsexuals, so there's times when I subconsciously call her he. That's unfair of me. She's actually a she. But what she said was, the assumption is that an Asian woman who is married to a white man, she's living some sort of stereotype of a submissive Asian woman who's internalizing racism and wanting to be white or being closer to white or whatever. Just goes with the whole idea that somehow we don't have a right to live our lives the way we want to. Now, little about the Chauvins' marriage has been revealed to the public. Kelly, who came to the United States as a refugee, mentioned a few details in a 2018 interview with the Twin Cities Pioneer Press before becoming the United States of America's Miss Minnesota. She explained she had previously been in an arranged marriage in which she had been forced to endure domestic abuse. She met Chauvin while she was working in the emergency room of Hennepin County Medical Center in Minneapolis. Now, this reminds me of my mother. My late and sainted Cyrus had been married to some Asian man who she never named, and whose sons live in Taiwan and are essentially my half-brothers. Her original family came looking for her when she was older, and for a while we dealt with some of her distant relations, but by the time they reached out to me, she was brain injured and unable to communicate. The tragedy is I have no connection with my half-brothers in Taiwan. One apparently who is some kind of executive and the other who is a Buddhist monk. But she hated her first husband with a passion. And my father seemed the total antithesis. Instead of short and abusive, was very tall and very gentle. Kelly Chauvin is hardly the only Asian woman who has been the target of the kinds of comments I've described. In 2018, the actress Constance Wu, who starred in the movie titled Fresh Off the Boat, she opened up about the anger she received from Asian men, specifically MR Asians, an Asian American play on the term men's rights activists. MR Asians, for having dated a white man. And Wu also starred in the culturally influential Asian American rom-com, the romantic comedy Crazy Rich Asians, which was included in a widely circulated meme that in part attacked the female cast members for relationships with white men. Now, experts have pointed out that the underlying rhetoric isn't confined to message boards or solely the darker corners of the internet. It's rife throughout Asian American communities, and Asian women have long endured judgment and harassment for their relationship choices. So Choimoro mentioned that it's become a sort of locker room talk among many angry men in the racial group of Asian America. It's not just incel Reddit conversations. It's amongst people on a daily basis. And this is, of course, because Asian women want to marry out of the constrictions of that society, and they go towards white men to escape. They find themselves in a different trap completely. There's no winning in this game. The sociologist Nancy Wang Yun, the scholaress focused on Asian American media representation, has pointed out that the origins of such anger have some validity. The roots lie in the emasculation of Asian American men, a practice whose history dates back to the 1800s and early 1900s in what is referred to today as the Bachelor Society. That time period marked some of the first waves of immigration from Asia to America as Chinese workers were recruited to build the Transcontinental Railroad. And one of the preliminary immigrant groups were Filipino slaves, dubbed the Manong generation, which also arrived in that country a few decades later. In our country, that is. In country North America. And while Asian men made their way stateside, women largely remained in Asia. Simultaneously, limits on Asian female immigration were instituted via the Page Act of 1875, which Peter Moon is adding a paragraph or two about in our own book, which banned the importation of women for the purpose of prostitution, meaning they didn't want the Asians to reproduce on our shores. And according to the research published in The Modern American, the legislation was meant to cut off prostitution, but weaponized to keep any Asian woman from entering the country at all, as it granted immigration officers the authority to determine whether a woman was of high moral character, and on all the forms, the white immigration officers would mark Asian women as whores. Moreover, anti-miscegenation laws, legal bans on interracial unions, kept Asian men from ever marrying other races. So it wasn't until 1967, a year after I was fucking born, that the case of Loving versus Virginia, that such legislation was finally declared unconstitutional. My parents married illegally, and they were considered criminals for having given birth to me. And you wonder why I hold all of you in such contempt. Americans have thought of Asian men as emasculated. They're not perceived as virile because there were never any women. And because of immigration laws, there was a whole bachelor society. And so you have all these different kinds of Asian men in the United States who, by law, could not have partners. And as the image of Asian men was once in part the architecture of racist legislation, the sexless, undesirable trope was further confirmed by Hollywood depictions of our race. Even the heartthrob Japanese actor, Sasui Hayakawa, who did experience appeal from white women, was used to show Asian men as sexual threats during a period of rising anti-Japanese sentiment. Now, oftentimes these portrayals of both men and women evolved with war. Exempli gratiae, the sexualization of Asian women on screen was heightened after the Vietnam War due to prostitution and sex trafficking that American military men always took part in. Stanley Kubrick's 1987 film, Full Metal Jacket, infamously perpetuates this stereotype of woman as sexual deviants, with a scene featuring a Vietnamese sex worker exclaiming, "Me so horny," not once. No, Stanley Kubrick, that fucking Jew boy, couldn't do it. Once he had to put it in the movie, twice. Once wasn't good enough for him, and the last, third female in the film was a sniper, who the Americans purposely leave to be eaten by the rats after they cripple her. Fuck Stanley Kubrick the kike, and fuck everything he's done. Asian women were seen as the spoils of war, and Asian men are seen as threats. So always seeing them as either an enemy to be conquered or an enemy to be feared, all that has to do with the stereotypes of Asian men and women that are no better than the exterminatory ideology of World War II. An Asian woman who have possessed so little decision-making power throughout American history. We're neither behind the legislation nor the narratives in the American entertainment industry. And the historical emasculation of Asian men stings to this day. A study from OkCupid found that Asian men are ranked the least desirable among all demographics. Another study found that the majority of its Asian American female respondents reported their attraction from a young age was overwhelmingly to European American Caucasian white boys. Pawan Dhingra, a sociologist and a professor of American Studies at Amherst College, said this is in part due to the fact that Asian American women are not only consumers of Western media that has perpetuated such stereotypes about Asian men while romanticizing the sensitive, masculine white man, they also internalize some cultural baggage from the often patriarchal societies of their heritage. So she's written that it comes from a set of assumptions we internalize ourselves. We see immigrant parents or relationships between men and women in the homeland that might be more traditional gender roles. We assume that it applies to all people of our background, even no matter where they grew up. However, directing anger toward Asian women for their interracial relationships uncovers a host of problematic underlying beliefs. Some of the vitriol stems from erroneous assumptions that because women are seen as more sexually desirable, they are therefore more privileged. Anthony Ocampo, who I know, of course, through the gay community, a sociologist who focuses on race, immigration, and LGBTQ issues, he's bluntly referred to that particular argument as unbelievably stupid. And what he said, to myself, bears quoting. Privilege is the ability to navigate the social world and experience social mobility without your identity hampering your journey. In what world do you see Asian women getting front runners for public office, being tapped to be CEOs of companies, to be considered for leads in Hollywood movies? Sure, Asian men aren't tapped for these opportunities either, but Asian women aren't the problem. White gatekeepers are. Moreover, the idea that Asian women are more privileged ignores the dangerous byproducts of their fetishization. This includes not only the dehumanization of these women, but also the susceptibility to harassment and violence due to the submissive stereotype. From the last time I checked, via the Asian Pacific Institute on Gender-Based Violence, it was reported that over 50%, 55% of Asian women in America report experiencing intimate physical and sexual violence during their lifetime. The range is based on a compilation of studies of disaggregated samples of Asian ethnicities in local communities. The National Sexual Violence Resource Center reports that about 1 in 5 women in America overall have experienced completed or attempted rape during their lifetime. Now, Koimaro, the lady who I kind of manified, she stated that she just hates this whole Olympics of the oppressed, thinking that it's such a short-sighted approach. That, dude, you don't walk out every day worrying about your physical safety. But for women, that's exactly what we worry about when we walk out our door. And I can say we because I'm mistaken for one half the time I'm out there. Just because Asian women don't share the same kinds of challenges as Asian men doesn't mean that they should be held to a different standard or at their struggle within the racial sexual politics of the United States. It isn't any less valid. And there lies a double standard when it comes to Asian women, leading the group to be judged more harshly than even their male peers. It comes down to a uniquely racialized brand of sexism. Being in relationships with other Asian Americans has been seen as a sort of litmus test for how committed one is to the race. Additionally, because of the existing stereotype of Asian woman as submissive, particularly to white men, the sight of an Asian woman in an interracial relationship can trigger the idea that she is perpetuating existing stereotypes. There's a perception that Asian women are reproducing racism toward Asian men and affirming the idea that they're not worth dating. This collision of sexism and racism has made it so that there's a stricter, more unfair dynamic placed on Asian American women. The burden placed on Asian American women to date within their own race also presents another problematic idea that women are still thought of as property. It's just another form of toxic masculinity, as the Asian male expectation that Asian women date Asian men means there be no agency in their dating choices. It's a mentality that has been inherited through our heritages. Even in Korea, where those women who were killed so recently sourced from, as a woman, your value isn't so much as you are marriageable. So many of our cultures have these things very deeply ingrained in the way we value and think about women. Little has changed. Even as many Asian Americans continue to fight for racial justice, some ideas have been slow to evolve. Especially in the progressive circles, they're focused on their oppression as a racial minority that they don't often think about what they're perpetuating as men. And all this undue pressure toward Asian American women to fix the existing structures is not productive in helping mend the reproductive, or rather, the reductive perceptions of Asian men. Simply put, you don't need to subjugate women, including Asian women, to feel sexy. That's just fucking lame. No assumptions should be made about any couple's racial dynamic, particularly if there's no personal connection to that couple. But people also need to push back on the perpetuation of the problematic ideas in society that devalue Asian Americans while upholding whiteness. More people should be demanding more complicated Asian male characters on screen, rather than those who fit some perfectly chiseled IG model aesthetic. And here I'm referencing the carefully curated photos from models on Instagram that some people are naive enough to believe are real, instead of professional. Now, while there's many social reasons for why we value whiteness that are pretty fucked up, Asian Americans themselves should seek to dismantle them and thus get to the point where we have more confidence when people do form interracial relationships, because we actually care about that particular individual as a person. So that brings us again to the topic of sexual fetishization and the exotification of specifically Eastern Asian. That would mean Japan, China, North and South Korea, Taiwan, and Mongolia. Women as they are seen in the West. And of course, by focusing on woman, I have no intention of excluding men or transgender persons from the conversation. And by focusing on Eastern Asian countries, I don't intend to erase the struggles that fetishization and exotification pose for many groups from Southern, Northern, Central, Western, or Southeast Asia, nor those of any other racial backgrounds that are also affected by what's a widespread issue. It's a multi-layered and complex issue that can become confusing as it intersects with other issues of discrimination such as sexism and racism. So I think I'll probably let Peter go to bed. It's 12:30 a.m. in the morning. If he hasn't fallen asleep at the keyboard, best let him
No,
off.
I haven't fallen asleep, but I will add one thing before I go. I've been listening to you, and I just and what you've said inspires me. I mean, I still have your book as priority. I'm going to finish it short shrift. But the whole qigong that I've learned is a female tradition. This was taught down by a female from the Shaolin Temple to her son C.C. Ling, to my teacher Roosevelt Gainey, and it is about empowerment of women, and it's about physical empowerment of women. And this woman could have kicked anybody's ass, and she was humble, from what little I know of her, and it encourages me to teach this, because it's very empowering. It's empowering physically, and when you're empowered physically, you're also empowered mentally and spiritually, and that learning how to breathe properly it extends outward, so that the fear and the circumstances that one is going to precipitate in all of these instances you're talking about is going to change. I will also add, before I go, that I was contacted by my friend Peggy at the Holy House, the Taoist Holy House, and told her I was writing a book on Taiwan, or would be writing a book that would involve Taiwan. Very curious to hear about this, because they are Taiwanese, and I will go back to the house when COVID is over. She invited me back, and these are just my thoughts before I say goodnight. And
I really thank you for that, and I want you to know one more thing I'd like to discuss with you in the near future, and certainly get your feedback. I got really violently physically ill during some of the partying in the lead up to St. Patrick's Day, because I was told that Elliot Page, the Oscar-nominated actress, this cute young thing who's been around for years, turned transgender and declared herself basically neither boy nor girl, essentially, but essentially had her breasts removed. And normally wouldn't have responded so strangely to such a phenomena, but it really brought back all the memories of what I had to part with my son, the girl who became my son, who I would have married otherwise had it not been for her gender dysphoria. So it goes to show how, even for someone like myself, exposed to so much of the world, how something like that can still trigger a memory of intimacy that is still very painful in terms of my parting with.
I think it's painful, not as painful for you, of course, but it's painful for people to see one going through that. It's kind of like a death. And when people relate to that, it's like, I think most of us, if we thought of losing or changing our body parts like that, it would be like a death. I can't put myself in the mindset of somebody like that. I can't do it, because I can't relate to it, other than I can relate to it in ways that aren't, in other words, I don't have what you call a natural sympathy for that.
Understood.
And most people actually don't, and it's an issue that what the rabbit hole I would go down is to understand that and how it all relates. I would go down the rabbit hole of Baphomet, because that is an androgynous archetype, and I would try to understand the androgyny. I think what happens with these people, and I remember the transgender issues of the 60s, where it was much more avant-garde than it is now, and it's almost like this was something trying to express itself. It's like, you can even look at it as the Godhead trying to reconcile or figure, because it was a big social issue. It wasn't just a bunch of crazy people saying we're going to change. I mean, it's about spirit fitting into matter and being able to fit into matter and harmonize with matter. And this is not a harmonious situation. So I would go down the rabbit hole of Baphomet and look at it from that perspective, just to try to understand it. I would also say there's a doctrine in esoteric Christianity, which is a tear, well, it might be physiological too, is that tears occur when the brain does not understand.
Yes.
When it can't understand, it cries. And many of these people, I can't speak for them, but they're grief-stricken, and the brain doesn't understand, it doesn't harmonize, doesn't interface properly, and it's literally it's like a Greek tragedy. People like Freddie Mercury, who just can't, they just can't integrate.
Yes.
They can sing like hell and perform like hell, but it just doesn't work. So yeah, we can explore that.
Well, thank you so much. Love you dearly, and share that love with Paula, of course. And,
Paula, yes.
Paula. Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. Good night and good luck.
Good night and blessed day. So I'm going to count on Jameson to hold the stage for a little bit. What I'm going to try and do is get my voice back from the shouting and go into a more detached explanation that some people have asked for in the emails coming to me now for some definitions of exoticization and fetishization, etc. So I'll go a little bit into explaining some of that without getting textbook on people, but just trying to make this a little more publicly accessible. Yes, again, it was just devastating to myself for reasons I couldn't find really accessible or consciously was able to articulate. To see Elliot Page, who I've always adored as this little girl character, suddenly say that she feels whole after having her breasts removed. And I don't believe that Ji is actually presenting herself as a boy, though I noticed some people are referencing her as he. So it could be that he is now reclassifying himself as a boy. So that is something that impacted me in terms of bringing back all the memories of what I went through that I've suppressed in terms of losing the young lady who I would have married had it not been for her gender dysphoria and ultimately her sexual reassignment surgery, or her sexual affirmation surgery, which enabled her to have a far better life than I could ever have given her. Of course, I still have some people who are ignorant of how it is that I managed to get access to these escorts at these various parties, etc. Do remember that my blood is desired by her husband for the sake of transfusions because of the nanoplasma that has reproduced itself within my body for many years by now, decades at this point. So it's stable, the technology. Of course, it's probably based on my genetics, which are not baseline human. And nevertheless, my blood and my sperm is sought for that reason. And the end result is I'm paid in exchange with these very expensive escorts. And certainly the life has its privileges. Otherwise, I'm allowed access to the blood boys. Again, I've promised to put up some images in the near future. I've put up images of one before who had basically garnished himself, so to speak, before I could feed, which is, of course, what I prefer and obviously very thoughtful. And these are people that I deeply love and care about. And they are people who obviously help my health and have helped me regain much of my health that I had lost over over a decade in which I took care of my parents. As a matter of fact, throughout my life, my 30 years of three major careers, first with the Department of Defense and then with private security enforcement and then with care provision. Certainly now I'm in my fourth career and we're entering a fifth with Peter Moon and the book itself. I thank you all for your tolerance of my outburst and understand the context in which I say what I say, but the point must be made. With that, Jameson Reese, are you with us? see if he responds. I assume that he might be on mute. I don't believe I received any notice he was leaving. So let's see if we can bring him on. Or Pac 1 Morales, if he's with us. So, whomever is here. By the way, I do hope that people can hear myself. If no one comes to relieve me, I'll just go on until someone shows up. So I do need some feedback that I am audible. And let's check the live stream. And there we are. We have Daniel Arola saying it was Maria Gregorich mentioned that the female version of that goyim was Shiksa, and it was Hmong people. This is Daniel Arola speaking in the chat. It was Hmong people that starred in the movie with Clint Eastwood named Gran Torino. I enjoyed it that I watched it again. Manong is a word from the Filipino Ilocano dialect that means big brother. And perhaps the beginning of the new white man's world is by the time when Asians, blacks, and Arabs are the ruling power. Then they do what they do better at, follow orders like soldiers, basically. Yes, Maria said, good night, everyone. God bless you, Maria. Love you dearly. Chris Collins says, it would be great to see Childress respond favorably to the Roswell deception. Sarah joined us for a while in the account of Bill Lyons. God bless you. I don't see Sarah Shields anymore too much, but hopefully she'll come back more in the future. I pray she's all right. Should check in with her once in a while. So, with that, Bill Lyons says, yes, we can hear you. Oh, thank you. That's Sarah. God bless you, Sarah. Mwah. Love you, honey. Well, let's see if Jameson Reese can hear me. Hey, Jameson, are you there? Pac 1 Morales, is anyone with us? Or should I have to continue for a while at least? Well, while you may have heard of the concept of an Asian fetish, or informally known as yellow fever, which itself is a pun on the disease that afflicted many white men around the time of the colonialization of Asia, you might not have ever understood what this exactly means or the problems that it poses for most, if not all, women of Asian descent. You might even find yourself as a non-Asian person, presumably, who is interested in or passionate about Asian cultures, worried that you might be guilty of having one. Now, while a person with an Asian fetish might also have the same interests in pursuing or learning about Asian cultures, such as the language, the food, its traditions, and befriending its people, I want to emphasize that the terms Asian fetish and exotification are predominantly used to describe a romantic or sexual attraction that is almost exclusively directed toward Asian people. In addition, the mere fact that you are here to learn more about this subject is a high indication that you probably don't. To begin, let's start by defining some of the vocabulary. What is Asian fetish? An Asian fetish is most commonly ascribed to a Caucasian or white-skinned cisgender, that means somebody who's heterosexual and identifies as nothing else, males who have the tendency to serial date or pursue almost exclusively Asian women. Now today, however, the spectrum can refer to any non-Asian person who preferentially dates or has a sexual preference for Asian women. As for the term exotification or exoticization, as defined by many online dictionaries, is the act of romanticizing elements or something or someone that is foreign to oneself. Moreover, people who exoticize have the tendency to glamorize and portray this thing or person as unusual. So what is exotification, and how is it different from exoticization? Well, exotification describes the process in which exoticization is taken a step further, where it is applied to people. It describes the occurrence where a group is treated as inherently different, alluring, and strange based on the stereotypes attributed to them as a result of their appearance and how they fall outside of the cultural norm. In this case, and many cases, the norm being where white people and white culture are placed at the center. Now, this occurrence is not exclusive to race, as its second most frequent occurrence is with people with disabilities. The concept of exotification becomes further complicated when directed at or applied to women of color, because by linking sexism and racism together, it causes people to objectify and glamorize these women based on their sex, gender identity, and race. I'm getting a message from Gigi, who sent a Griffey Happy St. Patrick's Day. That is cute. Okay, so let me see if I can type a message here and figure if I can get a response from this individual, which says he is away. This guy may have knocked himself off of line. Okay, let's see. There. So let's see. If he is here. And with that, let's check in with Pack 1 for a second. And certainly appreciate everyone being with us. Okay. Okay, and of course, let's check in with Derek Talley. Oh, that's nice. She sent a nice little jiffy here, and that as well. Okay, well, she's up way too late, and so let's check in with the last card in the deck. All right. Okay. And let's try George Knight as well. And with that, I will have reached out to pretty much everybody who could provide myself a break. And we'll get back into the lessons, so to speak. Now, in terms of when we're dealing with... oh, there we are. Somebody's on. Is that Jameson?
Yeah, my connection just came back. My connection was off.
Oh my God.
It shut off.
Oh my God. Oh, when did this happen?
This happened while you were conversing
with Peter?
No. This was when you were oh, Peter's not here anymore. I noticed that.
He went
this
to
was
bed,
around
yes.
yeah. This had to have been like within the time period where you were telling Peter to listen. The last thing I heard, you were talking about the you had mentioned how Chinese women were being sent back, and Asian men weren't breeding with. They didn't have anyone to
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. And it was around that point that everything just cut out.
Holy shit! Holy shit!
Yeah.
Oh my God!
I have no idea what happened. So we thought it was the box. My mom tried to reset the box. It wasn't coming on at all.
Oh my God. Well, I'm glad you're back with us. I'm certain we all are. I especially appreciate it because I do need a break. Are you going to be able to hold the stage for me for a bit? I'm going to.
So you were still able to continue broadcasting?
Yes.
Oh,
yes,
okay. So,
we were riding on your call, but your call never stopped. Your call.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. The call never stopped.
Yes.
Wow. All right. Yeah. I can break you, man.
Oh, thank you so much. So, everyone, do clarify to Jameson that you can hear him, and what he's going to do is attempt to hold the stage for a while. I'm going to leave the stage to him for about 10 to 15 minutes. 15 minutes, let's be realistic. It's going to be around 15 minutes before I'm really set to come back. I'm going to finish some getting some calories in myself, refresh myself, and then return. So Jameson, oh my God, I'm so sorry you missed some of the things I was saying, but you can catch up on replay. And thank God we were not cut off. And fortunately, whatever happened or whatever they did to you didn't affect the call per se. And
I don't know. They might be doing work on the lines out here. It
yeah,
doesn't
that
seem
makes
like
sense. That makes sense.
it doesn't seem like the weather is particularly windy to the point where things would be knocked down or anything.
Right, but one of the things that I will ask of you is to check into the chat room, make certain that people can hear you, and just hold the stage. And I'm sure people can hear you, but let's make certain everybody. We need to know if you can hear Jameson, and I'm certain they can.
Yeah, the line says I'm audible.
Yes,
Thanks,
I
Bill.
can hear him. Thank you. By the way, that's Sarah. Bill, that's Sarah's using her husband's
sorry.
account. Yeah.
Thanks, Sarah.
Yes, and there we are. She says, yes, we can hear you. Love you too, Douglas. I used to be obsessed with Hong Kong cinema. I wished that I could have swapped bodies with an Asian woman. Gong Li is so beautiful and a talented actress. Most recently, the TV series Warrior, based on Bruce Lee's writings. Wonderful. Thank you so much, Sarah. You're an angel. Adore you. And, of course, adore Daniel. I hope he hasn't gone to bed just yet. But, of course, it's not as late in Texas as it is on the East Coast. We kept Peter Moon up quite late. Now, he was quite loquacious. He waxed loquacious tonight. But, of course, I had asked him. Sarah Lyons says, all good. And, yes, I had asked Peter to hold for me because, of course, I was so unprepared tonight and just so wiped. I've, of course, recovered my wind, as people must have noticed by now. But I'll need to recover my voice. So let me do just that, refresh myself, and it's all yours, son. Thank you so much, Jameson. Love you dearly, and we're glad to have you back.
Glad to be back, folks. All right, now for a little bit of doom casting. How microbes in permafrost can trigger a massive carbon bomb. Genomics studies are helping to reveal how bacteria and archaea influence one of the Earth's largest carbon stores as it begins to thaw. This is from nature.com. In May, as the temperatures in northern Sweden begin to creep to several degrees above freezing, scientists will once again descend on the squelchy peat of Stordelinmyr. They'll tread across sagging wood boardwalks, past clusters of clear plexiglass boxes placed among the cotton grass. Once every 3 hours during the Myers' short growing season, the lids on the boxes will close, allowing them to fill with methane, a powerful greenhouse gas, seeping from the soil beneath. After 15 minutes, the gas will get sucked through a labyrinth of tubes into a nearby trailer for analysis. Meanwhile, the scientists have a messier job. They will push metal cores into the squishy mud and pull out samples to take back to the laboratory. There they will study the microorganisms producing the methane by sequencing their genes. Although there are other efforts to study the microbes that dwell in permafrost, this project is known as isogeny. It is one of the largest and longest running field studies of its kind. We put together measurements in geochemistry and microbial ecology, two things that are in completely different areas, to find out something new, said Scott Seleska, an ecologist at the University of Arizona in Tucson and co-founder of the project. Several decades ago, Stordelinmyr was covered in permafrost, but today, thanks to rising global temperatures, most of it has degraded into a patchwork of bogs and grassy wetlands, leaving behind raised mounds known as palsas, in which permafrost remains partially insulated by dry peat. As the palsas continue to thaw, scientists are eager to document changes to the microbial communities within. Now, that increase in methane and carbon for you folks out there is something that can possibly do us in, for us humans in the surface world at least. No telling what else will die off or will thrive, who knows. For most of human history, permafrost has been Earth's largest terrestrial carbon sink, trapping plant and animal material in its frozen layers for centuries. It's quite ironic that we actually dig up the shit that should be trapped in there to get oil and other things that power us, which go, well, self-explanatory. It currently stores about 1,600 billion tons of carbon, more than twice the amount in the atmosphere today. But thanks to rising temperatures, permafrost is fracturing and disappearing, leaving behind dramatic changes in the landscape. See, the big thaw. Scientists can track the loss of permafrost using satellite data. The active layer, the soil that thaws and refreezes seasonally, deepened by an average of 2.5 centimeters across the northern hemisphere during 2007 to 2016, compared with the previous decade. For about 5% of the area, the active layer has deepened by more than 30 centimeters. The deepening active layer destabilizes the landscape and makes more carbon available to microbes in the soil. And I guess this in turn also triggers methane. Scientists are becoming increasingly worried that the thaw will lead to an epic feast for bacteria and archaea that produce carbon dioxide and methane. And although climate models have long accounted for the carbon emitting capacity of the Arctic permafrost and Arctic lakes, the microbial activity within has largely been treated as a black box, changing in sync with the physical properties of the ecosystem, including temperature and moisture. That's a problem, says Carmody McCallie, a biogeochemist at Rochester Institute of Technology in New York. How the fuck did I screw that one up? If your model doesn't get the mechanism right, it's probably not going to do a great job of making predictions, she says. As scientists look more closely at the organisms living in these environments, the findings are beginning to bubble up. The identity of the dominant microbes in transitional permafrost settings can make a difference to the types of greenhouse gas emitted, for example. The depths of Arctic lakes could be more sensitive to climate change than expected, owing to types of microbes they host. And the availability of iron and other nutrients in the soil could accelerate greenhouse gas production in some locations. Although there are still some unknowns about how the landscape will change in response to warming, and questions such as the role of viruses in the soil remain largely unanswered, gathering data on microbes is leading to a more holistic view of what's going on. It lets us see under the hood, says Virginia Rich, a microbiologist at the Ohio State University in Columbus, and the other co-founder of Isogeny. In the permafrost system, this is an acutely pressing need because these systems are thawing before our very eyes. Several research projects are investigating the microbes in thawing permafrost. Some, such as the Alaska peatland experiment funded by the U.S. National Science Foundation, NSF, study microbial communities in the environment that are similar to Stordalin's carbon-rich soil. Another big project is the Next Generation Ecosystem Experiment, Arctic, funded by the U.S. Department of Energy. It is investigating the mineral-rich terrain of Alaska's North Slope near Utqiagvik, formerly Barrow. The U.S. Army conducts, I actually want to try to get that word right. Utqiagvik. Okay, Utqiagvik. There we go. The U.S. Army conducts research on how microbial communities shift and change in its permafrost tunnel. A 100 110-meter chamber carved into a frozen hillside near Fairbanks. Other large-scale efforts include the Center for Permafrost at the University of Copenhagen, which conducts metagenomics analysis on soil from various sites in Greenland, Russia, Sweden, and Svalbard. And a joint effort from Russian and U.S. scientists in northeastern Siberia is comparing microbial communities in permafrost samples of different ages, from a few thousand to a few million years old. The researchers have found intact permafrost with cyanobacteria and microalgae that can become active after thawing. So all that old stuff is still around and kicking. Groovy. They'll outlive us. Stortelen Mire is one of the most heavily studied sites in the Arctic, with more than a century of detailed information collected about its temperatures, soil content, and plant communities. Bo Svensson, a microbiologist at Linköping University in Sweden, was one of the first researchers to start taking measurements of methane emitted from the soil in the 1970s. He used buckets and coffee cans to capture the gas, often spending hours in the mires, fending off mosquitoes and black flies with thick tar oil repellent purchased from a local Sami community. Shit, you gotta have fun with that. Back then, there were no facilities or electricity, and Vincent would also have to hike 10 kilometers or more to and from Sweden's Abisko Scientific Research Station with gas-filled syringes and other equipment tucked securely in his pack. Today, as one of Svensson's rusted coffee cans sits among the updated equipment in the mire, a physical reminder of how much the science has progressed, Stortelen Mire has become an international hub, he says. It's a physical position on the leading edge of thaw in the region and has made an attractive research site for scientists interested in climate change. I will have to say that at this point, I think everybody should be interested in climate change because we don't really have a choice anymore. The addition of electricity and an access road built in the 1980s hasn't hurt. In 2010, the launch of ISOGENI project brought a new suite of molecular biology tools to the site, funded by U.S. Department of Energy. The project was spearheaded by Rich, who developed environmental DNA sampling techniques for studying ocean microbes, and Celestka, who created laser-based systems for measuring trace gas concentrations. ISOGENI brought together scientists from a range of disciplines and has amassed a tremendous collection of data over the past decade. Not long ago, scientists would have to culture microbes in the lab to learn much about them, but they have increasingly been sampling and sequencing DNA from environmental samples and using metagenomics to piece together the communities in soils, oceans, lakes, and more. Not only can you identify the species that are present, they can also see which genes are active, providing a powerful picture of the metabolic strategies at work and the relationship between the microbes. That's actually quite brilliant. Rich estimates that her team has assembled 13,000 genomes from microbes living in the site's soils. The community is vast, spanning an entire microbial tree of life. It includes a newly discovered order of methane-emitting archaea and 15,000 soil viruses that are thought to infect the microbes living there. It is a trove that has provided fresh insights into methane production. Methane makers. The first big finding came in 2014 when the team showed that the various landscape features in the mire have distinct microbial communities that churn out methane at different rates. In partially thawed muddy bogs, for example, most of the microbes present produce methane through a process called hydrogenotrophic methanogenesis, in which they consume carbon dioxide and hydrogen. But in fully thawed fens, the microbial community becomes more complex, and microbes move in that produce methane through a process called acetoclastic methanogenesis, in which acetate and carbon dioxide are used to produce methane. Rich says this is important because the two processes respond differently to environmental conditions, such as temperature and pH. The finding was a wake-up call for the scientists because it means that areas of the mire in later stages of thaw could be producing more or less methane depending on the environmental conditions, which is important to incorporate into models when extrapolating into the future. So it's not really all doom and gloom yet, folks, which is a good thing. What we showed in our paper is that the kind of methane produced varied a lot from one place to another, depending on the amount of thaw and who was there, said Seleska. That was a really huge step, says Patrick Krill, a biogeochemist at Stockholm University and an isogeny collaborator. Now we could see a link between the landscape and the biochemical signal that was coming out, and that's because of the omics. The fact that they were able to put the pieces together from microbes to climate models was really cool, said Ted Schur, an ecosystem ecologist at Northern Arizona University in Flagstaff. Into the depths. Next, the team turned its attention to the Arctic lakes. According to Ruth Varner, a biogeochemist at the University of New Hampshire. I have to get used to saying that. Biogeochemist. I really got to get used to reading that. University of New Hampshire in Durham, and an isogeny collaborator. Current efforts to forecast climate change pay little attention to how the various regions in a lake might emit methane differently. It has long been assumed that shallow waters, which heat up faster during the warm months, produce more methane than do the depths. But this had never been tested. Using metagenomics and measurements of gas emissions from two lakes in Stordelin, Mire, Varner and her colleagues have found that this long-held assumption might need to be revised. In work that has yet to be peer-reviewed, they show that microbial communities in the deeper parts of the lakes contain more methane-producing microbes than do those in shallow regions. They are also more sensitive to increasing temperatures. This means a slight rise in temperature could result in a disproportionate release of methane from the middle of the lake. Varner warns that if global temperatures continue to rise, we think there'll be more methane coming out than we would expect, which indicates to me that our numbers are a lot more conservative than previously thought. Last September, Varner and Rich announced their next undertaking, a project called EMERGE, which stands for Emergent Ecosystems Response to Change. The venture, backed by $12.5 million from the NSF, gathers 33 researchers across 15 disciplines to continue the metagenomics work that isogeny began. That's not a lot of money at all when you think about when you put into proportion the actual importance of the research in comparison to what countries and governments spend money on and waste money on, that's not a lot at all, which is very concerning. They aim to improve understanding of the evolution of microbes in response to climate change and even the role of viruses. One aspect of the work will look to correlate different microbial communities with landscape features that can be monitored remotely.
By the way, I'll be back soon enough. Just going to grab some more snacks here. Make certain I have enough liquids around me. You seem to be holding quite well. I'll let you get back to that. And when I get back, of course, we'll get back into monologue, and I'll finish up on that particular issue I was talking about exotification and the like, and then I will, do the solicitation. So right now, we can be glad that James and Reese is holding so strong and everything going well, smooth as far as can be ascertained.
Yep.
Excellent. Okay, I'll leave you to it. I'll be right back. Thank you.
All right. One aspect of the coming work will look to correlate different microbial communities with landscape features that can be monitored remotely, such as plants. Making these links should allow the researchers to use satellite technology to map methane-producing microbes across the Arctic. Relating the observations at Stortelen Meyer and a few other research sites around the Arctic to permafrost, carbon stores elsewhere will not be straightforward. The size, variety, and remoteness of these landscapes pose a challenge for scientists. We need to also take into account that we only inhabit a very small swath of the surface that we actually do inhabit, because the rest of it's uninhabitable. So, given that, damn, I don't remember the numbers offhand, but I think we only occupy like a good 35% of the habitable surface, at least habitable for human standards. All right. In fact, it is estimated that almost 1/3 of all Arctic research has been conducted within 50 kilometers of just two sites, Abisko and Toolik Lake in the North Slope. Mark Waldrop, a microbial ecologist at the U.S. Geological Survey in Menlo Park, California, has spent more than a decade studying the Alaskan permafrost and thinks there is a lot of value in learning how the microbiology there works at local and regional scales. But he points out that there are still many unknowns about what will happen to different permafrost habitats as they thaw out across the Arctic. To combat this sampling bias, he is working with NASA to amass the largest pan-Arctic database of permafrost microbe samples. Waldrop is excited about using this database to study undersampled regions in the Arctic. Modeling matters. Another challenge will be understanding how terrestrial environments change when they thaw. Whether a particular location drains and becomes dry and rocky, or gets swamped with water, will have major impacts on the microbial communities and their resulting emissions, according to Waldrop. Janet Jansen, a microbial ecologist at the Pacific Northwest National Laboratory in Richland, Washington, echoes these sentiments and underscores the importance of identifying the unique signatures of the microbial life that inhabits these diverse ecosystems. She thinks knowledge about microorganisms will aid the modeling of future carbon emissions. They are the little factories that are producing these greenhouse gases. And so, of course, we have to understand how that is happening. We can't just be ignorant and say, oh, those gases are somehow being produced. Now, I also have to point out that, more people is more methane coming out of another region. Jansen has been leading a team studying microbial communities on a low-lying, lake-studded region in the North Slope. As the permafrost there freezes and thaws, it cracks and buckles to form geometric formations called ice wedge polygons that are a combination of ice, bog, and lake. This heterogeneous landscape covers about 20% of this region in Alaska. And over the past decade or so, Jansen has been incorporating metagenomic and gas analysis into her work to understand how emissions differ in diverse habitats. In 2015, her metagenomics work led to a new understanding of how microbes can survive for long periods in the nutrient-poor and freezing permafrost conditions. She and her team found genes that encoded proteins involved in iron metabolism, indicating that the microbes use the mineral as an energy source to survive in harsh conditions. The discovery shed light on a mechanism that later proved to be a predominant survival strategy for microbes in the permafrost. And last December, researchers at the Abisko Research Station showed that as microbes thaw and awaken, the presence of iron in the soil could actually hasten the release of carbon dioxide. Going forward, Jansen is interested in studying the viruses that infect many of these soil microbes.
In fact, that's kind of a strong word. It's like that would imply that the soils are sick, right? Isn't that an odd choice of words? Don't they mean like
I think they might be referring to the macrophage viruses, because most of the viruses are macrophages, and they wind up eating bacteria by injecting their injecting their viral material into the bacteria until it bursts full of other viruses. So I guess that's what they mean by infect.
You could have taken the option of talking about how unrealistic that Robert Anton Wilson's books were, and that it was or something of that nature, that maybe people would have found something a bit more, how would I say it, engaging, but
a little less heady.
Yes. Is Derek Talley with us?
No.
Oh, geez, I
No.
called him. He said he got home. Let's see if he's maybe he's on. I'll tell him I'll call now. He's probably in the shower if he just got home. At any rate, he can jump on. I'll let him know. You can jump on call. Jump on then with any on call anytime you wish. Anytime you wish. Okay, there we are. So let's see how that turns out. So let's occupy ourselves till he shows up.
All right. So what I could say about Robert Anton Wilson's Illuminatus trilogy is that I found it funny because I thought that he was writing it as humor.
He basically said it was satire. The problem is, you do know that the problem is everybody takes it seriously, or rather, too many people take it seriously. Who shouldn't.
Fucking anyone take it seriously? Oh my gosh!
Thank you.
Even me being someone who, even before I was exposed to you, I read this like, oh my god, almost like a decade ago. Well over a decade ago by now. I just found the book funny.
Right.
It didn't have anything of real interest. I figured everything he was writing was meant to be like a sort of comedy routine, and so that's how I read it.
Yeah, and that's how it should be read, if read at all. Personally, I would do what Daniel Arola did, which is burn his copy.
Give me a second here. Okay. Yeah, it's this headset, the volume button. All right. The thing is, like, everything I've read of his is written that way. So it's like impossible to take anything he writes seriously.
Yeah, thank you. And unfortunately, people do. And that really was his intent, because it's basically a work of propaganda, and his propagandization against the Germans via the Bavarian Illuminati is the whole purpose of what he does. This is what he was paid by the likes of Michael Aquino to do. And so there we have that. And the very fact that he took the very first name of Anton Zandor LaVey as his middle name, because he was not born with the middle name of Anton, it shows you which direction he's coming from in service of Satan as he understood him. But really in service of the anti-gods. Many of these people are lost, and they have no idea what they're serving. And this is part of that.
Yes, that's a good point. Most of the people who do claim to, connect to these entities don't understand what they're connecting to at all. Nor do they understand what the human role in the ecosystem is.
Thank you. By the way, I'm going mute simply because I'm chewing this candy bar, which I'm sure certain people have ascertained by now. So I don't want to choke myself. I'm going to leave the stage to Jameson. I'm here. I'm listening. But stage is his till I finish this up and get some more calories in me where I feel confident to go throughout the night. Okay. So all yours, son.
All right. Well, yeah, if we're... I'll probably stick with this train of thought then, since it's of more interest than the geo stuff. But the thing is,
not to mention, there's also the option of where you left off, where you basically said this is what the whites are counting on at the time that we were talking about what we were talking about, which was, I think you were there when I was speaking about how the black community was looking at all these stupid memes the whites.
Yes. That's precisely what they're counting on. And in that, a lot of the blacks are being played off and used as house Negroes, whether they want to believe it or not. And they're playing right into the white man's chains, which is completely absurd. But fuck there, and all right, well, you can't ask me to explain them because I don't understand people at all. So whether they're black, white, whatever, I couldn't explain anything, unless they're an occultist, of course, because that's about the only thing I really do understand.
And the president of Tanzania has just died, and he was interesting in that he was anti-vaccine because he was basically saying it came from the whites, and the whites have no desire in helping Africa because Africa's so rich. They just want Africa's riches without the people. And so he said if they really wanted to help us with vaccines, they would have come to help us with AIDS. And so he had some very interesting points, and he just recently died, but I understand he might have been missing before he died. It's very strange, so if you could follow up on that and find out what the deal was with the missing Tanzanian president, the president who died, who they called Bulldozer because he loved big mega projects, which the Chinese helped to finance these big infrastructure projects.
Yes, I have the article here. Tanzania's populist president, John Magufuli, has died at age 61. Should I just read the article, or yeah?
Well, that's young. That's an awfully young age to die, even for an African. So,
are you? Is that young?
I think that's young. Yeah, maybe it's old to you with
no. Well,
with
actually,
your auto-destructive tendency.
Actually, to me, if you want to know what age is old to me, it's 36.
I knew you'd say something like that. At any rate, yes. Well, understand the rest of us are trying to aim towards 100 at least, So there we have that. I'm sure you wouldn't mind reaching that age as well. But yeah. So what is this about the?
Yeah. Reaching that age would take some major masochism.
I could understand that. Yeah, I could make an argument for my even wanting to live longer. Certainly, Beaver tells me that. When I tell him, "Gee, want to live longer," he would always say, "Why?" Yes, that would be a major rebuttal of his own. But what about the missing president? I mean, see if you can find something about that as well, because I think Tanzania's president was missing and then dead. Or maybe they're different people, but see what you can find, because that's confusing to me. What's going on there? Maybe it's confusing to everybody in Tanzania.
All right. Let's see. Now they're going on. Well, let's go into the history. First elected to presidency in 2015, Magufuli was serving a second 5-year term, won in 2020 elections that the opposition and some rights groups said were neither free nor fair. His main opponent in that race, Tundu Lissu, had to relocate to Belgium after the vote, fearing for his safety. Damn, politics in Africa. Glad to be here. Lissu, who was among the first to raise questions about the whereabouts of Magufuli after he went missing several days, had been shot 16 times in the back in 2017, an attack he blamed on government agents because of his criticism of the president. Magufuli had become so powerful by the start of COVID-19 outbreak that he could deny the existence of a pandemic without incurring the criticism of his predecessor and other prominent people in Tanzania. In early 2021, amid speculation that Magufuli would seek an unconstitutional third term when his mandate expired in 2025, his ruling Chama cha Mapinduzi party was compelled to deny such a thing could happen. John Pombe Magufuli was born in October 29th, 1959, in the rural area of Chato in the country's northwest. The son of a subsistence farmer, he tended to his father's cattle, but was a good student, seeing classroom studies as a way out of poverty. Magufuli earned a bachelor's degree in mathematics and chemistry at the University of Dar es Salaam in 1988.
There you go, kids. Yeah, just learn your math and your chemistry, and you too can become a dictator.
Damn, man. Now I know why those kids were able to focus so much in math class. That's what they were. If only I knew.
That vision, yes.
Damn. Much later in 2009, he earned a doctorate in chemistry from the same university. For years, he was a secondary school teacher and then a chemist with a farmers' cooperative union before entering politics as a lawmaker representing Chato in the National Assembly. The legislative role was a springboard to a career in national politics, and he served in several cabinet positions, notably as the hardworking public works minister nicknamed the Bulldozer in the administration of predecessor Jakaya Kikwete. A reputation as an incorruptible man was widely seen as one reason for his election as the new leader of Chama cha Mapinduzi, the party that had dominated Tanzania since independence, but whose popularity was declining in a large part due to allegations of rampant corruption. Yep, no human seems to be incorruptible. In 2015, the newly elected Magufuli made news on his first day of office. He showed up unannounced in the morning at the Ministry of Finance offices to see how many officials had come to work on time. That week, he also banned unnecessary trips by government officials as an austerity measure. He soon canceled Independence Day celebrations and said that the funds budgeted for the event would be used to improve roads and infrastructure in Dar es Salaam, the commercial capital. Magufuli also fired a number of top government officials in his anti-corruption crusade. It actually doesn't sound like that much of a bad guy at all. That actually seems quite sensible.
Well, there you go. Yeah, he obviously has some sort of common sense. And
he seems like a guy who holds to his own integrity,
there.
which is similar to what Peter was talking about earlier.
Yeah, good point. In a very long-winded fashion.
At least in the early days of his presidency, Magufuli was seen as the leader Tanzania needed. He was widely admired by Tanzanians, but also by others in East Africa who, citing his tough stance against corruption, wished for a leader like him. But very quickly, others saw signs of intolerance as Magufuli cracked down on dissenters and those who criticized his work methods. Nobody is beyond ego. In early 2016, Magufuli...
Well, better than that homophobic shit. But go on.
Oh yeah, it's way better than the home. Yeah, it's much better than that. Yeah. He was widely admired by Tanzanians, but also, wait a minute, I lost my point. In early 2016, Magufuli stopped live broadcasts of parliamentary debates in which opposition criticized the government, and in July that year, he banned political rallies. Magufuli's harsh rule was extended to the country's LBGT community. Okay, he's an asshole. With his government preventing aid agencies from supporting same-sex groups to prevent the spread of HIV/AIDS.
So, in other words, he blamed the spread of HIV/AIDS on gays specifically.
And said, yeah, why should they get any medicine? Fuck them.
Ooh. Oh, ouch.
Yeah, he sucks.
Yeah, that's pretty hard. Yeah, and yeah.
Anyhow,
go on.
Amnesty International criticized several bills supported by Magufuli and passed into laws as designed to stifle all forms of dissent and effectively clamp down on the rights to freedom of expression and peaceful assembly. But it was Magafuli's denial of COVID-19 that brought him intense international attention. There we go, another Trump tart. Him, Bolsonaro, fucking whoever the hell else was.
Oh, but by the way,
there.
Brazil just sacked its health minister. So, I guess Bolsonaro's excuse is it's the health minister, and so he fired him. There you go with it over there, and they just passed some outrageous mark in Brazil, like 60,000 cases in a single day.
I would not want to live in Brazil. I would, but then again, with the murders I saw on Brazil, because I happened upon this website called horriblevideos.com, and the amount of ways where people are getting tortured in Brazil, I'm thinking maybe COVID would be like a
mercy.
A mercy, yeah, merciful way out.
Oh my god,
it's horrendous.
What are they doing? What are they doing in Brazil that is so what are they doing? Aside from what I know, which is already bad, I know that all kinds of black people are getting killed all the time by white people in Brazil. But I mean, aside from
Well,
that, and
yeah.
Native Americans.
Everyone's hacking each other to pieces.
Oh my fucking
Like,
god!
because that's just what they do for fun. They just run around with machetes and just rip each other apart.
Under that big statue of Jesus. Under that big statue of Jesus is overlooking them all, and they're doing.
There you go. There you go. That's where the sacrifices are going to. That statue.
There.
So that statue will amass enough blood to one day start walking and, bring about, and that giant Jesus will probably summon Cthulhu, and, well, we all know what happens after that.
Well, I knew someone who had, I saw the meme where I don't know if anyone's seen the big white statue of Jesus, and of course it's white, overlooking Brazil, and somebody in a Photoshop, they put an Uzi in each one of its hands, so it looked like it had two Uzis. Jesus was,
that's very apropos.
Yes.
That's very apropos for Brazil, man.
Yes. And there you go. It's Brazil is and they've made movies of this where it's just nonstop violence. It's God. I can't imagine living there. You're right. I mean, between.
One of the good things that did come out of Brazil was one of these interesting fighting styles called capoeira, which is supposed to be
capoeira. Yes. Oh, go on. Yes.
Yeah, there's actually a pretty cool manga about that called Batuk, I think.
Wonderful. If you can provide me a link, I would deeply appreciate it. And yes, so capoeira is magnificent. It's a black martial art, and there you have that developed in Brazil, and kind of an indigenous martial art as well. But it's definitely very unique, and they do all kinds of things that you would consider humanly impossible. They weld straight razors with their toes. They put, to basically when they get really serious. But at any rate, yeah. So
yeah, the mangas are a pretty fun read. And you'll also enjoy the fact that they have these sort of like pornographic ads. If you're into like the whole hentai thing, I'm not really into animated things. I prefer real flesh, but
yeah, same here actually. I'm always interested in pornography in general. As the things would be interesting just to see that on the side. I doubt I would see anything particularly new or shocking, but you never know.
Oh, I saw something new and shocking to me. Yeah, let me just, warning for those who are interested in gore, but go on to horriblevideos.com. Well, actually, this wasn't from horriblevideos.com. This was from, this was on the Reddit site, the iBlek. The Reddit forum. They had one that showed, supposedly, okay, it's a thing.
Is this something is this something that is fit for human consumption at all? What is it you're going to bring up?
Well, you'll be surprised what kind of fetishes people have.
Well, is this something you could type out in the box before I decide whether we or not we mention that to the public?
Yeah. It's hopefully it doesn't make you throw up your food.
No, let's wait a while then. In terms of that, you can bring it up later, some other time, maybe when I haven't eaten, as you said. It's at any rate.
It's not something. It's not a question of. It's not gross like as a food thing. It's just kind of gross that people would think about doing it.
Well, obviously it's something we don't need to bring it up right now.
Okay.
It's something that it might be fitting. Yeah. I mean, certain times we go into a role and then we go that direction, and that's okay. I mean, because I don't care really. I mean, it's one of those things where people have heard everything on this program, and many people tune in for just that dark flavor. There is a dark flavor, obviously. to the Dietrichonic narrative are it's just because that's what I've emerged out of. I've emerged out of this very dark background. So, yeah, but not quite sure I'm in the mood for it just right at this moment. That's all. There's other times that it was simply a question of timing, and it's kind of like you know.
Yeah, you read what I wrote to you, right?
Oh, I didn't see it. Did you write something in the private messages or?
Yeah.
Oh,
Private
okay.
messages.
I'm not quite sure I want to look at it. Oh, there we are. Oh, delightful. Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
there we are.
yeah.
Actually, I'm not surprised that such a fetish
No,
develops in
no,
people. Uh,
it's not surprising at all. I mean, it's right it's right next to things like people who have a fetish for corpses. So, I mean, why the hell not?
um, I guess I'm not quite sure if that's comparable. But
Well, well,
anyhow, that
well,
brings us
actually,
into that brings us into
well,
the subject, which we don't need to go into. By the way, Derek
okay.
Talley, it's weird because he wrote, "I just got home," and then he like disappeared off the mat, like he collapsed or something. It's like I just got home, and then and then he fell
Well,
face down onto the floor or something. What the fuck?
I mean, the
Um,
guy's gotta take a shower and all that other stuff. I
I,
mean,
I suppose.
long day of work. Gotta.
Or either that, or he jumps into the pool and starts punching water. You heard him. I don't know if you heard him the other day when he was talking about that.
Oh
Um,
man, if well, that's actually good training. Yeah.
of course it is. Yes,
He would definitely have a harder punch than I would.
yes, that's right. One would hope with all that work he puts into it. I mean, running while watching the Netflix or whatever. I mean, so sad that he said that the treadmills broke and they're hard to maintain. That is so fucking sad, and that they had four of them and then took three of them away, and then the last one's always broken. I mean, just fucking sad. Oh my god. Well. So,
Well, yeah. I just punch letters and words and grammars and spells. Here we go.
Yes, I like that. Yes, all I punch is data cards. I mean, that's what we would say back in the old days. Of course, youngsters won't even know what I'm talking about. Punch cards,
Oh,
kids.
oh yeah, I remember those. I remember those. They had like the little notches in them.
Yeah, and then if you work private
How the
security,
fuck do I even remember that?
because you used to see it while growing up in old films, and for private security. Honestly, they have what they call DTEX rounds, and DTEX are these stupid punch card like machines. They're just a simple mechanism where you put the punch card into it, and this is how security guards are forced to walk their rounds. They're forced to walk their rounds because they are given punch cards, and they have to like punch them in the DTEX rounds to show. This is how they prove they've made the rounds. If the DTEX cards aren't punched within each of those mechanisms, then it will be marked that they didn't, do their patrol. So there you have that. Fucking
That's
sad.
something they should actually keep because if they require people to just use their cell phones, they'll just take a picture and have a picture for reference and sit there and be like, "Oh yeah, I passed." Send the same old picture they sent last time,
Oh yeah, this is why they.
which I'm sure happens these days.
Oh yeah, well that's why they have the DTEX rounds, is just to make certain that they do that. By the way, you can imagine what a bitch that is for a multi-story building.
Oh my
So
God, yeah,
imagine.
that'd be ridiculous.
Yes. I knew some contracts where they had the multi-story buildings where the DTEX rounds are on each floor, so you're forced to patrol the building on each floor. I mean, it's certainly a way to get the security guard to patrol, but he'd better be in good shape.
Actually, that would actually be a fun part
Okay.
of security for a guy like me. The
Yes.
horrible part would be standing in one spot.
There you go. I see. Okay.
Standing in one spot is torture for me.
I see. Okay.
But if
Yeah.
as long as I'm moving, I could keep going for hours and hours and hours.
All right. Understood. Well, let's see what I can
Yeah,
do.
well, I guess folks can tell by now that I'm not someone who likes to just sit there and meditate.
Yeah, yeah, yes.
That's torture for me.
Yes, that's
That's
right.
literal torture to be stuck in one place still for a long time. It's like, no.
Yeah, and Peter Moon's into that breathing, which is like, that's a big part of his existence is the breath, the breathing. And, most people just simply cannot do that. That's, that level of focus and meditate. It's basically a kind of meditation, really. Yeah.
Well, the breathing's not the difficult part. I find the difficult part is every once in a while feeling this random urge to just twist and move one's body for just no reason whatsoever, and it's not even doing it with a thought. Because I could do that. I could be laying there still breathing. I'd reach the point where breathing will allow me to hear my own heartbeat. And there's a point where if after you've done that for a long time, but for some reason, like if I try to meditate and stay still for a long period, I get this sort of psychomotor twitch, which is I forgot what they called it. They called it a myoclonic jerk.
Whoa.
Yeah.
A myoclonic jerk. That sounds like some kind of insult for weird.
Yeah. It literally feels like somebody took like they took like the knuckle of their thumb and just jabbed me in the back between the shoulder blades, and all of a sudden it just happens automatically, and it's like I stop breathing at that moment, and everything just like it's just like a random shake. I needed to find out if they were seizures or not, and based on what they had found out, they weren't seizures. So I'm like, so why the fuck does this happen? I'm asking this to my neurologist and to the neurologist, and they're like, you have a history of drug abuse. I'm like, and I'm telling them, dudes, I've been clean for over a year. Why the fuck are you bringing that shit up? What does that have to do with anything? But if Staten Island, you're a young black man, yeah, they'll just say it's the drugs, it's the drugs. This is how they like to make. This is how they like to vilify black men in the media. Whoa, yeah, I shot him 9,900 times, but he had marijuana in his pocket. Oh my God, he had marijuana. I mean, for goodness sake, is it killing someone because they have marijuana in their pocket? Yes. Apparently, police, it is.
Yes. It's been a long, rough ride for us all. So let's see if I can get back into the rhythm, so to speak. I really need to get my voice back now. The problem is after I eat, it takes a while to get the throat clear of the mucus that builds up just by eating, and the candy bars that I eat tend to cause that. So give me a few minutes. I'm going to go on mute, and Jameson will cover us for several more minutes. I'll be right back.
Okay, so here's a groovy idea. This is something apparently I can't read because I'm not connected to this thing. But yeah, Facebook is just being an asshole. But this is
when are you out of
sponsored.
Facebook jail?
I got another week. I got 5 more days.
Holy shit! Feels like you've been gone forever.
Yeah, I've reached the point where what I'm gonna do is once I'm out of jail, I'm just gonna for a week not post anything, just to get used to not posting stuff all the time.
Yes, that might be for the best. Yes.
That might be for the best. It'll limit my desire to see the human race demolished, as if there aren't other reasons to see that, such as not getting your fucking stimulus money.
Well, Peter Moon gets it. Yeah, Peter Moon got his. Yes, there's your white privilege for you. He's on the same fucking island you're on, Staten Island. Is he in a better neighborhood?
No, he's on Long Island.
Oh, Long Island, shit.
That's another borough. That's like way that's way east, man. That's as east as you get. So he's right there overlooking. He's so far out, like
he's on the Atlantic. He's on.
Yeah, literally on the Atlantic. You know, he could see. I mean, he could see Cthulhu's shadow looming out of the Atlantic. That's how far east Long Island is. Whereas Staten Island is west of that, and we're right above like New Jersey.
There we are. So
right in between New Jersey and Manhattan.
So there you go. That's the difference. He's on Long Island. He's got white privilege, and he got the stimulus, and it's like what they would tell you if they could tell you to your face. They would say, "Well, you're just gonna blow it all on drugs."
Well, that's what they want to say. That's what they want to say, and you know what I'll tell them? No, I'm going to blow your brains out. Yes. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, they're imaginary people. Nobody cares. I mean, we're not even talking about any individual politicians or party. We're simply saying bureaucrats, right? I mean, imaginary bureaucrats. Nobody cares. People want you to blow them away. People make them into targets. But
I think I'll spend it becoming a sovereign individual and becoming a nation unto myself that has diplomatic immunity in every country, because technically I'm considered a nation.
There we are. Like, this is somewhat similar to Sean David Morton, a bit more extreme. Wonder how that poor bastard's doing.
Oh God. Yes. Yeah. He had in the last he had like a donut growing out of his fucking neck. I do not
take a look.
Envy him.
Do you think you can look him up, see if you can find anything?
Let's see.
Yeah, let's try that. Sean David Morton. Morbid entertainment here. Sean David Morton. There we are. And see if he has a blog up. And there we are.
He looks like a contemptible son of a bitch.
Oh God, poor bastard. What's this picture of him? He's got that. Oh, they got him in prison stripes. Yes, in that one. Oh God. Poor bastard. Yes, he's on.
Someone has something called Save Sean.
Yes, save Sean from himself. Let's see now. Of course, you've got forget the Wikipedia, forget everything else. I'm trying to see if he's got a blog up. Sean David Morton blog. Right? I mean, he's loose, right? I mean, they let him go. What did they give him? No permission to use the computer, like he's a child pedophile or something.
He probably has the ankle locks.
Pull me under, blogger. Bunk psychic and convicted fraudster. Sean David Morton has been released this guy hates Sean David Morton. This guy called Pull Me Under, the official blog of the UFO Watchdog, and he's got this stream of urine leading from his penis. That's on his. That's his banner. So there you go. Sean David Morton's been released from federal prison after serving 40 months of what was supposed to be a 72-month sentence of bullshit. They started off with 1,000 years. I remember that distinctly.
Who the hell pulled strings to get his ass out?
Well, like we all knew, it was like Peter Moon said, it's all Aquino and the cult. Now that Aquino's dead, it's the cult's looking out for him. And
what the hell would they want to do with a piece of turd like him?
He's an agent of chaos. That's why. He's an agent of chaos. And Morton's wife, who was also convicted in the scheme, served half of a 24-month sentence. Yeah. Oh my God. So see what else he can find. How come this guy doesn't have a blog spot of his own? I mean, this is his life.
Esoteric guides and psychic advisors. Whatever happened to Sean David Morton? Was a star of the esoteric community. What the fuck did he teach in the esoteric community?
He taught how to scam.
Okay, well, there you go. He used his credibility as a psychic to defraud more than 100 of his clients of over $6 million. He was convicted of IRS fraud, filing several tax returns due to non-existent overpayments. Oh man, this guy's a real piece of work. Maybe they'll use him to create a business school.
Yeah, well, this one's the best. There's a blog spot called Violent Metaphors, which I read this before, but it's still funny. Thoughts from the intersection of science, pseudoscience, and conflict. Basically, this was written in June 23rd of 2017. This will be a relatively short post updating my series about the conspiracy cruise. Conspiracy as in SEA, conspiracy, a sea of conspiracy, get it? And the people I met there. For those who haven't read it, the cruise was a week-long conference for conspiracy theorists. One of the speakers was Sean David Morton, who claimed he could teach people to stop paying taxes, win any court case, and make money by creating esoteric financial instruments. 18 months later, he was convicted of tax fraud and issuing false financial instruments. And on Monday, at the time that this was writ, he skipped his sentencing hearing and became a fugitive. There we are. So then the guy writes to him, Sean, if you're reading this, call a lawyer. You tried your legal theories in court and they failed. Just like they've always failed every time anyone has ever tested them in court. They haven't worked. They don't work. They won't ever work. There's your sovereign individual results there. Yeah, I know you don't want to hear this, but I think you also know it's the best thing you can do for yourself. Call a lawyer and get some professional advice. They're going to tell you to turn yourself in, and you should. It's the best way to get ahead of this situation. And he did. I can't believe it that he's out and loose on the world again. He's an agent of chaos, and this is why the cult helped him to get out. He's disgusting.
Well, I guess when he was in jail, he passed his initiation then.
Something like that, I suppose. Yeah.
Now he's privy to the highest tier of information.
Yes, he was claiming he had learned from the ascended masters and all that shit, and that was like that he had been fed nothing and learned to be a breatharian. Of course, that explains his girth. He's a human dirigible. He's a human blimp, people, and so that's what's in his throat is the release valve. I like what Peter Moon said about it. It's all lies. It's all the lies he's told all his life that he's choking on. That's what's manifested in his throat. Holy shit.
He was choking on something in prison.
Yeah. Oh, God.
Not lies.
Yeah. And, I think I've showed you these images before of Sean David Morton. Let me see if I can find them before I turn it.
I'm looking at him right now. He's nothing I'd want to look at.
Yes.
There's one with him with some white flag thing on his black shirt with some black.
Oh, that's supposed to be a Knights of Malta bullshit. He's saying he's a Knight of Malta and shit, that he's got the, that's what he, I shouldn't be so hard on him, honestly. I mean, he never did ill to me, but, he's done ill to plenty of others, so I don't really feel,
don't really think he's a Knight of Malta at all.
No,
he's a good con man.
Yeah, well, he's not a good con man. I mean, it's just...
Well, he's a bad con man because he got caught.
Yeah, I mean, really, the only thing that kept him going was the fact that he had this immunity provided by the cult, and this is like, I guess if you got that, you don't need to be good at what you do. Then you can be a total failure. But what a fucking loser, and he's just pathetic. And oh God, if I find some of the photos of him here in my files, then we'll have a good laugh. But basically, otherwise,
this is why kids do not go on Coast to Coast. This is what will happen to you.
Thank you.
This is your future on Coast to Coast.
Thank you.
Leave them alone.
Thank you. Oh, yes. Oh, here we are. Let me turn on the screen share here. And I should do this when everyone else is around. But okay, you can see Pac-1 Morales here, right? You can see the cursor move around his head. Can you see this?
Yep.
Okay, there you go. So here's Sean David Morton. This is like a wonderful photo of Sean David Morton. Let me see if this... What the fuck happened to it? It's so offensive to universal sensibilities that they shut it down on me. There we are. Look at that. Can you see that? This is Sean David Morton with a plate in his hand. He is headed towards a buffet table. You will notice that there are several women in the photograph. They are all standing back in fear. The one woman who is next to him is basically in awe. She is in awe because this is like watching a manatee head towards a field of kelp cabbage. They all have plates themselves, and they're waiting, but they know there will be nothing left when he's done. So they're all standing way back because they know it's going to fly. They just know it's going to fly all over the place once he gets there. It is a shocking image, and here he is sitting down to enjoy his repast. This is just he is immense, and that is it looks like the Hulk after transformation, except the muscles are all in his gut. And he has Hulk's face, though. He's got the square head.
He does.
Yeah, this is but none of the muscles. It's sumo Hulk, except except none of the grace. He's surrounded, of course, by Mike Ringley's expensive equipment, which he got with all of the money we raised for him. And of course, he's cleaning his plate. This seems to be a common theme in his life. This is what we catch him with in the various photographs. And of course, this is him here with yes, he's in a Hawaiian shirt. Actually, this was meant to be the drapes that would cover a theater stage that was converted into something to cover his girth. And he's in front of a sign that says, "Be reconciled to God." And the Holy Bible being held up by somebody in the background. So he just had to turn around and put up the little devil's horns because he's just so cute like that. Just like, what a lame ass. I mean, if some woman were giving him a blowjob, she would see nothing above the gut. That's all she would see is whatever little tiny dick is underneath that. He's got what's called Dunlop's disease, which means that his belly Dunlopped over his belt, and he's got some button on his hat here, which is probably some. Do you know what he got that from? That was from a little old lady who he mugged. That is like, this is a little old lady's bonnet. He knocked her down to the floor, and he took her hat as well as her purse. This
is very believable.
Yes.
That's almost certainly what happened.
Yes. There we have that. So there we have it. And this, of course, is the god he worships. That's right. The god of phallic death. Third Horseman Pestilence, Cash Cannon, Seven Seals Menace Incorporated Studios. That's the label. All right, so that was we've had our fun with Sean David Morton, and yes, such cruelty. But then again, look at what he did to so many people. He left them without any ability to feed themselves, and meanwhile he stuffed himself. So he was saying that he was a breatharian. So I guess he's turned himself into like a human Hoover vacuum. He's got so much of that breath inside of him that he just floats. I think that explains where all the missing money went. There you go. He sucked it up. Yeah, he was trying to use it to snort coke, and it just, all the bills went up with it, and there we are. So we've had our fun. Let's see if check into seeing if you're gonna shut this down. Let's see. Oh, a message. I've got a message. Let's see if that's our man. Oh, that's Peter Mayer. Hi, Peter Mayer. He's just liked a photo that I've been tagged in, and there we are. And Derek Talley, of course, I don't think has even seen my messages yet. So, God, the guy just did come home, and I think he fell straight to sleep. So then what we'll do now is return to some sort of groove. I'll get back into talking about some of this, then get into solicitation, thanking some very specific people for their contributions, and we'll take it from there. I want to thank Jameson Reese, of course, for all of his patience and for helping out with all of this. Couldn't do it without him, and Other than that, you're going to be up for the night? I mean, the other night, without warning, you suddenly told me, hey, I got an appointment, I got to check out.
Yeah, and honestly, to no surprise to me. Actually, it was a surprise to me. I didn't make the appointment because I wound up waking up to 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Oh, shit.
So I was knocked out.
What was your appointment? If I might ask.
This was to see a regular doctor at a walk-in clinic. But on retrospect, I decided I'm not going to reschedule that until weeks after I get the second part of the vaccine, because the idea of going into a walk-in clinic where which I walk by almost every day when I'm heading to the ferry terminal, and I notice the alarming amount of people who don't wear masks and the alarming amount of people who work there who are standing outside maskless, and I'm like, oh no, I do not trust my hands in their vicinity. So I will, since the most likely place I would catch COVID would be a place where they probably have people who don't think they have COVID who have COVID.
Yes.
I think I will be waiting to see any physician.
Oh my God! Well, hopefully,
Practice.
yes, and hopefully, well, all I can say is that. So you missed the appointment. Did you reschedule? And
no, I'm saying, given that I don't have to get my what do you call it? Given that my next
your booster shot,
given that my booster is in April, I'll just call in April.
Okay. There we are. Let's check the chat room and see what we've got going in chat before I dive back into everything. Let me see now. Chris Collins says, I randomly found some Robert Anton Wilson books a decade ago as well, and had never heard of him. I assumed they were some odd occult comedic genre I was unfamiliar with. I did not seek any more of his books. There we are. Good man. Good man. You did the right thing. You weren't missing shit. Veronica Barrera says, Buenos noches a todos. Yes, buenos noches a todos, Senora Barrera. And Derek Talley says, if you're there, Derek, show up. Jesus Christ, you're on the call. Good God, what is that? I mean, so he shows up in chat and says hello after saying, I just got home. He's not looking at the private messages.
Let me see if I got him on the call.
Yeah.
This might work.
Yeah. Let's give that a try. Thank you. And, but it's just so odd. It's like, you would think he doesn't like us or something.
Well, life is complicated.
It is. It is. Oh my God. And, let's see now. Oh, my sinuses. Ugh.
Oh, my sinuses are always fucked up all year round, man.
Yes.
I don't know what it is. I think it could be this deviated septum.
Okay. Anyhow, he says, call. Jesus Christ. You are on the call, Derek. Yes, you are already on the call. Already.
Okay, hey, he's here. He's
There
here.
he is. Yes. Oh my God.
Hey, Derek.
Yes. So
How y'all doing?
Oh, much the better for your company. Now, tell us how your workday went. Share your adventures.
Well, today's adventure, I went to my favorite stop that I've been going every Wednesday, and that's out there in Union City.
Yeah,
but man,
they got those truck stop hookers out there. Yeah.
Oh no, this is out in the middle of nowhere. There's nothing out there but just truckers and security guard and the workers for the plant. They make Jimmy Dean sausage and chicken products at this particular plant that I go to, but they use a ton of nitrogen. And it reminds me, did I ever tell you back in 2014, I never got rained on once. I work outside every day. Wow. And I have these, but in 2014, I never got rained on one time, as much as I was outside. Well, today was one of those days to where it was raining the whole way up there to Union City. I got to my stop. It stopped raining, and as soon as I finished, it started raining again. So,
whoa!
and it rained all the way back.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
But I was able to pick up most of the broadcast all the way back, because usually I lose signal most of it. So I lost signal for about a total of 7 minutes. So by the time I got back to the yard, I was listening to Douglas, and it was really getting good. But I had restarted my phone because I had shut off the truck. I had it on Bluetooth. I restarted the phone, so I restarted my YouTube. I think I missed a big chunk of
My
Douglas's.
rant.
Yeah. But I enjoyed the rant, though.
Thank
you know
you.
what I'm saying?
Thank you. No, I appreciate that deeply. I do. I appreciate that profoundly, and thank you. I'm so glad you caught that, and hopefully you'll be able to get the rest on the replay. I mean, the good news is, now that we've got this new system, it uploads immediately. I mean, as soon as the transmission is done, it's there. I mean, it's published. So that's the good news. I mean, it's not like it used to be, the nightmare that we had back in the time of that idiot Pavel, where he would just, sabotage it by keeping it forever until everything I talked about was no longer relevant, and then publishing it. It's just real. Yes.
Well, I'm glad you guys touched on that shooting in Atlanta today, because I didn't hear about it until I started work today, and I was going through some of my other YouTube channels, and I said, "Oh shit, here we go again with the shootings, mass shootings all over again. This is awful, and I think you guys did a good job in covering that too." Thank you.
I appreciate that, and yes. So Peter Moon actually did me a favor. I know it was some people were were writing me that Peter was dominating the stage, and I had actually asked him to do that because, of course, it was St. Patrick's Day, and as I said, I was 3 sheets to the wind, and I was just drunk as a skunk by the time we started, and it took me a while to just settle down. There were, of course, the usual partying and some upsetting things, and certainly when I got back into, shall we say, the zone, I'm able to provide some analysis. But while you're with us, and certainly I'm glad that you were at your favorite stop, just so people know, Derek Talley is not telling any secrets here. I believe, I'm just going to guess here, and Derek Talley is just going to give me yes or no, whatever. I believe that the stop that Derek is referencing is they use a lot of nitrogen, as he said, and I believe that somewhere down the industrial chain, an accident occurred and some people died, and that I have the option of calling his company to ask for details on that. And that may involve that stop, or the company involved with that stop. Am I correct in assuming that, or did I remember that?
Right. Well, this particular company that I'm going to isn't involved in the stop. Well, my company is, because my company delivers the nitrogen to that stop. But we have a lot of competing, just like we have a lot of competing hospitals. We have a lot of competing steel mills. We got a lot of competing food processing companies and chicken plants. We do Purdue and we do Tyson, and we do a lot of other. So there was this chicken plant in Georgia, and basically a gag order was put on me, on all other employees, not to talk about this thing. I mean, I don't know anymore, because I broke the story on Douglas Dietrich before
that gag order.
But it was, I just broke the story as it was written, and I had no idea who was involved. But now all of a sudden, there's a lawsuit involved, and that lawsuit is extending out to the people that delivered the nitrogen, which was us. So, so then, you can call the company, Douglas, and what they'll do is they'll put you, you can tell them you're a reporter, and you just want to find out, as much as you can, any updates, and then they'll give you whatever line of Well, they'll give you whatever it is that public relations people give.
Yes.
Yeah. I don't want to. I don't want to disrespect the company. I mean, it's a good company, but it's just like the Marines. I mean, we had a Marine get shot over there when I was stationed in Puerto Rico, and there was this club outside the base called the Lighthouse, where all the Puerto Rican girls go. I mean, so you had a bunch of Puerto Rican girls that, I mean, they were just pouring in, and they were just like dancing with the Marines and the Navy guys, and just in conversation. Oh, hey, did you hear? I heard one of your guys got shot. And the girls was buying the rounds, and the guys was just spilling their guts. Oh yeah, that motherfucker this and that motherfucker that. And then next thing you know, in the Spanish newspaper, the next day, you got all these, references about what happened in the shooting, and Lance Corporal so and so said this and said that, and people were getting in trouble, and they were saying, I had no idea. I was just dancing with this girl at the club, and she was buying me drinks. I had no idea she was a reporter. You know what I'm saying? We were talking about all kinds of shit. Then she just said, oh, by the way, I heard somebody got shot. You know what I'm saying? And then I was drinking, and I just fucking spilled the beans to the bitch because I didn't know she was a reporter.
Oh. Well, oh, yes, that hurts. Ouch. And so then it was at that time, I'm presuming the Marines came down with a gag order, right? A service-wide gag order, or was it just too late? They didn't even
barracks-wide, because we were on a Navy base, and it was we were guarding the AWACS at the time, and the presidential plane, George H.W. Bush, his plane would come in, and or a dummy of his plane, and we would guard it, and so.
Wow.
We were the only Marines. We were the only Marines on the base. So it was just like, you guys just, nobody talked to the media about anything. You guys,
yeah,
that was my first time. That was my first time experiencing somewhat of a gag order.
Right. Well, that's an important task, and of course, yes, the Marines are generally the president's own, so they would be guarding the incoming Air Force One. But as Derek says, that might have been a false Air Force One as a kind of decoy in case somebody wanted to blow it up. That the real Air Force One was like someplace else. Is that essentially what you're talking about? What you're insinuating?
Right. So we had these planes come in, and it's the president's plane, but we have no idea if the president is on it. So we don't know whether it was a decoy, or we just had to guard it like as if it was the president.
Right.
I don't think anybody ever actually saw J.W. Bush.
Interesting.
Could have been there, but
Yes. That's incredible. Well, I thank you for sharing that, and that's fascinating. And of course, it's amazing how these people work, whether they're Russian spies or journalists or whatnot. It's amazing how anybody in government talks. I mean, certainly with Area 51, everybody went into the watering hole in Ellis, Nevada, where all the Area 51 personnel would go and drink, and that's how everybody would juice them for all the information about what was inside Area 51. I mean, and so you would think that these weak spots in the system would somehow be changed somehow or dealt with, but it's really incredible. We have a system which effectively just doesn't work, but in terms of your system, it's definitely working, and so your job is, I'm just glad that you're home. How come did you, as soon as you wrote I'm home, you didn't seem to check your messages again? I thought that maybe you had jumped into the shower or something, or what?
Oh yeah, I had to clean up. Then I was gonna I cooked some eggs right quick. I was still listening.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
But,
Okay. So you did hear us shitting all over Sean David Morton. Yeah, as a matter of fact, let me see if I can dig up those photographs again to share with you, because they're just so funny. So here we are. Let me turn on the screen share here. I don't know have you got screen share, the ability to see it if I share it, Derek? So see this cursor here moving around Pac One's head? James is going to be right back because he's heard this, but you can see the screen, right?
Okay, yeah, I can see it now. Yeah.
Yes, so this is what I was showing our man Jameson Reese. This is Sean David Morton heading towards the buffet table, and I was pointing out how all the ladies are standing back because they're scared to death. They know the food's just gonna fly everywhere, and
God, that guy's like 500 pounds, ain't he?
yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. And then here he is. As I said, he's got some old lady's bonnet that he stole. He knocked her to the ground and took that. And of course, there's a sign in back saying "Be reconciled to God" in the Holy Bible, which is why he's got his devil horns out. I mean, he thinks he's clever and shit. And then, of course, there's the magnificent picture of him where he looks like the Incredible Hulk, except it's all fat, and the plate, of course, the ever-present plate that he's got. There you have it, the Sean David Morton sex bomb, and real pathetic individual, and I can't understand why they let him go. But it's definitely. How should I put it? I guess it couldn't happen to a nicer guy. He's probably dying, I would assume, is why they let him go. But, we got another incoming. Let's see what it is. Oh, Jesus, this is other people. And so, aside from all of that, how else are things going with exercise at home? Your son Malik?
No, nothing new. He's back at home, and him and his girl are looking for another place. So,
yeah, and back at home means he's living with you?
Yeah, that didn't last too long now, did it? I remember I told you a couple of weeks ago, I told you he moved out, so there he is.
Oh, well, that happens. I mean, in this day and age, it's almost, how could I say it? It's almost rarer that it doesn't happen. I mean, that seems to be the norm. And
well, it's my turn. It's my turn to go home and stay with my dad. Hell,
yeah.
Well, you know what? That reminds me. This upcoming Sunday, I won't be able to be on the whole time.
Okay.
I'm going down to Alabama.
Okay. Great.
I'm actually going to be, hanging out with with the uncle and aunt of mine, and kind of helping her with her website that she's putting up for like a nonprofit charity thing. So I'm going to take her through WordPress and help her help her get her site up and everything. So that I'll be there this Sunday, but I'll make sure I call and check in, or make sure you at least call me, so then I can jump on whenever I get a chance to jump on. But I was just letting you know.
What we'll do Sunday is I'll just call you like we normally do, and then what'll happen is at least you'll have the ability to jump on the call anytime you want. That makes sense, right? Just call you at the regular time when we start the program. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good. Excellent. And that way we'll maintain the call, and then you can just jump on when you wish. And I'm so excited for you going down there. So do you have like vacation time to do this, or you're just going to take care of that during what's your weekend sort of?
Yeah, I'm doing what's left of my weekend, because, I drive trucks Monday through Friday. Saturday, I volunteer at the pool, which is worth it, you know what I'm saying? Because, people are paying, it's like a high dollar membership thing, it's kind of like meeting a lot of rich people. I'm bumping elbows with, if I needed to network for, some affluent people, that's where they're at over there, you know what I'm saying? Oh. But it's worth it, because on days like today, where I get off a little bit earlier, I could just go to the pool at night, and when I get off of work, I'm the only one there. I turn on the Netflix and I just run in place to do exercise, watch a movie for a little bit, and then, that helps out. That's how I do my cardio.
How do they handle the masking at the pool? I'm presuming people take their masks off in the pool, right?
Yes, but I've actually seen people wear their mask in the pool, especially like when we have a class.
Wow.
And then there's a limit of only 8 people in the pool at a time, which has never been a problem before. But the word is getting out about my class And last week, 11 people showed up. And so, I gave some a rain check, but, I may have to increase my class. 'Cause I do class from 10 to 11.
Wow.
And I would see if I could add one from 11 to 12. You know what I'm saying? That'll keep me in the water for an extra hour and working out for an extra hour. But then they also do birthday parties, and sometimes the birthday parties start at 11. So, and I just sit behind the front desk. So I think I'm going to kind of quit that part of my volunteering. I'm going to keep the classes up. But for the last year or so, I've been, after the class, I'd go sit at the front desk and then just help out and check people in, sign people in, take payments and stuff. I mean, it's some good experience. I'm kind of learning the business, if I ever wanted to get into that business, because I never knew how a pool would make money. I mean, before I moved here, if somebody says, hey, let's make some money, and I say, okay, they say, well, yeah, let's open up a swimming pool. My first question would be, how the fuck are we going to make money on that? Now I know. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And them swim lessons are expensive. We got a young girl who's been teaching swim lessons since she was 14. She started in Virginia, and then she moved up here. But she just turned 21 this last week. But so she's been teaching swim lessons for 7 years. But they charge $45 for half an hour of swim lessons. So that's $90 an hour if you decide to do a whole hour lesson. So, and people are lined up too. She's busy 7 days a week practically.
Oh my God! Well, that's incredible, and I'm certainly impressed, and but very glad that you're involved with something that keeps you in shape, makes you happy, and may even provide you an alternative business at some point when you finally retire from the trucking industry. Well, there you go.
Well, this is a lot of sales. You know what I'm saying? So if I start one from scratch, it'll take a whole lot of pounding the streets and sending out mailers and doing, it would take a while to build. So, if I had the money to do that, and I would have to take for granted, like the first 2 years would just be me trying to acquire business and build the business, But other than that, when I retire, I don't want to do nothing.
I don't blame you. Thank you. I can't imagine, there's no point in calling it retirement otherwise. Good Lord. So yes, I'm with you on that. Honestly, so we'll see what happens in my case. Honestly, when I'm 65 years old, legally, technically, I can stop doing this. Although I can't, we'll see.
But you wouldn't want to. You wouldn't want to. You want to keep on going.
Well, hopefully I might be doing something else besides this. I'd like to think at that point, the world around me would have changed. I mean, God knows, the world has changed so much already that will be, I mean, certainly we're always going to need trucking. That's most certain. I can't foresee a future in which we don't need that for quite some time to come. But I'd like to think of myself maybe changing what I do, not necessarily, this is okay and it's what I do for now. It's nothing wrong with it, but it's definitely, God knows if I'm still doing this when I'm 65, then I might be a bit concerned. If I mean just this, you get what I'm saying. God. But yeah, the books should change things, and we'll take it from there. Anyhow.
Oh, that reminds me. I got some buddies of mine are getting a streaming a streaming TV program, kind of like Netflix, but they're getting their own TV streaming company off the ground. And I think Amazon has them up there, or Roku has them up there, but they're trying to expand. And I said, you know what? If Douglas makes a movie, this would be a perfect, with me coming to them and, talking about a movie of your life. These people listen to me. They know me. If I tell them, hey, we need to make this movie about Douglas Dietrich, or if you just make a movie and you wanted to put it out, you know, I'm getting those connections.
Oh,
So
that's fabulous. I think that's great. Hopefully somebody can help me make such a film. I would not be able to do it myself. But definitely glad that you're networking in that manner. That should help immensely. Let's pursue that at some point in the future. But definitely, thank you so much for looking out for me. It's definitely appreciated. And really glad you remembered that. And if you want to provide me any links as to what's going on with that project, just so I have a good overview of that, that would be nice. Other than that, of course.
Okay. They just created a Facebook page and they got a little. So I'll make sure I email that to you in the messenger.
Oh, good. Thank you so much. And so other than that, how are you sound really good. So I take it that you're sleeping well? Everything is going well with that?
Oh yeah, I'm sleeping pretty good.
Good. Oh yes, you ran out of the tea. You used all the tea up, right? And you're like going to order some more from Veronica, yes? At some point soon.
Yeah. I tried to order some last week, and it was asking me if I wanted to join a club in order to get discount, and I said no. When I seen how much it was after I didn't get the discount, I said, "Ooh, I better."
Check in with her personally on the private messages. I'm sure she can arrange something. So that's right. Oh my God. I don't know if you heard it the other day when I got that weird misdelivery of a crate that I thought was tea. Turned out to be some kind of plant. And so
you took it to your neighbors and they didn't want it?
They were very frightened, and we were putting that in context of all the anti-Asian violence going on lately, so it's understandable. They thought of myself as some strange white guy who basically it triggered all the alarms. And so because they were speaking Cantonese dialect Chinese, I had my gang brother Beaver come by, and then he and I took it over to the home at a time when we thought people might be coming home from work. And so it was around that time that the lady who is basically the lady of the house did show up, and she was able to speak both Cantonese and Mandarin Chinese. And so it turned out to be bonsai trees, or so she told us, because, when I looked at the crate later, I had originally thought to be tea because it said Leaf Company. And when I took a closer look at it after transmission, of course, I just totally veg out. I check out. Basically it's relaxation time, drinking, and doping until I basically sleep, and then I crash until the next day. But when I woke up the next morning, I looked at the box. It said it was organic, no, perishable. What it said was perishable, but it wasn't food. It wasn't a food delivery. It had some very complicated label where the state of California had signed off on plant quarantine, which means that this was a foreign plant that the state of California was allowing to be brought into our state because they gave permission, signed off on it because they felt it was a non-threatening species. In other words, if the plant got loose, then maybe it wouldn't infect the local ecosystem. But it said signed off on the quarantine, which means maybe it has the potential to do that, but they signed off in this specific case. So just very strange, but it was definitely living plants that were inside this crate, and I had stood it up outside all night, all day while I was sleeping. And so when hopefully they cocooned that thing efficiently, and then when we met the lady, she said, "Oh, it's bonsai trees." So so hopefully that's all safe, and hopefully she can take care of them. And but there you have that. And I don't know. I'm going to presume you know what bonsai trees are, right? You've heard of this? Or?
No.
Oh, bonsai trees. So here, let me turn on the the screen share for you. And, Jameson said he'd be right back, and then he kind of disappeared. The other night, he said, I've got an appointment, and he just told me suddenly, and he, checked out. And then when he checked out, of course, he didn't wake up in time for his appointment. Let's look up bonsai trees, though he doesn't seem to be, too angry about that. So here we are on the screen share. Bonsai trees, let's look at the images. These are bonsai trees. These are like miniature trees like this, that what was his name again? The Pat Morita was trimming in the Karate Kid. He had the little trees like this that he was maintaining. So here we are. There's an excellent example of a bonsai tree. It would be like this. So this is what they are. It's what she told us they are, for all I know. Like I said, they could be man-eating carnivorous plants or something. But so then we have that, and so other than that, of course, were there any news items or stories that you're aware of that you think might bear bringing up? By all means, bring them up now. And how much longer will you be up before you go to bed now that you're home? A few more hours or just an hour? How long do you think you'll be up?
I gotta wake up early and take my car to get the emissions test done before I go to work. So I'm not gonna be up too much longer. I came here to give you a break if you need a break, and then I can look at some news stories, and then when you come back, So if you need a break, I got you.
No, look for some... Definitely appreciate it. I'm okay now. By the way, take a look at this. I mean, here you have $350,000 for a bonsai tree. So these can be incredibly expensive. So the fact that they misdelivered it to the wrong home, that's how stupid the world is. I mean, holy shit!
You know what? I may be locked out of my Facebook account because the email address that I had to my Facebook account I don't have anymore, and I've just been signing on, and then I was just on the Facebook just now, and then it said, session expired. Please relog in. And I tried my password twice, or two different passwords. I mean, I just turn on my phone and the Facebook is automatically there. So I don't have to put in my password. So I don't know what my password is. I'm afraid if I keep trying it too many times, I'll get locked out. And then if it says, when you hit on forgot password, it's going to go to an email address that I don't have anymore. So,
oh my God.
I hope I don't get locked out for good.
Well, if you do, is it that big a tragedy? I mean, after all, you can just start a new Facebook timeline, right? Is it that?
Well, I actually got one from back of my early podcast days. When I had the Spiritual Eyes Ministry, I opened one up because I didn't know the difference between a Facebook page and just the regular Facebook profile page. So I just created another profile, but it was for that podcast. But I still have that, you know what I'm saying? So I could resort back to that. I still got a handful of friends that I'm friends with on my main Facebook. I may, push comes to shove, I'll just have to reignite that old Facebook page back up and see if I can get in there.
Well, at least you'll be recognizable as yourself. You won't have to. You won't be using a foreign lady's, pornographic timeline like I've got the timeline of Japanese porno actresses, that I had to fall back on. So you're gonna be doing better than I in terms of, you'll be recognizably yourself. So there you have that. And so all in all, you're doing well. And despite the fact that you might be permanently locked out from your older timeline. So love you dearly, and you have a blessed night. Do say good morning to everyone, and I'll take over from here. If hopefully Jameson will be back eventually, and I'll probably rely on him for the rest of the night to spell me if I need a break. But definitely glad that you were able to join us for a little bit of time, because of course we definitely value your being here, and your participation is important.
All right. Well, thank you.
Yes. Yes. Well, thank you. And all right, you have a blessed day. Say goodnight to the audience, or good day.
All right. Good night, everyone.
Thank you. That was Derek Talley. And of course, he may be having a new timeline soon on Facebook. And so let's finish off with what I was talking about when it concerns exotification. And of course, I was disambiguating exotification, which is basically the kind of glamorization in a potentially negative sense of people in disambiguation from exoticization, which can refer to any number of people, objects, things, phenomenon. And the question would naturally be, why does this occur? The phenomenon of Asian fetishization tends to happen when people make broad, sweeping generalizations about Asian women based on racial assumptions, media portrayals of certain images of these women, and other social attitudes towards females of that racial background. And these generalizations are usually reinforced by only a handful of any real-life experiences, if these notions are confirmed at all, that is. Exempli gratiae. Most men who admit to having yellow fever have claimed that the stereotypes, such as docility, obedience, submission, smaller vaginas, and heightened sensuality or eroticism, they have associated with Asian women, play a major role, even though none of these have been scientifically, psychologically, or medically ever proven. One reason behind the perseverance of these generalized views of Asian women can be traced to currently inaccurate historical representations of these women that date back to the imperialism and colonization of Asia by Westerners. These views are constantly promoted through the glamorized portrayals of Asian women that are found in much of our film and media today. As a result, these images are kept as the standard for these groups of people and are perpetually used, rather abused, as a basis for racial assumptions. Now, you might ask, why is it a problem? Now, one of the larger issues with Asian fetishization and exotification is its reliance on sweeping generalizations, which, like all generalizations, are dangerous as they tend to be false or inaccurate and are inherently not outlier aware. An example of Japanese geishas adorned in cultural kimonos, headdresses, and makeup would bring to mind images that people tend to project a concept of prostitution onto, which is the furthest thing from what the profession represents. All geisha are moral above reproach. These are the female version of samurai in their honor system, and they are beholden to a code of ethics that would not allow for base prostitution in the sense as understood by the West, even though I am not making a cultural or some kind of moral judgment on prostitution, far from it, but rather it is simply not to be associated as having anything to do with the art or profession of the geisha. Yet this is a kind of stereotype that is projected and therefrom extended to many other members of the community who are female. An example of this outlier blindness and the inaccuracy of generalizations can be found in the stereotype that views Asian women as possessing a heightened sense of sensuality or eroticism. And this stereotype is historically related to the image of a geisha, which is rooted in the sexist views that women, especially Asian women, exist solely for the pleasure and entertainment of men. Now, in ancient Japanese culture, a geisha's duties were usually carried out through the means of conversation, dance, song, and sometimes sex, but not of the kind that would simply be a base exchange of friction. Her Japanese specific origin comes to show how harmful and outlier blind generalizations are, as this stereotype is erroneously applied to all Asian women, not just those hailing from the islands of Japan. One of the main reasons for this is that most times people of non-Asian descent struggle to differentiate one Asian ethnicity from another, and they have an inability to disambiguate, and therefore render a stereotype onto all Asians. A second example of this problem can be seen in the well-known stereotype that Asian women are docile, passive, quiet, or subservient. And these false generalizations also have roots from the Japanese geishas, who were meant to be sexually suggestive, but remain silent while seducing a man. This idea of silence and passiveness allow many Westerners to continue to view Asian women as easily controllable, and once again, as a historically rooted stereotype, does not capture the true appearance of modern Asian woman. A third example, which describes Asian women as being or resembling China dolls, meaning they be dainty and beautiful, while also carrying the implication that they should have white skin as unto porcelain, is also worth looking into. For one, it, like the two previous examples I've provided, is outlier blind, as it excludes Asian women who don't fit the body description of this porcelain figurine. And secondly, it is based on a very idealized image of the perfect Asian woman that is tied to centuries of deep-seated cultural beauty standards that valued lighter-skinned people, as the lack of pigment in their skin indicated their origin as being from a social class that did not require them to work in the fields, where they would get sunburned and tanned. Now, additionally, due to its ties to cultural beauty standards, which tend to be promoted in both American and Asian media, it causes many other problems, as it places toxic expectations and pressures onto these women to be small, cute, skinny, and light-skinned. Aside from the problematic nature of sweeping generalization, the primary issue with the fetishization of women for their race is the objectification and devaluation that occurs as a result. Rather than view a woman based on her personality, which is influenced by so many other things aside from race, this is not to say that race has no influence on personality, mind ici, as it very much does when tied to ethnicity or cultural upbringing. An individual will base all of their expectations as to who she is and how she'll act on her racial background. Exemplification, an individual with an Asian fetish might expect a woman of Asian descent to be submissive in bed based on the generalizations that they have associated with women of this racial background. While there is no analogy that I could possibly use to relate to an assumption like this, to a person who does not suffer directly under systems of racial privilege and power the same way that many marginalized groups are, the expectation that an Asian person will act or be a certain way based solely on the fact that they are Asian is almost the same as believing that the size of a person's hands directly affects their performance as a lover or sexual partner. It's absurd. So, hopefully that provides some education into our context with what I was emphatically expressing earlier in the arc of narrative tonight, when we were transitioning from Peter Moon's holding of the stage to provide myself time to recover, and my getting wind, so to speak, so I could recover the stage. Now, let's see. I believe Jameson Reese is back with us. I'm not going to ask him to take my place, but he has made a statement in the chat room that they be objectified and devalued by racism and sexism. Yes, he said in a single sentence what I was trying to say. So there you have that. Very good, Jameson. A great simplification that is much needed. And I could have just said that. Of course, then that wouldn't, how would I say it? There's always something more in depth to be said than just that. But that's the main point. That he's delivered the message. And so we seem to be holding fairly steady on audience tonight. And of course, it is a Wednesday night. It is a weeknight. So we are going to lose some people to the need that, well, they have to work in the morning. But we have other people who are with us throughout the night. And believe me, they're such a comfort to have here. And it does make me wonder what some of them do for a living, just out of curiosity, or if they have a living at all, which I'm not one to judge if they don't. I just hope that, they're doing well. And obviously they must have a home of some sort in which to enjoy the computer or the internet. They must have some kind of internet access, which means they have some kind of infrastructure that they are involved with. So that would be interesting every once in a while to have somebody just participate by saying what they're doing up this late, whether it's just this is the golden years of their life and they're retired, or whether they just happen to work throughout the night, or whether they're just kind of like whatever they are. I know that there was one guy in Australia who was a day trader, and as a day trader he was like basically he just spent all day on the computer and then went to bed. And he was acquainted with myself only because of Revolution Radio was on at a time that he had the computer on in the background. And it was just, what a life. That's pretty, disturbing that somebody lives like that, because I don't consider that living. That was very depressing that he was just doing day trading all day and then sleeping and then getting up and doing the same, because that was how he barely etched by. And oh my God, I can't even imagine that. Anyhow, so let's see what time we have left. We have 7 to 8, 8 to 9, 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to... We've got 5 fucking hours left. Shit. I fucking hope Jameson Reese is with us. Jesus Christ. I feel like having him take over for several minutes now, just looking at that. Oh, God. Well, I got to do solicitation. And let me do that. He says he's eating. That's cute. Okay, that's fine. Hopefully not his cats or some poor human victim. I think or bugs like Renfield. So he says Jamaican chicken patties. Oh, cool. There you go. Jamaican chicken patties. Yes. Like that. And all right, time for spicy. There we are. Spicy. By the way, in Chinese horror films, whenever you see the guy say spicy pork bone, yeah, then it usually means they have people inside of them. All right, let me try and get down some of this black tea with a hint of Sicilian lemon and honeysuckle. And lubricate my throat for what is the worst part of the night for me, the part I literally choke on, which is solicitation. But it must be done, and after that, at least, we'll do some congratulations or shout outs, and then we'll move back into a lot about either China or domestic politics. We'll kind of hold a survey on that, like we did last time, where people want me to go before I go in that direction. in the interim, let me again lubricate my throat here. No, it's not booze, but I wish it were. I have that waiting for me for after transmission. And, all right. Mein Kampf, my struggle be thine own. Contribute to the struggle at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich, where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings Incorporated at douglasdietrich.com. And in all due acknowledgement unto our own personal hero, we asketh of everyone moral and or fiscal support on behalf of our dearest English brother in battle, John Henry McMills Warrington, whom you can friend and follow via his Facebook timeline at facebook.com/John.War. And subscribe to his YouTube Maggot channel at youtube.com/C/Magator, which be spelled MAGGOTAUR. He being the property manager thereof, who be the team Dietrich's or Dragon's final, ultimate post-episodic producer, and our final productions archivist at douglasdietrich.com. For were it not for he, nigh all videographic works of the internationally recognized renegade military historian would have been lost. So, if financial aid no be prohibitive, per budgetary constraints, electronically relay monetary assistance via PayPal, where you can donate to the Maggot Man, aka John Warrington, by clicking send on your PayPal account page and then entering his email address, john_war@hotmail.com. And you can PayPal him directly at paypal.me/Magator. MAGGOTAUR. Because he's the individual who, if anyone deserves any fiscal support other than myself, it would be he, because he took it upon himself of his own initiative to download the majority of what I've produced on YouTube into his personal hard drives so that we could therefrom reconstruct my legacy online when I was completely scrubbed from the internet, no less than thrice. That's 3 times. And in that sense, by acting as a bridge between the Akashic records and the data matrix of our material world, he's enabled my virtual persona to interact with yourselves in context of a legacy. And in that sense, he is my creator. And now you, too, can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation, either of my legacy online or of all life from the surface of the earth, which be the ultimate objective of the cultists of the kings of Edom, following their edicts of Herod, the man who would have killed your Christian God if he could have. What you need to do to combat the Herodians is to spread the word about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at douglasdietrich.com/2019/05/08/ Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis. Confer while there on the showsdd.com homepage a footnote on mine bio, sire, which explaineth the true meaning of my biological father's name, the name what made the man. And after having educated, informed, enlightened thyself thusly, take it upon thyself to spread the word to all and sundry, far and wide, that the scion of Adolf Hitler, Douglas Dietrich, be alive and well and resident in the city and county of San Francisco, and if at all possible, encourage others to electronically relay their contributions at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich, while emphasizing to yourself as well as to others that when doing so, it must be indicated that I am friends and relations. There is no disambiguation between the twain. You are offered only one selection, the indication that I am friends and relations, in order to avoid that faggot, Peter Thiel, from coming in and taking his blood cut of profit from both of us, and basically cutting into your contribution and cutting into any donation I may receive from yourself. Eliminate that by simply indicating friends and relations when rendering your PayPal contribution. After all, we are all friends here, or you wouldn't be sponsoring myself, and we are all extended electronic family. However, should you find that distasteful to indicate myself as anything, there are options we will cover. For people are forever asking, Renegadus Humanus ab Maza Eruditio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they can do to fight the pedopathophilocracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. You can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. We have a new contribution page on douglasdietrich.com where you can make a donation online using the yellow donate button for PayPal or the red donate button to use either thy credit or debit card. Anything other than PayPal to render your contribution sans a middleman, where you don't need to indicate myself as anything because no cut will be taken by any son of a bitch stepping in to extract their pound of flesh. That would be the red donate button, where you can use any credit or debit card other than PayPal. Simply go us to douglasdietrich.com, click the red donate button, where you don't have to indicate myself as anything, and either way, whether you do that or use PayPal by clicking the yellow donate button, you will still ultimately have to click the yellow donate button to take you where you can register for our archives, because all sponsors will be granted exclusive electronic access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives through to this year, from the 2011th year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sainted matriarch, the Grandma Dame Diana Linzuchin Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich, was murdered, assassinated nigh immediately aftermath Sanjuichi Sensemi, the 3/11 terror attack against the Fukushima Daiichi, or Big One cluster of nuclear power plant facilities on site, the 7,000 islands of the Greater Japanese Empire. When 'twas deemed by Native American reckoning that the first rays of the dawning of the sixth world broke upon us, and magics could again be worked conjointly with Mother Earth to redeem the folk upon her. For they're not on YouTube anymore, whereon the intra-global crises analyst Douglas Dwayne Dietrich, long agone, established his high-profile visibility platform per rationale of personal security by way of public promotion. Only on contribution will thy membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours, between 2 to 3 days, for full access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, aside those on the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel and the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, spelled TABOO, space BROS, space Roman numeral 2, as managed by mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola, whom you can visit at facebook.com/Daniel.Arola.3 of Damage, DAMAG, Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group, Incorporated, Cali Combatives. Optionally, mail either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on douglasdietrich.com/donate-2. The most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Now, foremost among Axis Daddy D's donors, aside his mistress and manageress Selena Khan, be our most beloved greater British brother in battle, the Team Drax, Dietrich's or Dragons, heavyweight lifting keeper of the spirits, and YouTube Bizarre HD channel managing mixologist, George Edward Knight, whom you can friend at facebook.com/george.e.knight.7 and subscribe to his YouTube channel at youtube.com/user/bizarrehd. The word Bizarre HD itself being spelled BIZAREHD, with our favorite bartender himself being mine own personal hero, who has substantially delivered towards my salvation from the streets, and whose self-produced videos entitled How the United States Won World War I and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Third Reich both be factually substantiated per mine own expositions. You will also find trailered on the Bizarre HD channel the cinematic documentary currently under production entitled The Thousand Year Reich in Exile, subtitled The Third Reich's Flügelrad and Hanabu Technology. Indeed, the last Dietrich Gulliver's, the son of Dietrich's, or son of a dragon's, Anglo-corrupted as Dracula's, expositions via YouTube would not be possible sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. The Amerasian agent of the Peacock Angel, Talvush Meliek, be the only person on the surface of the world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead thy resistance against the Russo sub-satanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency, at bearing no end of emphasis that Judy, Anglo-corrupted as Jedi, literally Master D, or the Master of Enlightenment myself, is not paid to articulate mine expositions, and have never once been remunerated for my services rendered unto thyself and all thy holdest dear, at incomparable sacrifices to myself, most tragically of all mine loved ones, in my most singular and quite unenviable role as the ultimate public informant at personal risk, still at large. Your taxation cannot support me, as I be denied access to the United States Department of Veterans Affairs benefits and or services due dishonorable discharge. So again, go to paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich and enter mine remunerative compensation. The very survival of the human species be at stake, and I am not exaggerating. Do not wait. Donate now. It'd be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language. As well, forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/C/Douglas Dietrich and click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams have started. Even if you be subscribed, you will only receive notifications if you select all in notifications. To re-emphasize, subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/C/Douglas Dietrich. Tune in at 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. That would be 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 5 p.m. Pacific, every Wednesday and Sunday, and click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams have started. Now, finally, subscribe and support at douglasdietrich.com, and above and beyond all else, donate at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich, where you would be pressing the yellow donate button and indicating myself friends and relations to make certain your contribution reached myself intact, in full integrity, sans a middleman coming in to extract their cut. And of course, thereafter, reward yourself by using that same yellow button, the donate button, to reach showsdd.com as a homepage where you can register with the archives and thereafter log in at your leisure forever after. Well, there you go. basically all sponsors will be granted exclusive access to those online archives, including all video and MP3 recordings of Douglas Dietrich from 2011 through to the present. All right, now that I've suffered through that, it's midnight over here, 8 minutes thereafter. And we must credit Salman Sheikh with saving my bank account via the PG&E. Basically what happened was that Salman Sheikh, a shout out unto he sent me a $30 United States monetary order or check, one or the other, and I believe it was a check. So when I turned it in, deposited it, I had asked the lady, because I am consistently, every month, I'm on a automatic withdrawal program with PG&E, where they withdraw from my bank account the money by which my bill for my utilities is paid. And I asked the young lady behind the counter, well, behind all the bulletproof glass, whether or not that the $30 check that was sent to me by Salman Sheikh could be withdrawn as soon as I deposited it. I was just curious. She said yes, which surprised me, but I didn't want to. I felt the need to be, to take precautions and leave it in the account, which was the smartest thing I ever fucking did, aside from some other things in life. And what happened was that she had told me, when I asked her, did PG&E take their money out yet? She said yes. And so I said, good, then I don't need to factor it into my calculations about how much money do I need. My SSDI is deposited on the 3rd of every month. I withdraw that in its totality, essentially, as most people do, because I need to. And basically, that keeps me afloat the rest of the month. And then what happens is, of course, we transition into the month after that. And again, it's direct deposited on the 3rd, except when there's some kind of holiday that would prevent it from depositing then. And then it deposits sooner than the 3rd. But that's rare, comparatively speaking. And so she had, when I asked her, did they take out the PG&E, take out its cut? And she said, oh, yeah. And she told me they'd taken it out that month already. Now, I didn't go there earlier in the month. I went there fairly late because of all the shit that went down this month that threw me off of normal biorhythms and sleeping patterns and all the rest of that. So when I had asked her about that, and she said, yeah, they took it out. It was so many dollars, 30 something. And so I said, oh, okay. Don't need to calculate it. I'll take everything out, but deposit this check. And so I left the pennies and the odd dollars in there. So it was like altogether $34 something was left in the account. And that was, of course, the $30 sent by Salman Sheikh, along with, a few bucks I had left in the account. And then I got a message, of course, after transmission on Thursday morning, midweek. I got a message that was overdrawn. And so it turned out PG&E had taken out its cut, last month, which is what she was looking at. And for somehow she misconstrued or miscommunicated that it was this month. So PG&E came in after I made my withdrawals and had Salman Sheikh's check to withdraw, along with the $4 I had in there and some cash, some change, petty change, and that brought my my account beneath the margin. I was overdrawn by several cents, by like 5-7 cents, something like that. And, or, maybe even 69-70 cents, and not even that much, half a dollar or something. And so when I called and inquired, then we clarified the miscommunication made by that young lady behind the counter. But honestly, so long as it's under $5, Chase National Bank doesn't charge any fines. So I was overdrawn by half a dollar at the most. And that's thanks to Salman Sheikh and his $30 check. That was the only reason that when PG&E came in and did what it did, based on my miscalculation because of a miscommunication from the young lady behind the window, then Salman Sheikh's check is what saved my ass and kept my account open and prevented it from being overdrawn and prevented me from being fined. And so all credit to Salman Sheikh saving my bank account via the PG&E and our monopoly on utilities, our utilities monopoly. That, by the way, is corporations are people by law. It's a corporation that is a felon on parole, considered guilty for the murder of, scores of people through its utilities causing fires and the like. Shout out as well to Sammy Romero. And Sammy Romero sent myself 25 United States dollars. Wonderful human being. And I deeply appreciated Sammy. And he left a wonderful note with it. And he's a great human being and just all around fun guy. So let's take a look at what Sammy Romero had sent myself. And so let me take a look at this and bring us back into the here we are. And let me see, take a look at Sammy Romero, you've got money. This is $25. It's a quarter of 100 United States dollars, with Sammy Romero saying, "Thank you, Doug, for taking the time to answer my questions. Hope this small offering helps you." And that's in love from Sammy Romero, or a loving donation from Sammy Romero with a peacock and clasped hands. God bless you, Sammy Romero. Love you deeply and forever in your debt. Wonderful human being. And let's see who's okay. So I have my Skype back up. Oh, thank God. Oh, good. Let me ask her. May I call? May I call? And bring live on bandwidth to say hi, to say hello. Okay, let's see how this goes. Oh yes, how could I forget? I thank you everyone for your patience with myself. And of course, the other individual is Eric Laystick. Eric Laystick sent 25 United States dollars in an envelope with a check, and haven't had a chance to even cash that or deposit that yet. So shout out to Eric Laystick. And Eric Laystick, Sammy Romero, Salman Sheikh, three caballeros. Wonderful to have such brothers. And there we are. So there's good news. Amanda Ute has her Skype back up. I hope it's good news. And let's see if we can get her involved with the program yet again at some point in the near future, if not tonight. And then that's fine if it's not tonight, because, I'll just go on with what I'm talking about. All right, so now that I've handled the shout-outs all the way around, let's check in with Mr. Jameson Reese. And Jameson Reese, how is the food? Are you done now? You kind of finished with whatever you're doing, or what? How are things going?
Yeah.
Okay, wonderful. Yeah.
I was just watching this thing with this person has like a it's on silent, but it's like a blackhead and cyst compilation video.
Okay, I don't need to hear about that. That is disgusting. That is disgusting. She says, "Okay, can you give me a few minutes?" And so I'll say, "Yes, most certainly." And so let me tell her, "Yes, most certainly." Okay, and all right, and so there we are. I'll call Amanda Ute in a few minutes. In the meantime, let's have Jameson Reese hold the stage for just a few minutes. I'm going to, now that I did that worst part of the evening, other than for the shout-outs, which of course I thoroughly enjoy, Eric Laystick and Sammy Romero and Salman Sheikh. I'll be back in about 5 minutes, 7 minutes at the longest. And so Jameson will hold the stage for that period of time. And I'll let you know as soon as I'm back. Okay, thank you, Jameson.
Yes, I wonder what causes these what causes all that white stuff that's
okay,
out?
let's not, we none of us are interested. We're not interested. We don't care. Oh, disgusting. Okay.
Yeah, man,
talk
yeah,
about something
so
else. Well, you're holding the stage. Don't hold the stage with that. Okay, thank you.
I guess scientific minds are few in between.
Yes.
All
yes,
right.
Yes.
So we have a nice report. White supremacist propaganda surged in 2020, report says. Like we need them to tell us that. Okay. White supremacist propaganda reached alarming levels across the U.S. in 2020, according to a new report that the Anti-Defamation League provided to the Associated Press. There were 5,125 cases of racist, anti-Semitic, anti-LGBTQ, and other hateful messages spread through physical flyers, stickers, banners, and posters, according to Wednesday's report. Not to mention shootings, beatings, stabbings, killings, etc., which they're not factoring in. That's nearly double the 2,724 instances reported in 2019. Online propaganda is much harder to quantify, and it's likely those cases reach into the millions. Billions, perhaps. The anti-hate organization said. The ADL, which was founded more than a century ago, said that last year marked the highest level of white supremacist propaganda seen in at least a decade. Its report comes as federal authorities investigate and prosecute those who stormed the U.S. Capitol in January, some of whom are accused of having ties or expressing support for hate groups and anti-government militias. As we try to understand and put in perspective the past 4 years, we will always have these bookends of Charlottesville and Capitol Hill, Group CEO Jonathan Greenblatt said. The reality is there's a lot of things that happen in between those moments that set the stage, he said. Right. That's belaying the obvious. Christian Picciolini, a former far-right extremist who founded the de-radicalized group Free Radicals Project, said the surge in propaganda tracks with white supremacist and extremist recruiters seeing crises as periods of opportunity. They use the uncertainty and fear caused by crisis to win over new recruits to their us versus them narrative, painting the other as the cause of their pain, grievance, or loss. Piccolini told the Associated Press, the current uncertainty caused by the pandemic, job loss, a heated election, protest over extrajudicial police killings of Black Americans, and national, blame us, fuck her, and a national reckoning sparked by our country's long tradition of racism, has created a perfect storm in which to recruit Americans who are fearful of change in progress. Propaganda, often distributed with the intention of garnering media and online support attention, helps white supremacists normalize their message and bolster recruitment efforts, the ADL said in its report. Language used in the propaganda is frequently veiled with patriotic slant, making it seem benign to the untrained eye. But some flyers, stickers, and posters are explicitly racist and anti-Semitic. One piece of propaganda disseminated by New Jersey European Heritage Foundation included the words "Black Crimes Matter," a derisive reference to the Black Lives Matter movement, along with cherry-picked crime statistics about attacks on white victims by Black assailants, which as Douglas has stated, we see more frequently black assailants assaulted by white. We see most frequently white assailants assaulting black victims more than them getting assaulted by us, which statistically, I would say the numbers are probably almost insignificant with the amount who, well, anyway, a neo-Nazi group known as the Folks Front distributed stickers that include the words "White Lives Matter." Yeah, this is America. That's quite obvious. They obviously have a monopoly on lives mattering, which is the problem. According to the report, at least 30 known white supremacist groups were behind hate propaganda, but 3 groups, NJEHA, Patriot Front, and Nationalist Social Club, were responsible for 92% of the activity. Now, I would personally argue that the people they reach are people who are probably fucked up people who are prone to hatred anyway, or they wouldn't be reached by that propaganda, which doesn't make the dissemination of such propaganda any better. No, it just makes the situation a whole lot worse. Despite the overall increase, the ADL reported a steep decline in distribution of white supremacist propaganda at colleges and universities, due in a large part to the coronavirus pandemic and a lack of students living and studying on campus, or the fact that smarter people usually just aren't stupid enough to be pulled by that propaganda. There were 303 reports of propaganda on college campuses in 2020, down from 630 in 2019. Greenblatt acknowledged that free speech allows for rhetoric that we don't like and we detest. But when that speech spurs violence or creates conditions for normalizing extremism, it must be opposed, he said. And that's rational. There's no pixie dust you can sprinkle on this like it's going to go away, Greenblatt said. We need to recognize that the roots of this problem run deep.
Okay.
Oh, well, I say, well, no, actually, I don't want to really, even if it would be pretty dark.
Okay, thank you. So you checked yourself. Before.
Yes. I was about to say something that would have been really just, well, that's Jameson, but I'm...
Yes, Captain Cringe, yes. How could we forget? So, there we have that, and hopefully you behaved yourself otherwise while I was gone.
Yes.
There we are, and let me check a little bit into refreshing the page, seeing what we've got going. Okay, we're recovering audience, and that's good. And with that, good sir, let's see, WTF is with us. He says, good afternoon, Douglas and all. Thanks for all the geopolitical info on Afghanistan last session. Very informative. Oh, bless you. Thank you so much, good sir. And let's hold a kind of a survey. So, should I go domestic or should I go international?
International.
Okay, we've got your vote.
I'm sorry. It's just I'm fucking sick of this country.
Mm-hmm. No, I appreciate it because I get it.
It's refreshing to see bombs, grenades, and dead bodies spilling out of other countries for a change.
No, I get it. I totally fucking get it. I mean, the domestic situation is depressing enough. By the way, this is not a beer. Not that it fucking matters if it were, but this is guayaki, which is, of course, organic yerba mate, which is vegetarian cocaine. And, of course, this is what everybody in Argentina drinks and why they all test positive for cocaine when they're all here up north trying to apply for jobs and therefore can't get jobs. Things have changed since those days, but there we are. WTF says
I'll
international.
enjoy myself some old-fashioned caffeine with some vitamins that are enough to kill you.
Yes. Yeah, no, WTF says international. I'm sick of that country also, and mine. By the way, WTF, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong on this, is in Australia. So let me know if I'm wrong on that. And it's amazing that we tend to have many people in Australia and New Zealand, and that's wonderful. And of course, we have a number of people in Britain. So we've gone on either side of the Atlantic and the Pacific, thanks to the old British Empire and the Commonwealth of Nations that they established. And it is, of course, tragic that the British Empire thinks it can rebuild its empire on the basis of that Commonwealth, using these whiter nations to reestablish itself with, and they simply do not have the GDP to make that happen, or to make anything of substance happen that the British are seeking. So, and along with the very likely secession of Scotland in the near future, all of that is going to change. So the question now becomes, when we go international, the most imminent monster on the horizon, the creature on the event horizon, is communist China. And the question then becomes, do I go back into the history mode, where I was kind of covering the history of Africa and China, or kind of more into the more immediate mode of the dangers we're presented with in terms of...
Oh, I love me them dangers.
Yes, okay, that makes sense. And so I'll talk about the more immediate dangers for now, as will be discussed at, or alluded to at the conference in Alaska. Give me just a second to go mute and basically get some of the snot out of my nose. And all right, now let's see what Our Lady is saying here. Let me go into the messenger. And she says, sorry, that was more than a minute. I am available now. And we will bring on Our Lady to say hi. So let me ask her, what is your Skype ID? Is the Skype ID? Okay. All right. And so this should be interesting. And I don't know if she's seeing what I wrote, but we'll find out soon enough. In the meantime, do me a favor, Jameson, and say something so I can go mute for a few moments. Thank you.
No.
Yeah, that's cute.
No, just kidding. All right, let's see what we could dredge up. Okay, an early hacker used a cereal box whistle to take over phone lines. Wait, would people be interested in that? Or do you want something like Who's Dancing with Stars or some weird stuff like that? I'm trying to learn what regular, well, not regular, but I don't mean to be insulting with the words here. I just am trying to grasp the vernacular of the folks who are more down to earth than I am.
There, that's lovely. That's lovely. That's so nice. That is, and let me see if I can, let me see, Amanda Yu, and, okay, let me see if I can find her online. Amanda Yu, and, she doesn't seem to be. All right, so we've got her in my favorites, so to speak. Last seen days ago. Let's see if this works, and, give her a call. Oh, shit. Oh shit, what did I just do? Okay, thank God.
Handle,
okay.
Yes.
Oh, that was the stupidest thing I ever did. Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, thank God. That was so stupid.
Well, what happened?
Oh, I didn't add her onto the call. Instead, I just called her, which knocks me off this call. So, fortunately, she was not available through that. Let's see now if we can add her onto this call. It's been so long since I've dealt with her. So let's see if she responds to that. And if not, we'll see if we can get her on some other way. If we can't get her on tonight, let's see, unavailable. Okay, so that takes care of that. And so I asked her for her Skype ID, and a friend, okay, I am Douglas Dietrich, one of, okay, send Skype request, send Skype, what did we call this again? It's called a Skype contact request?
Yeah.
Contact request to Douglas Dietrich 1. Douglas Dietrich 1. All right, and so she'll see that in due time, I take it. In the meantime, I'll start going into the international stuff. Let me sip some of this guayaki. And you said you had you have your caffeine in front of you, right?
Yeah, but I'm starting to double think that because this stomach ulcer is really fucking killing me.
Oh, Jesus. Yes, put that down then. Oh, my God. Don't drink that. What is...
Yeah. Well, when it feels like you have a freaking battery acid leaking out of your sternum,
yeah. Oh, do you have any anti-gas? Do you have any Malox? Anything else? Oh.
Nope.
Nothing in the house? Like Pepto-Bismol?
Nope.
Oh my God. How did you wind up in such a situation? I mean, I take it then that you don't have this very often, this kind of stomach effect.
Oh, no. This has been ongoing for years. This is actually, I have a medical ulcer, and I also have I don't know if the H. pylori, it's also this H. pylori infection, which is symptomatic.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, I've had it for years.
Yeah, so for those of you who don't know, their conclusion is that ulcers are caused by the H. pylori virus. So when you have a bleeding duodenal ulcer, they usually prescribe an antibiotic for that. So have you considered asking for a prescription for the antibiotic?
Yeah, I did the antibiotic, and that fucked me up really badly. And the thing is, I didn't take the prescription as... There was one of the medications I didn't take right. Mm-hmm. I must have misread. And so I'm fairly certain I still have the infection, and I am not going to do another round of antibiotics because of how horrible the effect that had on me.
Okay. So how about antacids? If not antibiotics, how about...
The problem with antacids is that they prevent calcium from binding. And so I don't want to be prone to, what do you call it?
Dude, I wouldn't worry about
osteoporosis.
I wouldn't be fucking worried about that. I would take the goddamn antacids. You don't need to worry about osteoporosis until you're an old man. Honest to God, that's a missed priority. So find yourself some acids. What's this? Live CID Skype. Okay, so what I need to do is okay, I see you on Skype. How do I respond to this? Okay, so let's hope I don't knock myself off call. If I do, hold the call. Of course, I should be able to get on.
All right.
How do I respond to this? Let me see now. Incoming messages. Amanda, no answer.
Okay, yeah, I decided to add because I saw the name.
Oh, good. Okay, good. You brought her on.
Yep.
Oh, Amanda?
And it says unavailable.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Now she's waving from somewhere. Let's see now. It was something in the chat. Let's see what she said here. Contacts. Let's check the contacts. Notifications. Okay. Crystal reacted to my message. Okay. Now I saw her with a hand wave, but I was leery to click on it because of the... let's ask her again in messages. I saw you wave. I saw you wave, but I can't find the source. Wave, but I cannot find you. I saw you wave, but I cannot find you. Oh, and so let's see what goes on with that. Other than that, let me check back into the chat room, see how everybody's doing. I'm glad everybody's patient with what I'm doing, because there we are. WTF says, brother, acids are the worst. Apple cider vinegar will fix reflux. So is there a Skype room or something, guys? USA, Lucky Island. Yes, Aussie. Yes, he says so. He is in Australia. WTF is Australia. So, what is yours? Yes. So hopefully she'll answer. She'll give me something, and maybe my number. Okay. Let's see if that works, and we'll put that in there. For the Skype. Let me enter that and see what that brings us to. Amanda, yes, chatted 3 minutes ago. Okay. So let's this is okay. So Amanda U C plus yes. Okay, Amanda U. Amanda Ute. Ute. And it is there we are. Okay. Now let's add that. Okay. So this is the one, and my Skype says waiting for Douglas to accept invitation. So I am calling. I will tell her I am calling.
Hi.
There we are. Okay, honey, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank God. Okay, so it's been ages, and we're counting on you to catch us up on everything you're willing to catch us up on. You're on my time zone, so it's 12:39 a.m. approximately. What are you doing up this late? Is this normal for you to be up this late? Are you okay?
Normal insomnia, me.
Okay. Well, you're certainly welcome to join us. So what I'd like to do is kind of bring you on fairly regularly now. I'd like to have you as a co-hostess. So why don't you join us and introduce yourself? Tell people a little bit about yourself, Amanda, and what you feel is relevant for people to know. And the last that I remember of your being on with us was, of course, you were still living in the same house that had all kinds of, I don't want to bring up any unpleasant memories, but just a lot going on. And
Yeah.
so I hope that you're healthy and that you haven't had any injuries. You were dealing with, the last time I spoke to you, we had finally gotten your diaphragm fixed, and there were some other issues that hopefully have resolved. Just share what you feel comfortable sharing, and introduce yourself. Let people know. Because I'd like to have you on regularly in the future. I want people to get to know you, and I'm hoping you can change your icon, because that icon looks a little, well, it's a red tone and it's very alarming. And
I have no idea even what my icon is. I just re-signed back on Skype, so I don't even know what that is.
well, your Skype does not have an icon per se. What your Skype has is not what concerns me. Your Skype just has a point and a lowercase c. So it's literally a dot lowercase c. So it's very it's intriguing in that sense. But no, I mean your Facebook icon. It is it's a red filter of your face, and so. Yeah.
Yes, you know what? I tried to change the filter on that so many times, and when I uploaded that photo before it went on Facebook, it did not have that red tone to it.
Okay.
I don't know how that posted, and it's not on any of my save softwares or other save photos. I have no idea why it did that.
So do you think this might be indicative of some of the supernatural phenomenon you were experiencing for so long, like parcel, all that?
Probably. I'm in the same house, so no doubt.
Oh my God. Oh.
I know.
Why, honey? Why? I know it's a problem to move, and the bamboo is on the property. So I notice you haven't been active on the bamboo page. Are you still in the bamboo business, or what's?
Well, so I was doing mainly wholesale and plants here locally. Mm-hmm. And then COVID hit. Yeah. And I have not been able to import bamboo. I've not been able to do art shows. A lot of that's been locked down, obviously, like so many other people affected with this issue. So I have not been active on Facebook or the bamboo site, partial because of issues going on, but a lot to do with my business has been affected so severely.
By the COVID?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
And so I'm so sorry to hear that. How are you surviving, honey, if I may ask? Again, just share what you're comfortable sharing, and if you need some
Sure.
help, let it be known. If you feel that you have a need for some help from people, let us know that.
Well, you know me, I don't like to ask for help. I'm sure there are much more people worse off than I am. I was doing deliveries for a while, just being a carrier, a private carrier. And I was doing a lot of medical supplies and supplies to the elderly here in Portland, people that could not leave their homes or were at a high risk, or because of Portland and Oregon's heavy COVID mandates. I was doing
that sounds like a pretty good deal. I hope that's working out, because there's a lot of elderly people, I would imagine, that are homebound. Please go on. I'm just making it,
It was that's okay. It was working out great, but then they had even heavier mask mandates, and because I had 2/3 of my lungs affected through my injury, I cannot wear a mask for a long period of time.
For an extended period of time. Oh, by the way, I'm so sorry. I was my apologies. This is Jameson Reese. He is, of course, my second in command, and we have Amanda Ute, who you may remember, or this was before your time. She was a woman who was one of the first to ever come and attempt to sponsor myself when I became a public informant, and she almost paid the price with her life. So I did everything I could to help her for a period of several years in which she was fighting with an insurance company for her very life, and so it was a very.
I'm sure it's your listeners that shamed the insurance company into allowing my surgery, because it was blocked for over a year, and you guys turned up the heat. And then suddenly, the next thing I knew from my doctors, I was authorized, I was accepted, I was next week heading in for surgery, and it was completely out of the blue and a reversal of everything they were trying to do.
That's incredible.
So I fully believe that it was you guys that shamed them into getting this surgery, because at first their stance was, until I am flatlining on the gurney, they will not authorize my surgery, my life-saving surgery.
Right, those bastards. And
I had the highest professionals here. I had a surgeon who is the top 3 in the United States of America for this specific surgery. I was in the highest category of risk that you could possibly be, and I was going to die without this surgery. So, and they were just a no. They were an absolute no.
Yeah, that bastards, and so glad we were able to get you out of that horrific situation, and so glad that you're with us tonight. Honestly, the world would be much the poorer without you, and we speak of you often. Jameson, are you on the call? I just want you to say hi. Just say hi to Amanda and introduce yourself just briefly. And...
hi, Amanda. Nice to meet you. I'm Jameson. I go by that moniker. Commander Cringe. I'm one of the more, how do we say, I'm one of the more macabre aspects of the show.
Well, she's seen so many strange things in her life. You believe me, you're fine. And this is Amanda Yu, and you've already kind of heard her story. But Amanda, introduce yourself more personally to our listeners, and I want to thank you, of course, for saying what you did. Of course, we have a whole new battery of listeners now, a whole new set in general. There's a few that have been with us forever, and so they remember you distinctly, and hopefully we'll be seeing you again regularly, hopefully with each program, since you've got nothing else to do during COVID. Hopefully we can bring you on as co-hostess. So you just let us know a bit. So you cannot wear the mask for extended periods of time because your lungs are damaged essentially mechanically, because they were so compressed by your diaphragm being compressed into your lungs that they've kind of compressed your lungs and they no longer inflate reliably or efficiently or something like that.
Right. My stomach was pulled up into my chest, so it actually punctured through my diaphragm. And it had sat in my chest for so long that it was taking up 2/3 of the space that my lungs should have taken. So they basically sat, crumpled up in my chest. And then my stomach proceeded to keep getting pulled up, and it was strangling my heart. So it's been a couple years since my surgery. My lungs I am much better than what I was even a year ago. But I still find myself winded or unable to fully take full breaths and just function normally, as it were. And right now, obviously, my doctors have not prohibited me, but unless I am in dire straits, we're not doing any treatments. They don't want me in the hospital, and frankly, I don't want to be in there right now. And so it's just a task. Any lack of oxygen or prohibition of good oxygen to my lungs is hard. It's hard on my system. It's hard to recuperate. And but I am most definitely so much better than I was. I don't want to sound pathetic or whiny.
No, don't worry about that. You've got plenty of reason to bitch. It always did have. Did the evil old man with the brain tumor finally die?
Yes, he did. He passed quite quickly, actually. I think it was just about within 5 months of the last time we spoke.
Okay.
Actually, that he passed.
Okay.
And that was kind of a blur, because then I had my father die.
Yes.
Passed away under very odd circumstances.
And what happened to his property, if I might ask, up there in Alaska? Was it not?
It was in Eastern Oregon.
Okay.
He lived in Alaska, but he had moved away.
Okay.
And that was where I was from. And we have a house and property there. Unfortunately, I have some greedy family members who have basically taken it over.
So sad. I'm sorry.
It's sad. I recommend to everybody, make your wills.
Yeah.
Make your property or whatnot's known.
Yeah.
Because my dad, actually, I believe that my dad did have that, and that paperwork disappeared.
That makes sense. I believe that. That makes sense.
His computer disappeared. Several other things disappeared. I know my father. I know he would have had all of his legal matters in order and prepared, and supposedly none of that was found, and none of that can be found. And his house was basically emptied before I even had a chance to know he was dying, and was able to get over there. Yes. So, and I did have an odd run-in with someone who a year ago, and whom I thought I didn't know. I thought didn't know me, but when the subject of my dad came on, it just kind of went weird.
Is this something where you don't want to name names, or is it someone I know? Or
I don't think you know, but I would say it was a Special Force retired Navy SEAL man who specifically picked right up on I didn't know he was a Navy SEAL, honestly, when I first spoke with him. And we did just discuss my dad, and he discussed that he was a veteran. So I did discuss my dad. And as soon as I said things that he was involved with and parts that he did with the government, the first thing he looked at me and said was, "Oh, so to watch your phone calls, right? They're tapped."
Mm-hmm. Yes. Which, of course, they are. Yeah, we've always.
And I said to him, "Gee, you're the first person that instantly picked up on that." Yeah. And that's when I found out he was Navy SEAL and blah, blah, blah. So, same old crazy world for me.
Right. So these people are constantly, of course, running across your path, and they're a recurrent theme in your life. But aside from that, that doesn't sound too negative. That sounds like the least threatening of the kinds of encounters that you've had.
Threatening, it definitely felt like somebody that was trying to get close to me.
I see.
Though, in a non-threatening way. So. one of those angles.
So, in other words, this might have been just another attempt to kind of just encroach themselves into your world and just influence you in one way or another, right? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, because when I first knew this person for a month, he was just a tech specialist. Nothing to do with military, nothing to do with anything else.
Right. Okay.
So.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. So, and by all means, but you just keep talking. I want you to feel comfortable here, and there must be a lot. I would expect kind of like a flow of information. Your children, I imagine it feels like forever and a day. I think of them as being over 18 now and gone off and gotten married. I take it's not at that point yet, but. What?
No, thank God, but it feels that way. My son will be turning 15 very soon. And my daughter just turned 13.
Okay, so they're still quite young.
We're very young when things really hit the fan.
Yeah. And so, well, hopefully they don't have too much of a memory of all of that trauma. And, or do they?
Well, they unfortunately do. I don't bring it up. Right. But I also still am my daughter especially is very conscious of if I'm not feeling well or if it seems that I'm a bit out of sorts or whatnot, it does still have a traumatic impact on them. Absolutely, for sure. You know, kids thinking that, you know, their mom is going to die and having to go through that and go through the doctors and the tests and seeing mom sick and in the hospital and hooked up to this and that and this, you know, it's going to stay with them.
Well, hopefully that's not the norm now. You sound great. You sound like you're not dependent on any oxygen for any period of time during the day, are you?
No. I have a regular inhaler, a steroid inhaler.
Okay.
I try not to use as much as possible. I try to do yoga and, you know, aromatherapy and a lot of Chinese herbalists, you know, use.
What is that noise? There was a bizarre noise in the background. Don't pay attention to me.
Okay.
Might be the voices inside my head, but I could have sworn I heard like something like, you know, but that might be coming
over.
What'd you hear?
I'm sure. I'm sorry.
How's your dog? Is he still with us? Your big Marmaduke?
Yeah. Kronk is still with us. He is old and gray, and he's still here. And my other animals, I have had a few more peacocks go missing, but recently, but so far everybody's just kind of doing okay.
Okay.
As it were.
Okay, so in terms of the peacocks, and there was a horrible history with that in terms of terrorism, but in terms of, shall we say, the otherwise, let's get back on the path that we were on. I'm glad to see then. So the family is still intact. You have both children. You have Kronk. You have yourself. I'm not going to ask about that other member or whether or not that person was eventually excised like a tumor. But well.
Yes, currently running from child support.
Okay, there we are. Oh my God, and I mean, yeah, that was kind of like, so at least he's gone, and what about school?
You know, when you can't even barely be conscious or take care of yourselves or your children, you're definitely trapped.
Yes.
So I was most definitely stuck, and as far as that goes, I'm relieved of that.
Yes, thank God. Thank God. And so what about the in terms of okay, so I do have to ask this. What about, have there been any more bizarre supernatural occurrences in the home, or things that could be construed as such, or is it just so regular that that you that it's background noise?
It happens often. I have remodeled my house extensionally, mainly because my children just could not sleep in their back bedrooms.
Okay.
The night terrors and the issues that they just could not handle it. So I went over a major rehaul to kind of readjust where they are, where they sleep, where our rooms are. It did get quiet for quite a while. It felt pretty normal. But I think at that time I was also kind of shutting down everything. I disappeared from Facebook and other social avenues and whatnot. I just definitely hunkered down big time. But yes, things happen still constantly, still all too much. Things go missing that just absolutely should not. Things that we know we put somewhere or didn't do happen. Things fall, things happen that you can blow off, once or twice or 3 times, but repeatedly, there's only so many times you can blame it on the electricity fritzing out or a light bulb going out or, an object floating on the phone or my keys that are not in my purse, but I do find in the kitchen cabinet. Like, my kids aren't toddlers. They wouldn't do that. And if we joke, they would have copped to it by now. That kind of stuff. So, but it doesn't feel as malicious.
Right. Okay.
As it used to.
Okay. And by the way, I want you to.
I don't know if that's my acclamation or if that's just my high hopes.
Right. Well, I'm hoping that that's simply the case, that it's not what it was in terms of any of the negatives. So, what about? Do us a favor and keep your face close to the microphone, or do you have a microphone?
Oh, my apologies. No, I'm on a different speaker phone microphone, and I don't know how it's working.
Okay. It was okay for the longest period of time. Then you started kind of backing off away from it, or it sounded like you were physically backing off away from it. Yeah, just make certain that you stay close to whatever is the equivalent of a mic.
Sure.
And so in terms of the home, just so people understand it, this is something like I would the parallel I would draw would be like the Poltergeist home or the Amityville Horror House. I mean, this is something where Our Lady Amanda would be walking down the hallway and the door would just slam open into her, and our rolling pins would jump out of the cupboard and just smack on her toe. Now, again, because you sound so well, I'm assuming you're not having the level of personal injuries that you were suffering for such a long period of time.
I am definitely much better about that.
Yes.
When you can breathe, your balance suddenly becomes so much better.
Yes. Oh, thank God.
Miraculously.
Yes. Oh my God.
I am still.
Yeah. Go on.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, please.
Oh, no. I was simply going to say that, it just such a relief to hear that, because it was, of course, it was just torturous. And so in terms of, please just go on and tell us what was going on in the past and how different it is now.
Well, like you said, you would just be going down the hall and the door would shut on your foot as you're walking in. It would suddenly slam and you suddenly have a bruised toe, or something would fall down right in front of you or on you with no good reason why it should have. I have more broken windows and failed electronics than I can even keep count of. Multiple laptops. They do not last in this house.
Wow.
Just from fritzing. Things that computer experts, my dad, who was one, all they could do was try to help me recover as much as possible, but it would just die. Brand new equipment. good old sturdy equipment. It didn't matter. Things would just fritz and fall. When my son was much younger, I would say between the ages of 1 and 4, I would constantly find him out of his bed and on the floor, but opposite of the way he was sleeping. And passed completely out. You know, it's not like he fell out of bed. You know, he was not a night walker. He still is not. Just many things. My kids' toys would move on their own. I remember we had our cousins over and kids had gone to bed. We were all in the living room chit-chatting, whatnot. And my son's big Tonka dump truck just rolled across the floor in front of everybody. And I just remember thinking, oh my God, finally there are other people here to see this. I'm not alone. Right. You know, I have witnesses to this. But yeah, it would just be a constant, things are missing. Things would show up in places where my children couldn't reach or wouldn't do, let alone me. Or just, they would just vanish. And I mean, I have found stuff that I've been missing for several years, just recently.
Well, thank God. At least you found
just
it.
Odd stuff.
Yeah. And so obviously this is, but again, the fact that you still live there alarms me, and that's because, of course, you're not in an economic position to move. Essentially, is the case.
COVID has definitely put a lot of things on the back burner. I had several things planned and lined up and in the works, and it had taken me a couple of years to get to that point. And this just definitely wiped as far as any and all plans.
Yeah. Oh God, I'm so sorry, but other than that, at least things seem fairly stable. And so in terms of what I would like to try is basically I start my program at basically 4:30 p.m. is when I try to call people and get the call going that the program rides on. And then what'll happen is that we officially start the program at 5 p.m. This is all by Pacific Daylight Time, since we're in daylight time now. I take it you've by the way, I didn't even know it was daylight saving time until my manager, Selena Khan, had actually published that on her Facebook timeline. And that's, so then I knew it was, honestly, I didn't even know that day. Because, right. So did you spring forward? I mean, you put your clocks forward or what?
All the clocks that I have are digital, my computer, our phones. Okay. And so kind of like you, I really hadn't even thought about it until I had seen a few friends text me and talk about, grumbling about starting work early and whatnot. And that reminded me, oh my goodness, I need to get to my kids' online classes earlier.
Right.
So.
Right. And speaking of which, so tell us about the schooling of your children. What was it like before COVID? And what is it like now during COVID? I mean, this, of course, is, I'm certain many people are dealing with this problem, but I'm certain we can appreciate your situation is always so specific. So tell us about it. Yeah.
Well, for me personally, I am a Montessori teacher, and I was doing partial teaching to cover half of my kids' tuition. They do a community school. And so it basically shut down my avenue of having free private school for my children. That's all switched to online here in Oregon. The public schools, I believe, do have some mask days, and they have, I think, 2/3 full days or something about that.
I have no idea myself.
Something.
but
yeah, that is part of my issue. Is as much as I have an issue with masks, I also can't have my kids come back with anything. And because I am marked with that legally, I am me and my kids are marked as, I don't even remember what it's called, but we're somebody under strict orders for stay at home because I could not handle if they did catch COVID, if they did bring it home.
I see. Okay.
So we are full homeschooling. They're doing online classes. Instead of having it paid and covered, right. I'm now having to, foot that bill.
Oh, shit. Well, how are you doing that?
I sell what I can of my art and my bamboo online, and I just have been making it work.
Okay. Oh, my God.
It's definitely hard. It's definitely different. It's different when you suddenly have a bill that something was actually bringing you income. But we're making it work.
And well, do give out your art number where people can contact you to purchase your art and your bamboo. Make certain they have all those contacts right now. Let us know what they are.
I am actually in the middle of kind of redoing everything. That's kind of why I just got Skype up. So I will definitely update you with that.
Good. By all means.
When I have that.
Yeah. And aside from that, what about how about, since you must be considered a part of a vulnerable population group and at high risk. So what about your vaccine? Have you gotten the vaccine?
I have not.
Okay.
And I have not received any word that I'm on a wait list or am even available.
You need to pursue it. You need to be aggressive about it and pursue it yourself. You need to.
I'm still aggressively trying to get my my asthma inhaler refill. Things are so backed up and so hard right now. I'm just honestly trying to get my inhaler filled.
Understood. But by all means, try and pursue the vaccine. Maybe it's kind of redundant in your case. I mean, if you're not exposing yourself to anything, so I understand. Right. The fact that that it's not necessarily the most immediate thing on the mind, but so in terms of so you're paying for the schooling, the kids are still attending online courses, you've got them. You've gotten rid of the deadbeat, and the house seems to be a bit, tamed, a bit under behavior. So on its best behavior, and it's other than that. The Peacocks, tell us a bit about the ongoing saga without depressing yourself with too many memories. Are the Peacocks you have healthy or alive or under any stress, or what's going on?
Well, I still have an issue that any peacocks that do breed here and do lay eggs, if I do not transport the babies and their mother to a friend that I have who has a farm away from the property, the babies never make it. And the ones that do go to the farm and get raised over there absolutely do. And they're fed, they're protected. I just kept finding hatches of dead babies. Taken off the property, though. The babies have made it to adulthood.
Wow.
I don't know what that is. I haven't had any issues with finding any of my peacocks deceased, except for this recent week. I found my alpha male beheaded.
Again, okay. And by that, I mean other peacocks have been beheaded in the past, right?
Yes. Yeah. Or their wings tore off. Right. It was either their wings or their head.
Right.
This was my alpha. He's huge, perfectly healthy. Their life expectancy can be up to 50 years.
Right.
He was barely 10.
Yeah.
No animal attack. Nothing except for obviously missing his head.
Horrible.
Then my second female, lead female, alpha female, I found her deceased. Once again, perfectly healthy, perfectly normal. All vet checkups and whatnots have been perfectly clear and was not attacked by the predator. And I'm not sure how much your listeners are experienced with finding prey or, seeing kills of natural cycles and whatnot. But it's pretty obvious to tell when a nocturnal creature has gone on attack.
Yes.
There's always feathers when it comes to birds. They naturally shed them when they're attacked. They also release their bowels to try to get away, especially birds.
Right.
And so a lack of evidence in those cases is really disturbing. And my tests on my female came back that they have no conclusive reason why she passed. So things have been pretty normal with them for the last year or so until this recent week.
Interesting. And I'm wondering if that was kind of a foresight or an omen of kind of my returning into your life or reconnecting in that sense. So,
I find it it's a little interesting, the timing. Man, timing for everything for me seems to always do something. Absolutely. And it actually, when I found my mail, I forget what day the full moon was. It was or the new moon. I forget which we just had. But one of the two is absolutely when I found them.
Right. So just to explain this to Jameson Reese, Jameson, you understand, of course, my personal connection with the peacock angel, and the peacocks are very symbolic, and she was experiencing her peacocks being murdered by their wings or heads torn off without the sign of any predator attack that would have left the normal mess that it does. Rather, this is like a surgical attack, and it commenced again now that I'm bringing her as much as I can back onto the show, or trying to convince her to come onto the transmission as a co-hostess, at least towards the beginning of the show. I don't expect her to be with us throughout the night, but certainly I'd like her to start the program with us. And so, by the way, Ryan Carr says, cheers from Canada. Been a while. Happy St. Paddy's. So shout out to Ryan Carr. And hopefully...
I have to wonder if whatever force has caused all this paranormal activity in the home wasn't somewhat connected to an attack against your connection, the connection between you two, because it seems like I don't know, maybe I'm looking at it the wrong way, but I would attribute the same paranormal force to having us gotten rid of those birds almost out of anger, knowing that you two would reconnect, because as we know, these entities that are atemporal, they don't go through time like we do.
Yes, that's right.
Right.
And so I'd like you to talk to her personally and privately sometime about this, and you might be able to provide some suggestions to her. She doesn't seem...
I'm sorry. That set off my peacocks. I apologize.
Wow. There we are. And do you need to check on them?
No, but they're just calling in the middle of the night for no good reason.
Yes. Oh my gosh. And this would often happen when she was on with us, and of course this arouses some forces. We don't want to arouse forces in her life, so
I see. So yeah, it's best not to be too. It's out of respect for it, I'll keep quiet.
No, it's not necessarily yourself, but what?
No. The thing is not. The thing is, it's not because of the subject matter. It's because if whatever it is going to, act fiercely out of retaliation or out of anger, that's never a good thing either.
Well, we suspected, certainly I had suspected in the past that it was her ex-husband that was killing these animals, but he's gone now, and far away probably. I can only speculate unless there's further information to be provided by, of course, yourself, Amanda. But other than that, she used to find huge piles of dead rats on the property that, of course, was completely unnatural, that were just brought and dumped like somebody had brought a dump trunk full of rats and just piled them into the yard, so to speak. And of course, her dog would not respond to any of this. This was obviously beyond supernatural. I figured it might be the ex-husband, because the dog would recognize otherwise whoever, some stranger would come in and would not necessarily respond to the husband. But, we just have this sort of very beyond supernatural phenomenon.
The only other thing that would come to mind would be cats, because cats tear birds apart.
Well, not the size of peacocks.
Definitely. I have an old hen. She did pass away. She unfortunately passed away before it was nighttime and I could coop her, and you could tell that a predator had gotten to her. That's what I mean about, you can tell when something has attacked these animals. The feathers, and these animals are not killing because they want to kill and they're malicious. They're hungry. Mm-hmm. And they don't just go and kill a peacock or a chicken or a rat and run away. Mm-hmm. And just serial killer animals. They're doing it for survival. They're doing it out of instinct. They're doing it for territory. And when you see a trail of feathers and you see chunks of meat, or I'm sorry if this is too...
No, please go on. We can handle it. Yeah. If I were to let Jameson Reese have his way, we'd be talking about popping zits and shit. So you got nothing on him.
I hear that. When a chicken's entrails have been devoured, it's not like the head was cut off and blood was thrown around. We're talking animals are eating these animals for food. And she was definitely attacked. We do have raccoons around here. We do have some of the weasel family around here. We do have hawks. But I'm sorry, those animals are not able to take down a peacock. I know they look all fluffy and pretty and beautiful, but they are, if you have a close-up look of their talons, they can rip your flesh. If they do choose to attack you and peck you, you will come away with bruises and gashed wounds at the very least. So that these, and especially the alphas that get taken down, they should at least have some war wounds, some struggle wounds, some attack wounds. I should see a blood trail from another animal, and like you guys heard, they are vigilant at night. They're not on the ground nesting. They are high in the air. They are in trees. What could even reach them and could combat them is very minimal. And so, and I have seen the aftermath of, like, my older hen, who I think that she was just old, and either she was easy to take down and she was seen as a easy takedown, or she had passed and scavengers did get to her. But she was very obviously an aftermath of other animals. My beheaded alpha male, though, lying right next to my bedroom window, where he doesn't sleep, he doesn't nest, he wouldn't have roosted at night. He always gets on the top of the tree to watch over his flock, the property. He shouldn't have even been there. He never goes there, not for night, not for watching over his flock. So if you are experienced,
something wanted you to see it. It's almost like
absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes. My dad, I am trained in hunting. I am trained in tracking. I am a vegetarian, but if I had to feed my children, if I had to live alone in the mountains, I am, gosh, there's still plenty to learn. I don't want to sound like I'm an expert or anything or know it all, but I could definitely hold my own. You know how to read signs, you know how to read prints, you know how usual animal behavior and the sight of a kill and a takedown from another predator or illness or old age is fairly obvious to detect.
Yeah, I really appreciate this and your courage in sharing this. So, Jameson, like I said, I want you to take her contact and add it to your own. Do you know how to do that? You put your cursor on her contact and make certain that you get that into your own contact so that the two of you can speak about this privately. But we'll be speaking of this publicly as well. But we certainly don't want to dominate the transmission necessarily with this, though I'm certain people find it fascinating. But at the same time,
probably boring.
Rather it becomes it becomes oppressive. It becomes oppressive because and so what? Obviously, we're very concerned when these peacocks had their wings torn off. Certainly, you killed them to put them out of their misery, or how does one deal with that? Are they dead? Are they simply died?
I find them dead, but their wings are off.
I see. Okay.
Which they would not necessarily die from having their wings off, and you certainly would do a mercy kill if you found that. Because my goodness, just a blood loss. This animal probably is not making it if you find it that way. But the ones with their wings torn off, I would always find them deceased. And if you know I know people think of wings as a dinner menu option, like drumsticks and wings, but there is not a lot of meat on a bird's wing.
Right.
No,
So
a predator would go right for the abdomen.
Exactly. That's why I know my hen was hit by some predators. Her guts were ripped open. Blah, 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 gross. But to have everything intact, but their wings torn off, and I do not find their wings. I have never found my bird's wings.
Right. So whoever did what they did, they took the wings. And so that's where an occult...
I've never found a head.
Yeah, so they took the head. So these are used in occult rituals. Of course, the peacock angel is Luciferin, and this is a kind of ritual that is a play on that. And of course, it's the same cultists which I've been struggling against all of my life that programmed your ex-husband. And basically, definitely, they predicted my coming back into your life, and what you need to do is to make this decision as an adult. If you want to be involved with the program or not, I would like to ask you to come on as a co-hostess. I'll just call you at 4:30 p.m. On Wednesdays and Sundays. Of course, you can tell me if something else is up and you can't attend, so to speak. But at least I can bring you on the call and you can enter and exit at your convenience. And so I can call you each Sunday and Wednesday night, bring you on, and then you can enter and exit as needed by demands in the home. But this way, at least we give you something to do through the remainder of COVID and kind of bring you back into the circuit, so to speak, of public awareness. You went through a period of time in which you were self-isolating, but apparently you've survived all that. And
when my dad passed away, I just definitely went, excuse my language, fuck this.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of went into solitude and block and wall and isolation as much as I could, especially since it happened like right after my surgery, and I was very vulnerable and very much recuperating, and at the very much point where they were not sure if my lungs would re-inflate to the of the area. And
by the way, you're fading in and out again in the sense
Oh.
that your voice seems to be away from the mic, so to speak. So if you, wherever
can you hear me?
yeah, just make certain you stay close
Okay.
to it. Yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
That,
So
you know,
basically,
and I have
they
to-
were afraid that your lungs would not reinflate to fill the space that was now
Right.
made by pulling your stomach down, the space they used to fill. So tell us a bit about that adventure and, and whether or not that happened.
Well, you know, I'm kind of like, oh my gosh, I got my surgery, like I'm going to be all good. You know, just thinking problem solved. But my lungs had to drop, and
Right.
that sounds
No. That's exactly. Well, believe me, I've had lung collapse. Remember, that's my whole medical history.
Yes. Yeah, so you know, yes, so it was definitely, fortunately, you know, unlike you, oh my goodness, I can't imagine. I did not have to have any lung stapling or other horrific issues. So, my goodness, I should not complain in your presence.
Oh, no worries. No worries, honey. What you had was far worse as far as I'm concerned. But then again, you know, to each one of us, the other one's injuries look worse. But just so people know what she's referencing, my lungs collapsed from exposure to cyclosaurine nerve gas during the Gulf War when the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers blew the Binnaker, that's the Arabic word for the bunkers that held a lot of Saddam Hussein's chemical weapons, and they flowed south from Iraq into Kuwait, which was liberated by the Marines. And so we were on the front lines just sucking all that in because we couldn't put the chemical warfare suits on because we would have just died of dehydration. Just that there's no way to breathe in those things in the sense that they don't allow chemicals in. So even though you can technically breathe through filtration, your skin's not breathing and you're sweating profusely. So you're going to lose all your water weight and die horribly anyway. So you might as well just take off the hood and just breathe. No matter what you're sucking in, you're going to die anyway. So you may as well just suck whatever's coming. We didn't expect anything to be coming, but it did because the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers blew those bunkers to hide the receipts, the trail of receipts that led back to Halliburton and all the fertilizer chemical companies that sold all the elements to Saddam Hussein with which he manufactured the sarin nerve gas with which he deployed against the Kurds. Only now it impacted us. I'm one of the few survivors because most of the other Marines who sucked that shit in by my side, they eventually died under the care of the VA. They didn't die on the battlefield, but they eventually died within months or years, and I did not because I received radical surgery, and my lungs collapsed 7 times, and eventually they unhinged my lower jawbone because I was threatening a lawsuit based on other mistakes they had made, like sending me home without sewing up the chest tube site, where they had a chest tube to reinflate my lungs and then sent me home without stitching it. And I developed systemic infections that would have killed any normal person. I'm only alive because of the nanoplasma transfusion and the fact that my genetics aren't baseline human anyway. But none of that is indulgent fantasy. It's just literal medical fact. There's no human who could have survived that. When I was brought into the hospital, the MDs were telling me about how my condition was similar to a floater that washes up on a beach and is entirely the body. They call them a floater because the body's distended with inert gases that are extending the body and bloating it as it's basically putrefying under the sun. And so they told me that I had a level of putrefaction that they'd only seen on floaters. And so when I queried about it and asked how many people survived that, and the MD told me flat out, nobody survives it because it only happens after you're dead. We've never seen this happen on a living person before. Yeah, it's just medically impossible by any normal standards. So, but, you know, I recovered from all of that. And by the time I threatened to sue them and everything else, they agreed to perform some very radical experimental surgery. So they unhinged my lower jawbone, stuck a bunch of tubes in, scraped all of the chemical warfare scars out of my lungs, the blisters, they call them blebs, that were caused by chemical burns in my lungs, and then stapled my lungs to my rib cage. So there you have that. WTF says that peacocks walk freely in his town in some suburbs, wild ones, of course, and that's far north Queensland for you. And so I'm assuming the Australians imported them like they did every other, you know, like they did the people and the rats and the cats and the rabbits and everything else they fucked over Australia with. They imported, I'm assuming they imported the peacocks as well. Yeah, aside from that, by the way, they're the only culture on Earth that eats their national animal. The kangaroo is on their national shield, and I always said it's a good thing they don't have a fucking human on their national shield holding up a spear or something, or they'd be eating us too every time we showed up for tourism. But such as it is, what in the case of my lungs, you know, that's their story, and ultimately, you know, during the time when they first collapse, what kills a person who's shot or stabbed is usually not the injury itself, it's the collapse of the lungs and all the blood and pus that, fills up that vacuum, that space, and that ultimately compresses against the heart and ultimately squeezes the heart to death. And this is what was happening to Our Lady Amanda. And so her, she was boxed in between, after she had offered to sponsor myself, to Lori and Ann Fenton, who basically discouraged her completely, and we can go to town on shitting all over Lori and Ann Fenton just because it's fun. That white trash piece of shit, you know, fat ass piece of garbage, you know, I don't know what to call her. She's not human either, but in a totally different sense. It's kind of like the Blob, but so. She was discouraging Amanda Ute from sponsoring myself, and then Amanda, on her way home with the kids, was boxed in between two identical trucks, identical paint jobs and shit, and they basically forced her off the road, and the car, you know, did the full cinematic turnover, and it wound up with her kids surviving without a scratch, as well as, you know, Marmaduke the dog, Kronk, chewing through their leather straps, their safety belts, basically. And because he had gnawed before the accident happened, they were not in their safety belts, and I think that's what saved him, if I remember this correctly. Whereas
they were rearranged from where they normally were in the back seats, and because one seatbelt had been gnawed by my dog Kronk, like you said, my daughter had been moved to the other seat for the first time ever, any trip at all. And that is where, when I landed on the side after going off the cliff, a tree that, after I had broken it, the stump went through the window. So anybody, children or adult, that would have been in that seat would have been decapitated at the very least by this tree.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So Kronk saved her life, and by doing what he does, and incredible, and of course, but you were the one who took all the damage, and it was what we were dealing with for years. And so her stomach, Amanda Ute's stomach, was pushed way up into her diaphragm, and she was choking to death on her own digestive acids, and which, of course, just a nightmare existence. And gradually her heart was being crushed, deformed. The lungs, of course. So the lungs did drop and fill the vacuum to an extent, but not necessarily fully. Is that the case?
I have not recently done any imaging, just because I was told I'm the last person they want in for my pulmonary test. And yet it's what I need to go do.
Why would they say that you're the last person they want in?
Because of the COVID.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Because of coming into the hospital around other patients.
Slap on the forehead. Okay, right. Sorry about that. Yeah. Okay.
Yep. No, it's okay. It's totally okay. So I do have much more expansion in my lungs. I can take in much more air. I can feel it, but I feel like how people who grew up being asthmatic describe. Not being able to take full breaths, not being able to take deep breaths, constantly feeling like I need more oxygen. But again, it's nothing like what I was going through. So I am definitely able to, they are functioning, they are working, they are getting better. I am doing a lot of yoga and breathing exercises just to try to re-exercise and strengthen my lungs. So I'm hoping repair is happening.
Wonderful, wonderful. Just keep envisioning that. That's important. Keep envisioning that. And so we've reintroduced you to a great extent to the audience. And now what we don't want to do is impact your health in a negative way. I think that this would be healthy for you because you get to speak about things, and that can't do anything other than help. To be able to communicate with many people at once about your situation is important. So I do want this to happen, but we don't want to keep you up too late. So when is the time that you usually go to sleep? Or is there any norm? Is this like...
I have no norm. I still have my insomnia. I'm up.
What I mean to say is that obviously it's a weeknight, and the other night that I transmit is a Sunday night, which of course the next day is a weekday. So both of these we have weekdays the next day. Obviously you don't have a conventional job, but in terms of having the kids sit in front of their classes, obviously you need to be up for that, I'm presuming, or not?
They're all good, especially on Mondays. They don't start till noon.
Okay, great.
It's actually kind of really chill, and they're so much older and so self-sufficient.
Wow.
that a lot of things are opened up and more available for me as a work.
That's wonderful. So I'm so glad to have you back. And, obviously, I don't know if you're aware of this, but a lot of the women in my life have abandoned me.
Oh, no.
Yes, and
Sorry.
so this obviously there, my life has never been normal, but the women who were in it at a more normal baseline than other aspects of my life have essentially abandoned myself after basically fairly unpleasant experiences, and just you've probably heard me. Actually, you haven't been listening. I assume you haven't been listening to the program at all. I assume. So that's fine.
I catch what I can, and honestly, I put blinders and blocks down on so many things that I catch up what I can. but no, I have not heard too much about anybody.
Okay. Yeah. So my manageress essentially is Selena Khan, and so she's my adult supervision to an extent. Of course, she's extraordinarily busy, so there's very little time for her to provide that supervision, and I'll need her supervision for some other things, and need to consult with her before I try some other stuff concerning the YouTube monetization. But, I'm just thinking aloud.
Oh, good.
Well, I mean, we had the YouTube thing monetized. Now they're saying we need a PIN number. It's just chicken shit stuff.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, so, her and I'll figure out something. I'm kind of leery about getting YouTube, which is owned by Google, involved to any extent, because the last time Google reached into my bank account and literally stole $400, we got it back. The bank just, the bank just got it back. I mean, I just told them I didn't authorize Google taking that out, but this is what these these leviathans do. I mean, it's like it's just unthinking amoeba. They reach their tendrils. They reach their tendrils into things and just pull things out, siphon it, and say, "Can I eat this?" Yes, it's just like that. So,
absolutely.
Yeah. So now, I remember. Okay, so anytime you want to, you can tell me to shut up, but I think pretty much the cat's out of the bag. So just so people understand this, her ex-husband was a product of brainwashing at the Presidio military base, and grew up in a military family, which means he's all fucked up. Yeah, had other military family members who turned him into, just a royal mess. So this guy was just an example. He's out on the road at night, and some white woman has got her engine block open, and he stops, and all memory after that stops as well. He takes all the money and goes with her to like a rap concert or something, and he hates blacks and he hates black music, but he winds up going with her to a rap concert or some shit, and then you know, shit like that in the middle of the night, some woman he doesn't know, this is like you know, mind control, MK Ultra crap, and then the guy winds up
and then she dies of a heroin overdose. How did you know that's what happened?
Was that the same night?
No, she did that 3 months later.
Holy shit!
I mean, seriously, all the way down to the rap concert. Oh my god.
Oh, yeah. Holy, yeah. So there you go. See, Jameson, you don't have shit like that going down. You got nothing to worry about. So like so with this son of a bitch, he basically was like was just anyhow. I'm just glad he's gone. Obviously, he was so. Yeah, he was no one around to serve as any kind of example for the son or pretty much anything. But so what about? So then there was some other mysterious kind of medical phenomena that was going on just early in the game at the time that we were severing communications, just when you were withdrawing your dad's death and all that. Hopefully that's resolved. I guess we can go into that privately some other time. But in terms of your overall life, I think people have got a general understanding now. You live in the Amityville House of Horrors on top of the Poltergeist burial ground, and you've got a background where the MK Ultra, Luciferans are raiding the peacocks, that you were maintaining almost in defiance of this kind of regular massacre, and is that kind of like what's going on with that? Kind of a defiance of the violence that's done against them? Is this kind of I mean, like with everything that's been done to them in the past, you continue to maintain them, and it's kind of a defiance, right? What else is the motivation?
I guess that kind of sums me up. I am in defiance. I kind of have always been if something's not right, even if I have consequences for it, I will stand up against it. My kind of not going into hiding, but secluding myself was 100% in protection of my kids.
Okay.
Things got so bad, so out of control, and I was at my absolute most vulnerable, that, I secluded and circled the wagons, I guess you would say, for the sake of them. At the same time, though, I know I'm raising them the same way, as in stand up. I'm not trying to protagonize or bring harm or just give the bird to, speak my mind and make people mad, and get retribution, just for the sake of anarchy or whatnot. But I've definitely paid the consequences for not conforming or not taking the ticket, not going to the good old boys club. I remember very vividly having a wicked dream about, swimming with sharks. And I just stepped out for the last 10 years of, if you're going to swim with sharks, you're going to get bitten. And that was the message told to me. And it definitely came true. But yeah, I guess it's more of a protection for them. I know that they're protecting me and my kids. I know that if they or my children were ever in harm, they would relocate and I would relocate them as soon as possible. And that is hence why I did disappear for a bit.
Right.
But they are protecting around here.
Okay. Well, definitely glad to hear that. And what about, so again, when it comes to the irregularity of your sleep pattern, how do you ever try a sleep aid? Have you experimented with Benadryl or Ambien or?
Oh no, I cannot definitely mess with anything like that. Like my father, antibiotics were deadly to him.
Uh-huh.
Literally. I have major medical, at the very least, sensitivities, as they say. But basically, I cannot take anything, even like a Tylenol over the counter, just because of my stomach and because my body does not react well to synthetic opiates or sleep aids. They make me sick instead of anything else. And alongside with being a single parent with children, I do everything I can to not be under control. So if that means I'm tired as hell and didn't get any sleep, that's just tough cookies for me. So I just, I do what I can. I take the herbal teas that I can. I try to do other good meditations and other things that I can do to help alleviate myself. But other than that, I even, my goodness, taking something like NyQuil would send me over the rope. so no, I do stay clear of that.
Wow. And so you basically this is what I'm wondering. So if you do you volunteer your time and come on with myself, and of course we do our best to make your situation known to our listeners, then what we have is, like I said, I'll be calling you at 4:30 p.m. and we'll officially start the show at 5. This is Pacific Daylight Time, and then what will happen is, the transmission essentially is 12 hours, and you don't need to be on for the full 12 hours. I'm just letting you know that even when I call you, you don't even need to take the call. It just brings you on to the call, and that way you know that you can come on the call whenever you want. That way you can jump on the call whenever you want. And then, but the otherwise you can also leave whenever you want. So just let us know whenever you feel like, okay, I feel like I'm ready to try to experiment with sleep. And then and then you can take off and do that. So in terms of this, I think we're pretty satisfied that you're in a situation that is semi-stabilized. It may let's hope it stays that way in light of your renewed participation with my program. And I certainly needed a female voice on this for a long time, and we've had far too many men for far too long. There was a reason for that. Yeah, I'm sorry?
Oh, I was just saying,
Yeah, and I'll try and bring some other ladies on as well. It's just that, my situation is so rarefied that, honestly, aside from the professional escorts within the environment of the estate on which my son resides, the series of estates that he and his husband go back and forth from or between, my opportunities to meet women normally, especially in this time of COVID. It's harder to meet people during this time of COVID than it is, well, it's harder to meet people in the age of COVID than it was during the age of AIDS. Honestly, everybody during the age of AIDS, they were fucking each other and just going into glory holes, and the gay community was just going at it like there was no tomorrow, because there wasn't. Yes, Amanda can share some stories there. Tell us some stories from back in the day. Oh my God, you were in the Greater Bay Area and all up and down the Pacific Northwest during that period of time. By the way, who was that idiot I was trying to remember the other day? I was making fun of him. He was with Tara Joyce of Freedom of Joyce, and he was the guy who was called Steve something, and he called himself Truth Cat on his stupid little program. And
Oh my goodness.
Steve, do you remember his name? He was the guy who had the hookers who were using the fart tubas. You remember that from the
Oh my goodness, yes.
the prostitute, yes, that you were kind of helping out, driving around. Steve, the fuck was his name?
Oh, what was his name? I cannot remember. Oh my goodness. I do remember, though, it was that private investigator that we know that told me about the tuba porn.
Right, yes, yes.
Oh my goodness.
That's what he was spending his money on, and he had no money left for NyQuil when he got deathly sick one time with the flu, and his kids, he had 8 of them or something like that, and they all hated him, so none of them would even drop by to drop off a bottle of NyQuil, you know, so he was just in misery talking to Noreen Helpan. I'll do anything for a bottle of NyQuil right now, and she was like saying, why don't you go down to Walgreens and buy it? It's only like $1 something for a small bottle, and he was like, I don't even have that dollar. Shit, yeah, that's because he spent his last dollar on that fart tuba porn from the chicks he was watching, and beyond that, it was he had stolen everybody's guns. He told everybody he was a gunsmith, and all these people were, you remember they were sending him all their firearms so he could add laser sights and all these shit, and of course
didn't he say he was ex-CIA or ex-FBI or something, and that's why he was a weapons specialist?
Pretty much, but he was also quite open about being a mind control subject. He was quite open that, he said, I'm a victim of some, I don't know if he used the term victim per se, but basically a product of a mind control program. There you have that. And so.
Oh, I forgot about him.
Yes. How could you forget him? I mean, that's like, oh my God, that's like one of these
I've tried to block things out.
Yes. But people like that are so much fun. And of course, you remember, of course, I was shitting on him earlier in the evening just because it's so much fun. I shouldn't even have that much fun. But Sean David Morton, you remember him, and he's out of jail now, right? You do know he's out of jail now.
Oh, my goodness. I did not know that. No.
Yes.
I am so the loop.
Oh God, they let him out of jail because where was that stupid picture? Maybe I shouldn't have deleted it, but I deleted it because it was so grotesque. But let me see if I can look it up online. I'm sure our man Jameson Reese could find it because he finds anything that's gross and disgusting. Sean David Morton's throat. Yeah, maybe you can find that on one of your special channels there, Jameson. And yes, oh God, but he had this horrible growth on his throat, and that's why they let him out of jail so he could die. Sean,
goodness.
Yes, and but
did he ever have to pay back the money that he stole from?
Of course, how could he? I mean, it's millions and millions of dollars. Oh, there we are. There's the stupid throat thing. Oh my God. Just disgusting. Sean David Morton on Twitter. So what I'll do is, do you have a screen share? Can you see it if I share screen, honey? Or
I should be able to.
Okay, so let me share screen here. And so can you see this cursor moving around Pac-1 Morellis' head?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so let's lower that. And this is Sean David Morton's throat on Twitter. He had to show everybody on Twitter. Look at his throat. That's here we are on Twitter, the Sean David Morton. There he is. And he's like, look at my throat, everybody. Still no medical care. This is abuse. Yes, everyone makes mistakes. No one deserves this. Please help this go viral. I mean, what is that? It is anyhow, this is what happens when you become a prison bitch and everybody is jamming their cock down your throat at once. This is what happens when half a dozen men have had you, and it just comes out the other end. That's of course I can't understand why anyone would want a piece of that, but there you go. And so I'm just lowering that so you can. But honestly, what is that, honey? I mean, do you have any idea? I mean, it's
wow.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. It's wow, and it's repetitive. Notice how it's a repetitive image. It's kind of like, I feel like an insect that has a multi-lensed eye, and I'm looking at another insect that is yeah. So there you go. It's bizarre. It's just
I
surrealistic.
would say, if I had no context, I would say that I'm looking at somebody's arm
Yeah.
and the bottom of their wrist.
Yes.
Like,
yes.
that does not even look like a neck
Yeah.
jaw area. I mean,
Yes.
wow. Oh my goodness. Wow.
Yeah. It must be painful. Whatever.
Yes.
Yeah. Whatever it is. But anyhow, the tumor. He says, I fear I will not make it to Christmas. Difficulty talking, eating, or breathe. This is why they let him go. Is they couldn't stand his bitching anymore. It was just like, oh God, shut the fucker up. They were saying, and fuck, they just let him walk. They just opened up the door and.
My goodness. You know, and there are people who are nonviolent offenders and who committed supposed crimes that caused no harm to people, and they're in there for life.
Yes.
Or harsher sentences. So for this man who specifically purposely defrauded people out of their savings, out of their retirement, out of their trust and belief and hope, that's, my goodness.
Yes.
I don't know what to say about that.
Thank you. Oh yes. Let me turn on
Oh,
the
goodness.
share screen back again. Our man. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I hear something? Are you?
That's as soon as I send that, my peacocks went calling.
Oh my God! So the peacocks. I mean, have you ever felt? Now I know you have children around the house. By the way, can you see the screen share? By the way, just curious.
Oh yes, I can.
Oh,
Yes.
okay. So, how about you, Jameson Reese? Can you see the screen share? Is he with us? Good.
Yes.
Oh, there we are. There's Sean David Morton with his wife, Melissa Ann Morton. And there we are. Sean David Morton in all of his girth. This is when they were living it up. Look at them in the back of that limousine with that, their bottles of Cabernet. And some Chablis, sweetheart. We've got the full bar. Yes, from that to the point where he's at today. Oh, look at that face. Oh, down here we have a different view of Sean David Morton in the pig. Yes. Oh, God.
Those are so weird pictures for me because when I met him in person, he was sitting behind a table in a holy t-shirt that had sweat stains and food stains on it. He looked like he had just gotten up from a bender and had a 12 o'clock shadow rolling, and he had a bottle of, I want to say Sprite, but I
I thought you were going to say Ripple.
That.
I thought you were going to say Ripple or Night Train, one of the wino specials. Go on.
But it just, I remember seeing him, and the only information at that time that I had about him was from Coast to Coast.
Right.
And so when I saw him that way, of course my inner buzzards and intuition and other whatnots were just going off, like crazy.
Yes. Yeah, well, you knew just by looking at the guy who was sleaze, and you were just, of course, this is what I can't understand, is how anyone could have trusted him when he said, I'm a financial psychic, of all things.
Yes.
A financial psychic.
Yes.
Holy shit. And
that was the same UFO con that I met Lorianne Fenton, and kind of casually saw you. I don't know if you even remember that. Probably not.
I don't consciously remember you. I mean, we brought this up before, and I believe you. I believe you were there, obviously, but I don't consciously remember you. Of course, I was undergoing a lot of stress at that time, and for obvious reasons. And as for Lorianne Ann Fenton, her and Sean David Morton really make the perfect couple. 2 tons of fun and shit. And the two of them could have rolled together like Free Willy, and just returned to the sea to range. But it's they just don't get. Why they didn't pair up is because they don't like competition for the buffet table, and so it was just too much. There's no hotel that could have accommodated them, and you can imagine them on flights. I mean, that would have been like a group ticket. But in terms,
I do believe that was very shortly before your Australian trip.
Yes, of course.
Well.
Yes.
And I remember contacting Noreen Helpan.
Yeah.
And I remember telling her that I didn't think you should go on your trip. And I felt very weird reaching out and contacting her out of the blue without you guys like knowing about me. But I remember telling her that I had also told Lorian Fenton, don't send him on this trip. And that's kind of how Norian Helpan and I kind of connected on Facebook and whatnot and blah, blah, blah.
Did you know that Noreen Helpand is convinced that she has what do you call that? Help me out here, Jameson.
Morgellons.
Oh, Morgellons syndrome. Noreen Helpand is convinced she has Morgellons syndrome.
That sounds familiar to me.
Okay.
It sounds like something that I do because she's always been on my Facebook since then, and I do recollect something about that.
And you know what Morgellons syndrome is, right? You can explain to us your understanding of it.
I don't know that much about it. Just that it is a unknown, supposedly, disease symptoms where people have things like thread-like particles that can be found in their body. Am I on the right track?
Very much so. I mean, oh my God.
Not quite knowing, like unknown pain, unknown debilitating, sometimes headaches, sometimes fatigue, joint issues, and that unknown fibers can be extracted from their body.
Right. Right. By the way, Sammy Romero says, good night, Doug. Catch the rest of the transmission tomorrow. Great transmission tonight. Thank you, dear Sammy. So I responded to him, of course. Good man. And in terms of what you said about Morgellons, the only thing that you might be guilty of is understating it. I mean, basically, it's like pretty much anything you can fucking imagine, so long as it's out of a horror film, is pretty much Morgellons. It's like every combination of hives with basically nanobots reproducing at alarming rates and erupting from inside of you. This is how people basically most conventional MDs would agree that it is a psychological problem or psychiatric.
Well, they've actually come now to link it with spirochetes. I don't know. It's a sort of bacteria.
Okay.
That's found. That's similar to what's found in Lyme disease.
Okay.
So I don't know. I'm wondering.
It's another manufactured. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Lyme's disease is manufactured, of course. So that's a weaponized. Artificial.
Well, that's exactly why I'm wondering whether this might also be something else that escaped Plum Island. I mean, who knows?
I believe so. Yeah.
Okay. So the issue that I have with it is that the people who are convinced that they have Morgellons, like Noreen, okay, we're not talking about spirochetes, or we're not talking about anything like Lyme's disease. Okay, nobody with Lyme's disease feels that there's colonies of mechanical insects erupting out of their body. All right.
Well, no, I'm not saying it is Lyme disease. I'm saying this is one of the factors.
What you're saying is that one of the factors they found
when they did research. They linked what they did know is that all the people in common had a history of Lyme disease.
Okay,
That's not to say that it caused it. Right. It's to say that they found that it was more prevalent.
No, I understand what you were saying. I understood what you were saying.
Lyme disease does hit an immune system, so I could see somebody hitting somebody with Lyme to make the Morgellons susceptible, or one being an aftermath of another.
What the way I would interpret it would be that it would be like crazy cat lady syndrome, which basically, once it gets into the brain, then they can't help themselves, the victim thereof, and they start caring for the cats, and the cats are everything to them, and they have to have cats around them, and they'll die for the cats. They'll run into a burning building to save the cat. I mean, this is, of course, at this point, the cat is the master, and the human being is just the cat's parasitic slave, whose only purpose in existence is to serve the cat. And we've run into people like this who reek of cat urine, and live with cats. And what was the name of that bitch who I raised so much money for, and she spent it all along with the money she got from everybody else on thousands of cans of cat food, and she had several hundred cats, was living in that abandoned warehouse with a bunch of hobos and shit that took up an entire square city block. What the fuck was her name again? I've done.
She had a van,
what?
And she had that van, and she traveled around.
No, that's Rose Dio. That's Rose Dio. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Rose. No, the other one where she did say she was MK Ultra or something else.
Oh no, she wouldn't admit that. That was the woman who claimed she was like this big. She claimed she was like working with defense contractors, had a big educational background, and that you know.
Okay. Yep. You're right.
Yeah.
Yes, her.
Yeah. What the fuck was her name?
Oh my goodness, I had her on Facebook for forever.
Yeah. What the fuck was her name? I can't even. I've done such a good job bleaching her out of my fucking mind, and all these assholes. and of course, I don't know if you're aware of this. So Amanda, you know what happened to Laura Lee Solomon, right?
Oh my goodness, I so have something to tell you about that, but it's no big deal. But please,
tell me
now.
Tell me now.
No, I think. So I do not remember when it was. It's got to be in our Facebook history, but it had been like over a year that I had spoken with you, and I had this crazy dream, and I happened to log into Facebook, and you happened to have sent me a message just saying hi. Like, or it was something odd like that. It's when Facebook had taken down your old site, and you had friended me with your new page, and it was just odd. It was just crazy. But I mean, she's alive and well, correct?
I don't know, but I do know she.
In that dream, you had contacted me to tell me that she had passed away.
In a sense, she has, because she certainly. By the way, I've just had to block some idiot, this individual who is trying to call me right now because they think I'm Sora Aoi. They think I'm the porn actress, the Japanese porn actress. Because of course, I've been gifted her timeline. It's the only one I had after I was banned off Facebook, and it's at the point now where, in case people don't notice, you can find me by going to facebook.com/Douglas D. Dietrich with all the D's uppercase, and you will get to the Sora Aoi timeline, which is essentially myself. But Sora Aoi herself is married and retired, so she's not in the pornographic industry anymore. But everybody thinks that I'm something like that. They probably don't even know who Sora Aoi is. All they see is this person they think is a chick. And so I constantly get these men from throughout the Muslim world, but mainly South Asia, who are constantly sending me porn and trying to call. It's amazing that this doesn't happen more often. But while he was doing that, I was distracted from hearing you at all because he was ringing in my ear. But basically what you were saying was that you had a dream where I was telling you Laura Lee Solomon was dead. Is that essentially what you were saying?
It was. And then I the next morning when I woke up, I was like, I'm just going to log into Facebook just because.
And then what happened? Okay.
And that's when you had messaged me saying, here's my new page, and you friended me and said hello. And it was like, I want to say over a year that we had made contact.
2 years ago, maybe.
It was another one of those incredibly vivid dreams where I'm seeing myself on the computer and I'm chatting with you about Laura Lee Solomon, and she had passed away, and you guys were telling me the news of that happening.
Right. Okay. So basically what happened with Laura Lee Solomon was very similar to what happened to the crazy cat lady that we knew of. And basically, she was living in this place in Texas at a reasonable rental rate. She unfortunately was maintaining a number of cats and was adopting a lot of strays who were constantly coming to the door. So she was caught at one point with about 7 cats in the apartment when the allotment was 2. And so she was evicted. And then what happened was she immediately was very fortunate in that she found a new apartment that would take 2 cats, and she basically moved in, and it had higher rent but was much more convenient. It was right next door to work, but the move was so strenuous when she was moving overnight and over several nights. Then the next day, morning at work, she fell asleep, and they had a 0 tolerance policy for sleeping at work. Now, of course, you know, I could probably have had her job, and I could probably have laid out, you know, bodily on the table and taken a nap, and nobody would have given a shit. But nobody liked her. So when she fell asleep at work, they all caught her on camera. They all basically, you know, took their cell phones out and recorded it. And because she had never been a very social person, or, you know, really attended the office parties, or, you know, was very kind to anyone else or sociable, then they made certain to, you know, turn her in, and they fired her. But the reason this is so offensive is because she had been working there for well over 15 years. She had a stellar work record, aside from the fact that she was not a social person. And so that they fired her, she could have fought that. She could have sued them. But
absolutely.
But she was too busy at that point trying to survive, and she waited too long, in the sense that she was waiting for them to respond to her appeal, and she hadn't told me that all of it was on film, so her appeal was not going to work. So she was in total denial. And instead of spending that time getting a lawyer and attorney and suing them, she was just waiting and wasting her life away. And basically, in the end, she stole everything on my credit card, which wasn't much. So it's not like she ran, you know, she stole hundreds. I mean, literally, it was like, you know, at the absolute most, it had to be $200 that she got out of me. But you know, what had happened was, during the period of time that she couldn't pay rent in the new apartment, she decided she was going to kill herself. So there were 2 suicide attempts. And then what I did was I called her old friend, who, by the way, was like a friend of hers from the OTO. And OTO, as you know, is the Ordo Templar Orientalis, which is the, just so people understand that, everybody affiliates that with Aleister Crowley, but Aleister Crowley was actually ejected from the OTO.
Right, he got kicked out of there.
Yes. So, but her OTO friend was someone who had once had surgery where they had to remove the length of her intestines and unravel them and then replace them, you know, fold them back up and put them back in her gut. And that was because she felt that this happened to her because in a past life she used to disembowel people as some kind of evil queen or something, which, you know, I thought was interesting. This is the kind of person I called up and asked her to take Laura Lee Solomon in because she was trying to kill herself. So I said, she's tried to kill herself twice. Now, by the way, you can imagine this was Laura Lee Solomon's 3rd suicide attempt where I stopped her, and she'd already taken 2 complete bottles of, like, you know, sleeping pills that didn't work, you know, on 2 different occasions. And so the 3rd time, before she could do that, I called this woman up to tell her, you need to take Laura Lee in. And so the woman agreed to do that. She said, tell her to drive here now, right now. And so Laura drove over there. And you know, stole something else of mine that had been sent by a fan of mine to her to give to me, which was a walking stick carved by a man in Tasmania. So she's got that wherever she is, and she never sent it to me, of course. So it just one other thing she ripped off. But when she was resettled over at her friend's place, then, you know, obviously I must have been stressed out when I called her. I'm sure that I sounded quite bizarre asking her to take this person in who didn't have the strength to even advocate for herself. And that's when, you know, then later on, Laura Lee told me, yeah, you know, I can't even remember the lady's name, who basically I got along with in the sense that, you know, when she tried to basically say how pathetic it was I didn't know how to use computers to a professional extent, I was explaining to her, you know, your admonishment is well taken, but there was no way I could learn to use them when my family couldn't afford them. I didn't grow up in an environment where any of this was available. So I'm learning all of this as an adult. And after that, she became very reasonable and actually helped me with my computer issues. So I know that the woman herself was not hostile, this woman who Laura Lee moved in with. But Laura Lee herself told me, yeah, she says you sound really, really gay. And I was like, okay, did I really, really need to hear that? And it was just like her way of just lashing out. And here I was, resettling her. This is the kind of shit I've been dealing with all of these ladies in the conventional life frame kind of relations. And it's just bizarre to me. So, by the way, is everybody there or are we online?
Oh, I am. Yes.
Oh,
Are you there?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just out of my own curiosity and concern. I'm very interested when you guys were doing that compared to my dream and when we had reconnected, and I feel bad that I didn't reach out to her more.
Okay.
At that time. I mean, I guess that's...
Yeah, well, I'm really glad to share that with you, and I think it was around that time. It makes perfect sense because that was around the time that I had to adapt to, everything. Well, when I wrote you with a new timeline, it was well after that, maybe a year or two after that. Jameson Reese, by the way, says that Sean David Morton was eating all the other prisoners, and that's why they had to get him out of the prison system. Yeah. And yeah, in terms of the it was what happened with that was, and here Lena Shea is going to probably start writing more letters to everyone around me telling me just saying what a shit I am, of course, but basically that was after Lena Shea had gotten me blocked off of the Facebook by continually putting up swastikas. She was it basically got me knocked off the Facebook, permanently banned, and then that was when I had contacted you. So that was about a year or two after I was done with Laura Lee Solomon, and once she was resettled with the other lady, she seemed stabilized enough, and eventually seemed to be ready to relocate on a more independent level, but yeah, but after that, there was no contact from her, and I didn't really seek to contact her. So, she seemed to be alive for a while, but for all I know, she might have froze to death during the Great Texas, deep freeze.
Oh my goodness! Yes.
Yeah, and so it's God knows. It's just another mystery to me. Many of
and the articles about how have you seen those articles getting pushed out about America beware, Texas is something we need to pay attention to according to our power grids, and it sounded very threatening and kind of like Texas was a bit of a
test run.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you. Yes. Yeah. Yes. Haha. See what could happen.
Interesting. I mean, I'm not surprised. That's probably a psyop from Russia or maybe even China. That's Jameson Reese has got an interesting message here. Avoid it at Douglas, which is probably from an old, I guess that's from an old message or something. It's just I'm seeing this now. I'm noticing that on the text message there. That's from something old, right? What is that?
Wait, are you talking about the link?
Here, I'll share a screen again so you can see what I'm talking about. So, both of you can see this, and then if you look down here, it's right down here on the messages, which is totally separate from the text box we're using to communicate. And so it just on the message says, avoided at Douglas, this is 12/20/2020. So this is December of last year. Okay. Avoided at Douglas's. Anyhow.
Oh yeah, I think wasn't that when you were going to get the what do you call it, the colonoscopy?
Oh, the teeth cleaning or the colonoscopy or something. You missed it, Amanda.
Actually, that was the tooth cleaning because I think you were going to go to the dentist.
Yes,
and I was
that's it.
Yeah, yes. You don't want to catch COVID at the dentist.
Yes, there you are. That's it. So, Amanda, you missed it the time I was preparing for a colonoscopy, and so I was I figured, okay. What's that?
Oh, I'm so sorry. There must have been a delay. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, you missed it the time that I was preparing for a colonoscopy, and I was transmitting, and I figured, well, I'll just drink this stupid, colonoscopy shit, and and tomorrow go to the colonoscopy. I'll just stay on transmission, and I had to go so early the next morning. I figured there was no point in sleeping through the night, so you might as well stay up on transmission and then go early in the morning to the stupid colonoscopy. And so then I was drinking this stuff they make you drink so that you can shit your brains out, so that you're
I know exactly what you're talking about.
yeah, and then I could take a look on the YouTube channel and find out exactly what day it was. That just scrolling down through my videos here, and so Jameson is speaking quieter because he's got family asleep. Understood. Okay. And we don't need to speak quieter, honey, unless you're afraid of waking your kids up. So in terms of, let's see if I can go lower than this. I seem to have lost the ability to scroll. Here we are. Here we are. It was December 8th of 2019. So on December 8th of 2019. I was drinking this colonoscopy liquid on air, and it tastes just like liquid shit. And because, of course, it makes you crap your brains out, that seems apropos enough. And I got deathly sick. I got deathly sick on air and was dry heaving. I was dry heaving violently, and I was on with Peter Moon and Crystal River, and they held the stage bravely, talking awkwardly to each other, kind of awkwardly whispering to each other. And I left the mic on because I figured if I was dying, I might need to call for help. And I was too enervated to dial or call for help myself. So I figured I would just say, I need you to call for help for me, and just tell them to do that on the microphone. Of course, Elena Shea thought that I was literally shitting on air. She thought that I was digitally recording myself taking a crap, is what she thought my dry heaving sounded like. And but there you go. So that went on through about an hour of the program, while Peter Moon and Crystal were talking. Like, I hear him breathing. Like, oh, I hear him gasping. I hear him. Yes. So there you have that. So you missed that excitement. And
Carolyn, I've had to take the exact same stuff and do the same thing. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Well, you know, another.
So
just another element of proof that I'm not baseline human. After that, I was constipated for a full work week. I couldn't take a dump for the next 5 fucking days. That constipated me monstrously. That was like. So obviously I don't respond like any normal human being to these elements. It's just anyhow. So there you go with that. Oh my God. So fun memories to share with you as we catch up. Yeah.
I actually want to say I think that was when I had first, like, I know I had friended you on your new Facebook page, but I want to say around that time, that's when I first messaged you again, because you were going through your colonoscopy, and I was like, oh my gosh, I hope you're okay. And I had reached out and said hello, and well wishes to you, and hope everything's okay, because I was very worried and concerned about why you were needing to do those tests and whatnot. So I think we had reconnected then, but it was the year prior to that, to something that you had your new page. But
yeah, there we are. Yes, yeah, pretty much. And so you did reach out at that time because you must have heard it. You must have been listening in and checked in and heard that.
I know that's when I had one of those dreams. I really haven't. I've only connected back with Facebook when something has instigated, either in real life or whatnot, for me to get on there lately. So I know that was one of those time periods for sure.
Okay, well, I'm going to need you to be a lot more dedicated to checking into your messages on Facebook, because I tend to find that the most convenient mode of communication. So I'll leave most messages there, and of of course, just make certain you give me your cell phone number, and I'll put that into my cell phone as well. So put that into the message box, and when you got that in the message box, then I'll make certain that's on my cell phone as a easy, a speed dial. I'll put that on speed dial.
Sure. Absolutely.
And so in terms of all of this fun experience with all of the medical misadventures, by the way, after that, I didn't need the colonoscopy. It was just something that they give to you because you reach a certain age. And they say, all men have to have this. And by the way, I'm one of those people who normally is fairly conventional in terms of medical perspective, in that I'm not anti-vax. I'm not somebody who's violently, anti-medical industrial complex. At the same time, honestly, I can rightly say when it comes to the colonoscopy, you don't fucking need it if you're the average guy. I mean, when I found out that they told me, well, it was after that experience I got told by multiple MDs that, 95% of the time nothing is found. Well, what's the fucking point? I mean, I'll play Russian roulette at those odds. I mean, holy fucking shit. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, there's no fucking point.
I remember for my colonoscopies, which the doctors did not recommend me to do, and they did not want to do, but it was part of the insurance game.
Yeah.
They were making me do these to prove that I had these options, and to prove that they did these tests, and to prove that this and this and that wasn't going on. And part of my doctor's reports are, she doesn't need this. She shouldn't have this. This is more at risk. One of the papers I had to sign that said, I understand and undertake all the risks that come with just taking this test, including possible death, and this is not exact, I'm paraphrasing, death from this test. So they are acknowledging that this test for normal, healthy, regular, run-of-the-mill people, you really don't need to do this. You really shouldn't do this. It really does cause more complications and introduces bacteria to your body at a higher risk than other possible procedures and tests. If you are feeling healthy, if you are normal, if things are going natural and normal for you, for the love of God, research this.
Thank you.
And there's another thing. I remember specifically talking to you about the antacid medication. And again, I am not a doctor. Please do whatever your doctor prescribes, subscribes. Please do your research. Please look into your medical options. But it was specifically about the antacids and how they actually affect you and the problems that they cause you. And I was being prescribed the antacids that were, in a sense, prolonging death. Like, they were bringing death on. Yeah. They were worse to me than ever. And they have shown that these antacids are very detrimental if you don't need them. If there are other things that you can do, that they actually are causing more harm than good. And for the love of God, if the doctor has prescribed them to you, do not just quit your medication. Do not just take advice you hear, just second or third hand, but do your research. There's a lot of things that we're finding out about tests and procedures and over-the-counter medications that are just handed out that you just really should take a second and third and fourth look at. That's all.
Yes. Yes, thank you. No, that's so important. And honestly, so aside from that, what is it that you kind of have as a diet? You mentioned you were vegetarian. So our friend Brendan Zogit, of course, is like a militant vegan. And so Jameson's mentioning Prilosec is breaking down into NMDA. Yeah. And So NMDA is this is, I forget what that stands for. It's been so long, but neuromodase something. But,
Right. Yep. I don't know if I could repeat the full thing, but yes, my body started rejecting meat before I had any other issues. And I do believe that is I don't want a percentage on it, but just a huge amount to do with our hormonal manufacturing of animals and the hormones and the other things that were added on to it. On top of, I do personally believe that if we do not have to kill to live, then don't do it. We have very new studies that are coming out that you can get double, triple, quadruple the amount of protein from vegetables and other sources, then you can actually physically absorb, and that's after you've cooked or smoked or whatever processed meat, and then your body has tried to digest to actually absorb into your system. And whether that's a product of processing and preservatives and manufacturing of meat, but I personally had a rejection to meat before I had other physical issues that rejected being able to, my stomach to literally digest anything but liquids due to it being in my chest. But I became violently ill to meat. Now, on the other hand, if I needed to survive and I needed to feed my children, there isn't anything that I wouldn't catch, skin, trap, harvest, smoke, whatnot, yes, to take care of that. But I believe that there is a difference, and I have found it you can find it in much research where animals who no longer need to kill to survive do tend to change to non-carnivorous alternatives. Wow. And for the love of God, do not start feeding your dogs and cats vegetarian meals.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
I know, for the love of God, that's out there. My peacocks, they are in their natural habitat. They get small rodents. Yes. They get lizards. They do eat meat. I do cook and barbecue and harvest meat for my animals. I am not an advocate of forcing veganism or vegetarianism on anything, but there is a natural inclination towards other options when survivalism becomes inept, a non-necessity. Kind of like how you can train an elephant to paint, but it will also paint for joy when given the option. Or monkeys with sign language, or when you find in nature that one species will take on and caretake and adopt an animal from another species, especially one that can be its former prey. Yes. There's a very famous one about a lion caretaking a gazelle, yeah, and raising it from an infant, and unfortunately a lioness from its own pride killed it. Oh. And he took in another gazelle, and he was able to protect it. And that lion specifically will only hunt warthog and other prey, but it will not go under any gazelles or anything replicating in the deer family or that species. And, if you don't have to, why do it? Yes. We talk about, I think it's paleo diet. But the cavemen, if you're talking about the caves, that is not the apex of our civilization, to replicate a diet. When you talk about ancient Egypt and ancient Greek and ancient Babylon, the diet and the recipes that come from there are full of harvest, are full of fruits and vegetables and roots and and whatnot. And it is subsidized absolutely mainly and almost in some cultures only with fish and bird,
Right.
and no other mammal. And so if you want to replicate a diet, I say, why be the cave dweller, club wheeling, supposed, knuckle dragger.
Yes, the knuckle dragging
to,
troglodyte. Yes.
Yes.
Well, definitely, I appreciate what you're saying. The Japanese, of course, who are obviously a warrior culture, were vegetarian, and so in terms of the ancient Romans, the one of the most important goddesses in their pantheon is also one of our unidentified planets, is named after her in the asteroid belt. The largest, and I hate the term asteroid. They're not tiny stars. The term asteroid means like a starlet, but they're planetoids. The entire planetoid belt between Mars and Jupiter, the largest body in that planetoid belt is Ceres, and Ceres is of course named after the goddess of the Roman pantheon that was for the longest period of time the most important goddess in the Roman pantheon, and that's from where we derive the term cereal. So from Ceres we have the term cereal, and she is the goddess of these grains. And so yes, and of course obviously Rome was a military garrison state, so that is again a warrior culture, but these are very heavily based on either in the case of the Japanese, very heavily based on nutrition from the sea. So it's all fish, or in the case of the Romans, it's all grain. So yes, no, I appreciate definitely what you're saying. So would Brendan Zogit, who's a militant vegan and very much a follower of the Vedic traditions. But I myself, of course, I think that many people should live like that. I think that that's wonderful. But I'm different, of course. Not fine with a lot of.
And that's one thing, we really do need to respect people's beliefs. What people feel they need to intake, like they need to intake that, and there could be a reason why your specific body might need to intake that.
Right. And of course, I mean, I myself, it's not that I necessarily need to intake meat, but I've brought up the fact that the only time I really started getting healthier again and really just feeling much better and just reclaiming a sense of vitality, it was when there were several factors. One was, of course, it was agreed by the basically when I was taking care of my parents for over 10 years, which was just a horrible time and just the bleakest period of my life. Then you had a situation in which I couldn't do much of anything, and I didn't sleep, I didn't eat. But then again, of course, for the two careers I had beforehand with the Department of Defense on night shift and with security enforcement after that, I was constantly on night shift. There's very little sleep I had for 30 years. And no normal human being could have survived that. And of course, these days I can sleep for days at a time. And as far as I'm concerned, I do so in defiance. I take it you don't have that opportunity because you have to care for children. But is that the case? Maybe sometimes you can sleep for days. Do you get that opportunity?
Not days, but like if they're all good and they're self-caring each other, and I've done minimal things. I mean, my God, my body just like checks me out.
Yeah.
So
good.
I have like kind of a a mom alarm that goes on, and like I might wake up every hour or every couple hours, but if things are okay, I will recoup as much as I can. And then I'll go a week of like surviving off of a couple hours.
That's interesting. Yeah, I understand. It's definitely, I hope you find more opportunity for more sleep. And I myself could fall asleep in the middle of a revolving door. I mean, honestly, I could just, and I don't really sleep. It's like I tell people I die and reanimate is basically what I do. I truly check out. Yeah. And so but in terms of the other thing that I started doing was, of course, now of course I'll try and get you a copy for free, or get Peter Moon to give you a PDF file for free. But we had to publish the book right away because you remember I was working that
You did a
period.
new book?
Yeah, we already got that one book out. It's kind of like it's a limbo book, really. It's a transitional edition because we had to publish it immediately just because that David J. West was going to plagiarize it. He was basically telegraphing his punch because he was claiming that it had never been published. But you might remember that period of time I was working with David J. West. Do you remember him, the Mormon guy?
Yes.
Yeah. And so by the way, what happened was, do you remember his wife? And she was on my program. I interviewed her about her father in the Navy. Do you remember that?
Oh my goodness. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, she's dead. She's dead. It's so sad.
Oh my goodness.
So sad. As far as I'm concerned, that motherfucker may have murdered her. For all I know, she died very young, and in a sense, he did because he made her have several children when it was very bad for her. Her inner system was very stressed, and these Mormons, they're infamous for keeping their wives all doped up and pregnant, and she was on all kinds of psychiatric meds that MDs were putting her on because she was so stressed out. And but what had happened was she was coming down to San Francisco to rendezvous, trying to meet myself. She wound up getting kind of waylaid in Oakland right before she reached San Francisco by I believe it was his own cousin. At first I thought it was her cousin, but then the more I thought about it, I remember it as being his cousin. And he basically had sex with her, got her all doped up, had sex with her, and then when she went back to their home, which was up in Wyoming, he was having her and raising 3 children, their daughter and their 2 sons, in a trailer in Wyoming. And they were on a trailer park in Wyoming where he's trying to, imagine having a husband and wife and 3 kids in a trailer in Wyoming. This was his life. And of course, they had no way to hide what was going on. So she was caught, of course, talking to his cousin on the phone. And that's when, he went apeshit and then, basically divorced her. Suddenly wound up with this blonde chick who was like a cheerleader from his school. And apparently, she found him acceptable, even though he's short, bald, fat, and ugly, and probably smells bad too. But she wound up marrying him, taking in his 3 kids, so they had the Partridge family effect, where her kids from another marriage were all part of this extended, very Mormon family, right? And they moved back into his home in Utah, which he inherited somehow from his parents after that, where they went from a trailer to suddenly he had a home in Utah that had multiple floors and rooms for everybody. Because some relation of his died. Again, very Mormon, and and at that point, I guess maybe he started running out of writing ideas or something. But what had happened was, at one point he had credited me in his book Space Eldritch with helping him with a short story, and I was counted as like a consultant, if not a co-author. And then what happened was that in return, I credited him with this Red Undead book, which of course he got uninvolved with the project because he was a writer of fiction. And what I had was a bunch of notes on the Soviet study of vampires, which was basically more or less a physiology textbook. And so he was trying to add a love story into that and a plot, just ridiculous, and it wasn't going to work. And so we got him out of the project. This was while I was still involved with Lori and Ann Fenton. The book was published. It was issued an ISBN number, which is, of course, you don't get that unless the book is published, just like a person doesn't get a social security number unless, they're born.
Right.
Yeah. And so, but the book never reached any of the distributors. Lori and Ann Fenton said it was lost in the trucks on the way, or something like that. Some improbable story. Obviously, Michael Aquino helped her to basically just take all the books and dump them in an incinerator somewhere, but she got all the insurance money and ran off with it. So she ran off with all that insurance money, and that was, pretty much, I professionally severed with her at that point. So that was the story with that. Years later, the guy is contacted by my, currently what's my primary gang stalker, Richard K. Cole Jr., who's a maniac who anybody in their right mind could take one look at any comm unique from this individual and say, this guy's fucking crazy, because obviously this is just how he presents himself. You know he's mad. And he contacted David J. West, and they got into a campaign together where David J. West said, oh, Douglas Dietrich never published this book. And he like put like an authorized, notarized, like sheet out. Like he went to an attorney and got a notarized sheet saying Douglas Dietrich never published this book. And so he's putting his whole reputation claiming this book was never published, and it didn't make any sense. But then I remembered, well, he's listed as kind of a co-author because he was trying to write and he didn't get anywhere and we fired him, but I was just trying to be friends with him and maintain credit for him. And so I realized that he was going to basically publish it. He was going to publish The Red Undead himself and just basically say, I wrote all this and I own it. And that's the only reason why he would have done something so crazy. And so, so Peter Moon and I, we published it first. We just got it out there just to get it out there. It's only like half the book. All the history's missing, but all the stuff about vampire physiology is in there. The funny thing is he's gotten nothing but, but positive reactions. I guess people don't realize what they're missing. But we're going to revise and expand it, so to speak. We're going to publish the full edition, and he'll give everybody who's purchased the PDF a full replacement of the new edition. With the hardcover books, you can just consider that a collector's edition or something. But anyhow, so the vampirology book is out. I'll try and get you a PDF copy from Peter Moon for you. But the point was that of course is just one way of explaining something that I began to share more publicly later, which was my mother was essentially of that kind of bloodline. So people understand this. The term people can look up is damphyre. Damphyre is Dhamphyr, and Dhamphyr or damphyre, like vampire, but you spell it with a DH as well, would be another alternative spelling. These are people who are half vampires that are normally basically thought to be the best vampire hunters because they're half vampiroid themselves. This is a real phenomenon that goes back centuries, and you can look the term up and you can find out this is not something that's part of some modern fantasy fiction franchise. This is something that's been around for thousands of years, this concept. Certainly my mother had the half vampire bloodline, and she was someone who was fairly hematophagic and lived a great deal off of blood, and that includes animal blood, which she preferred as well as human. And so when I took back towards drinking blood again, not draining people or exsanguinating people, but drinking blood again, which your normal human being cannot do and must never do, you're only going to get sick. That I can tolerate. Now, you can compare that to my reaction to the colonoscopy meds and the fact that I couldn't even chuck that down, and then it constipated me. So this is what I've come back into, is kind of full circle realizing that I have to cope with my genetic heritage and really just live by that. This is, and of course, I'm very fortunate because my surrogate son and just the community that he's a part of have been very tolerant of my blood taking. So, and because many of them, I don't know how familiar you are with the Silicon Valley elite, but one of the things that I explained is most of the elites of Silicon Valley, Peter Thiel especially was infamous for this, are very interested in young people's blood, because despite what conventional medicine says, the blood of young people is very rejuvenative. And the way they usually get it is, of course, through blood drives. And many people who have blood drives in high school, they think that this is going towards accident victims and whatnot. To tell you the truth, many wealthy people certainly pay the right bribes, and the connections are made where these young people from high school in these blood drives, much of the blood, or certainly a bit of it, goes towards the elites who are paying to have that shipped to them so they can transfuse it into themselves. And it's been found to be very efficacious. To give you an example of this, to put this into perspective, any professional athlete, whether an Olympian or a pro, but especially Olympians and people who are involved with marathons, etc., what they've done is at their peak of their performance, they will have blood taken from themselves, have it put away on ice in storage, and then before a event, that is important, a critical event, they will have that blood pumped back into themselves. And this is completely legal. There is nothing that the judges can do about it because it's your own blood. It's not a drug. It's not a steroid. So the athletes themselves have proven the efficacy of their own blood from their peak performance periods being pumped into themselves before an event increases their performance. This is what has been proven with younger people's blood, of the same blood type, of course, being taken by older people. It truly does rejuvenate them to an extent. So these young men who are adopted by the wealthy elites, specifically because most men do not want a female's blood because they don't want the estrogen and they don't want these other female elements to change them in terms of some kind of sexual dimorphism or any kind of physiological impact. Men who are, of course, predominantly the wealthiest among us in Silicon Valley, there's almost no... This isn't because females are incapable. It's unfortunately because of this societal structure that we have. And unfortunately, there was that one woman who, and this is, again, part of Silicon Valley's obsession with blood. Let me see if I can look that up. Silicon Valley, female blood hoax. And let's see, there was Theranos. Basically, just, a few years ago, there was a woman named Elizabeth Holmes, and she was the world's youngest female self-made multi-billionaire. And Elizabeth Holmes opened a company called Theranos, which is itself a very sinister name with all kinds of etymological connotations with death and blood. And she was a Stanford dropout. And she basically had this startup company that was all about blood tests. And what happened was she said that they had developed a blood testing technology that needed only a single drop of blood to tell where you were with your, what are diabetics looking for? The glycosaphage, whatever, the glucose and shit.
Right.
Yeah. And so she said this new blood testing technology will enable diabetics to just take a single prick rather than what they have to take every day, and also enable any test to just take one drop. It was all a complete and total fucking lie. None of it was real. All of it was based, and by the way, she was someone who cultivated a very deep voice, and it was completely artificial. And I met her personally. She lived in San Francisco, and her voice was quite high. It's just a normal female voice, but she made certain to project a very deep voice throughout all of her presentation in as she was even taken to a banquet by President Clinton. While he was president, she was brought up as the example of what everyone should emulate as a young lady. Oh, no. Yes, and so they called this blood testing device microfluidity. And of course, it never worked. But you see, it was all a cover. The real cover was that she was paid to do this and take the fall. She didn't mind. She's never really paid for this. But she scammed all of Silicon Valley only in the sense that she scammed investors. The reality was this was a cover because that was the period of time Silicon Valley was making its transition into an elite cabal based on blood transfusion. And the blood transfusion is what they basically do is they adopt young men so they can become transfusion associates, what they call blood boys. And these are essentially harems of young men. And the way they find these young men is usually these are homosexual young men who have been evicted from their homes because their parents will not tolerate their sexuality and cannot abide by the fact that they'll never have grandchildren. So most of these gay young men who are blood tested, deemed to be healthy, they're kind of taken into a kind of a program where they're given access to school and education and a healthy environment and constantly tested, and they are a source for blood for these individuals. Now, of course, I have noticed that the Silicon Valley elite, as they transfuse more and more blood from these young gay men who are rejected by their families and therefore legally adopted into these environments, they become more and more gay. And that's why Peter Thiel became very, very gay and became affiliated with his lover, Jared Kushner, who is very much, by the way, a sex change, a former female who listed himself as female on all of his voting forms. Whenever he signed a voting form, he listed himself as female out of habit. And he's definitely a sex change, transgender. And all the children he's had with Ivanka were basically in vitro fertilization. So that's that whole situation. His real lover was Peter Thiel, who he brought in to the Trump administration and got his company Palantir to have huge contracts with the Trump administration. So you had all of this going on, and but it's among this crowd that basically, thanks to the fact that my son married into the environment that he did, I have access to blood that is healthy and have certainly benefited from that. I'm just much better off these days after going into a semi-hematophagic diet. I really go days without eating, and I otherwise, and really am not unhealthy for it. I'm not trying to avoid eating. It's just that I really just don't need to eat that much. Or rather, I go for days without a full meal that other people would consider. But when I do eat, they're fairly large meals, and of course, they involve meat. So there's my diet story. So at any rate, honey, do you remember Elizabeth Holmes, or do you remember Theranos, or any of that? I'm just sure you do. Or
oh, definitely. You just sparked so many different little igniters in my brain there.
Share them.
For all that, so many different things. But I do, and like my comment of you needing to eat meat, but do occasionally, I can totally see that when I was pregnant with both my children. Holy cow! Like I was a carnivore.
Yes.
Like the craving of meat and like serious meat. I've never had that before in my life or since then. It for sure.
Yes.
But
please continue. Yes. So and now we might be able to remember that Steve guy's name with the fart tube as
oh my gosh.
Since I'm sparking all the memory plugs, what was that? Yeah, and we know his handler was Terry Joyce from Freedom of Joyce. Yes, who Crystal River actually likes, and I've got nothing against. I don't hate Terry Joyce, but she was definitely part of that American Freedom Radio. Were you around the time I went through that weird American Freedom Radio transition for a month after Revolution Radio? Then went through.
At the same time, I was still with that investigator, and we were still like kind of like chit chatting and trying to figure out like what was going on, and like
Mm-hmm. Yes, and so there we have that, and so what? Tell us.
Wasn't that when you went to Colorado?
Oh God, yeah. What about that? I mean, Colorado was, of course, that was early. Colorado was like back in the days when Laura Lee Solomon and Judith Agert were still friends with each other.
That's true.
Yes. Oh my God. Yeah, that was like a decade ago almost. Oh my God. How it's been 10 fucking years since I became a public informant. So you and I have known each other for about a decade.
It's been about a decade, yeah.
Yes.
I think it wasn't 2009 that conference, and I remember because I had been on Coast to Coast a couple of times, and I had other connections, and then I believe the UFO conference that I remember meeting you was in 2009 in Santa Clara, I want to say, it might have been like 2010.
It was either 2009 or 10. That's believable because that was
and
when
I think that's where, who was it that accosted you? Like you were, I remember the panel, And
Oh, it was Richard Dolan. That was Richard Dolan.
okay,
Yeah.
okay,
Yeah, and like Peter Moon said, he really hasn't heard from Richard Dolan since. That was like the swan song of his career. Whatever he put out after that, it really didn't get him anywhere. But then, of course, basically what killed his career was his wife divorced him. That's what had happened. She didn't want anything more to do with him, and even though that wasn't exclusively because of what he did at the conference, it was definitely a factor. But in terms of that conference and all of that, oh my God, it was, yeah, my mother was still alive when I was starting to step out as a public informant. And so, honey, tell us about your times on Coast to Coast. Come on, tell us about. So, you appeared as a guest transitionally, or as a caller? What was going on with that again?
Just a call in.
Uh-huh.
And at first, it was the random call that happened to get in, and then I just always happened to get in.
Yes.
And I remember it. Wow, that was so long ago.
Well, you remember I started calling in, so I know you remember my calls.
And I remember that's why I had kind of connected and contacted you, because I did remember you through Coast to Coast. That's how I found out about you.
Right.
Like for sure.
Mm-hmm.
And oh my goodness, like that was like over a decade ago.
Yeah.
And I just remember that what you had called in about and talked about were other things that just happened to line up with other things that I had heard that weren't publicized, that weren't out in the mainstream, especially back then, even a decade ago. I know we've had the internet for far longer than that. But as far as like just details and cooperation and like just not understanding like how connected so many different people were. Like I think I even Ted Gunderson, I believe, was still alive at that time.
Yes. Yeah, barely.
Yeah. And he did his kind of tour and truth telling supposedly, and then he suddenly kicked the bucket, and that's kind of where I had started to nudge in at, and it was a very and that was very close to when you had gone to Australia and the difference between Lorianne and like, yeah, she didn't want me to sponsor you specifically and cooperate things with you. But on the other hand, I was getting solicitation calls from her other businesses trying to get me to sign up with them.
Right.
And I did the investigation, and I did find out this absolutely was her. It was not. Yeah. Nobody else had these numbers. These were private numbers. These were secure numbers. These were, you could only get if I gave you this number,
right,
sort of deal. Or you had inside connections to bypass many different processes to get this number. Like I was getting stuff from her, and I only know that I had a list of people who had this number. And through trying to sponsor you, as you said, I obviously went through Lorianne.
Right.
And so I knew where this odd number connection came through, and we found it very quickly. So.
Yes, thank you for that. And of course, she was trying to also recommend, for some reason, the sleazy detective, Ed Opperman. And she was trying to for some reason connect you with him, and I remember that. And oh God, he's so pathetic. It's funny. That lady who's my medical cosmetologist was on Facebook, and she says, God, who's this guy Ed Opperman? He just keeps coming on and asking for money, and I'm like, why don't you block him? I say, I don't understand. Why do you, if you find it so irritating, which anybody would? He was always on, pray for me, oh help me, I'm on my last legs, the wheels on my tires need retreading, I'm on the rims, oh yes, send me money please. It just went on and on. He's always begging for money. It's wretched. He lives in his paradigm of scarcity. Yeah, I mean, you you have some experiences with him you could share, I'm sure, just in terms of funny, morbid entertainment stories.
Well, just like other connections and things, there are lots of stories to corroborate. Things that did go on, things that you talked about, things that lots of other people talked about, things that showed shifty, shady, not truth, government, psyop, discrediting BS, and other people that really did get kicked down and shut up, and the whole, COINTELPRO, that's just government psyop. I don't know what name the lingo is today, but government infiltration and
So what I'm looking up right now is Truth Cat Radio Occupy the Getty, and that should give us the name. Stephen D. Kelly. That was his name.
Stephen D. Kelly. Thank you.
Yes, Stephen D. Kelly. Oh my fucking God. He's the station owner and manager at Truth Cat Radio, which means he's got a computer. So, that's like me saying I'm the station owner and manager at, that's what Mike Ringley was doing. All Mike Ringley had was a goddamn, electronic piano that he was, running off of. And,
our investigator friend is the one that told me about Stephen D. Kelly and actually gave me the links to his websites, and I actually viewed his page and saw his face, and yes, he had a tuba.
Oh my God!
It was about that. Oh my goodness. I mean, we crack some jokes, but on the other hand, I wanted some articles out there telling people, a lot of people wasted their time, their listening hours, their funds, their belief that this guy was legit. And that's what bothers me, is we did have obvious paper trails on stuff, and people needed to get out of the way.
Yes.
That are obviously BS and stuff. Marilyn Manson was a government experiment.
Yeah.
He was absolutely tortured. You can look up his history. He was absolutely set out in society to do what he did. And I base my opinion on, things that I have researched, and I believe it's available for anybody else to see, that it doesn't alleviate him. It doesn't exonerate him. I'm not condoning anything, but the guy was tortured as a kid.
Yes.
Specifically through military COINTELPRO.
Yeah.
Throughout. And we just gotta face that's out there.
Yes. No, I appreciate that. By the way, on Twitter, SD Kelly, Stephen D. Kelly, is called Mr. Kitten. Mr. Kitten. What the fuck? Mr. Kitten.
No, I could be wrong, but I'm thinking there's a picture of cats in his homepage about the tuba thing.
Yeah.
I could be seeing something else. I don't mean to, but I swear there's something already about him and cats. Oh no.
And the funny thing is, he has this fetish for cats. But when he was running for president, which I don't know if you remember that, he was running for president, he had a picture on his Facebook icon of his dog. This is when he was running for president, which, of course, Stephen D. Kelly was basically, that's how insane he is, is that he says, I could run for president. Oh my God. And then he says here, Benjamin Fulford is lying. That's kind of like, Benjamin Fulford doesn't even make sense. To say that he's lying is kind of like saying, somebody is, pig-faced drunk and they're mumbling in their sleep and saying that they're lying. It's kind of like, it doesn't make sense to say that they're lying when what they say is totally non-sequitorial. Right. Oh my God. So in terms of, and he calls it revision media. He says, Truth Cat Radio, revision media. By the way, who was the name of the guy I had on? Do you remember I was interviewing that guy who was the white guy who was basically living in a hospice in Sweden. Hospice? No, not a
Oh my
hospice.
gosh.
Hostel. A hostel. Yeah, he was living in a hostel in Sweden because his wife was in Norway and she had kicked him out, and he was living in the youth hostel in Sweden, and I had him on a few times. He had been the Olympic swimmer for the U.S.
Yeah.
Navy. Yeah.
Oh my God. I know. Oh my goodness. His name will come to me at the oddest time. I know exactly what you're talking about.
He was so sad. He was so sad. He was just, oh God, it was so pathetic. He became a big time Trump cultist, and that was his life. And yeah.
Well, and he was under house arrest in whatever foreign country he was in, and it was something I remember we were talking about with him, like I think even on air.
Yeah. House arrest my ass. The guy was put into fucking prison.
He was, but I think the last time we talked to him before prison was like
house arrest.
He was hiding from child support or something. Like he was trying to evade like his family.
Actually, and, in all fairness, what had happened in his case was that he was moderately wealthy, and what happened was that he married some, young blonde Scandinavian chick. And she had a child by him, and he had built a house for her in Norway that she lived in, but he was not allowed in the country. And he was staying at that hostel in Sweden forever. He was just living there, and it was the craziest shit in the world because he's like living in what was essentially like living in a hospital emergency room. I mean, there's only curtains to divide you from other people, and he's just, sleeping on a cot, and this was his life, and it was miserable. And and he was a hardcore drinker and a hardcore smoker, and but
he got into a fight, didn't he?
Yes, he got into a fight where he almost killed somebody. He wound up in prison for a period of time, but from what was explained to me later by Judith, who maintained some level of very, very peripheral contact with him, she wasn't speaking to him at any great length, but she said that eventually he moved back in with his wife at some point. But the interesting thing was, we both agreed because of his drinking that he was very likely a raging blackout alcoholic, where she did not want him in the house, probably because when he got drunk enough, he would do what he did to that guy. I mean, literally throw people across the room, just like he threw that guy across the street and cracked his skull open on the sidewalk.
Right, that's what
Yeah, so he was incapable of controlling his violence, and who the hell wants that in the house when you have a child, right? If you're a single, I mean, even if he's your husband and you're raising a child, who the fuck wants that in the house? They had him outlawed from coming into Norway. Now, eventually, somehow that apparently settled, but all the while that he was in the hostel, he was occupying himself by just, preaching Trump, and he was the one who was really bitter about Stephen D. Kelly because he was like writing some articles, and he was being published by Iranian newspapers and shit, and then they wound up taking Stephen D. Kelly instead of him as their source of information, which just goes to show you how Iran was suckered. And to talk about an espionage program where you're feeding the victim nothing but shit. He was convinced, by the way, that he was Clint Eastwood's illegitimate son because he was an orphan who was adopted out, and he was convinced that he was a son of Clint Eastwood who was adopted.
About that.
Yeah. And by the way, again, make certain you stay close to the microphone. Make certain we can hear you.
Here, you know what? I gotta say, it cuts out where things will pop up. I'm sorry, I haven't moved.
Understood. Okay. Yeah. So it's just the technology is, of course, impacted by all that supernatural flux. Yes.
Honestly, my house, inside or outside, I have the worst reception of anything and most odd stuff. So I'm sorry.
Oh my God. Yeah. Well, we definitely were worried about your house. Wasn't it like, oh yeah, your husband tried to sell it out from under you while you were living in it. Now I remember he put it on the market illegally.
Yep.
Oh, that
Yeah.
son of a bitch.
When I was sick and like totally out of it, yeah. You know, so the neighbors next to us, it's now a renter house, and the people that ended up renting it, I found out that he used to live here with his family over 30 years ago. And so my kids came in after inside playing with his daughter, and they were telling me how she told them that her dad said how he used to live in this area. He used to live right next to this house on the other side, though, that he always used to see ghosts on the property and that it was a haunted area. And my kids came home with all sorts of stories that this guy had told his daughter, and these were new neighbors. I've never met them before. They did not live here when I first bought the property. He lived here 20 years before I bought this house with his parents when he was still a minor. So his daughter, who I believe at the time was like 8, 9 at the time, and my kids were sharing ghost stories about living on the property and things that they know go on in this area.
Right. Right, and of course, what we were concerned with was that there is a very bizarre church right behind your house, essentially, that is essentially empty all the time, and at one point just had a weird congregation in it where some guy made a big publicity drive that he was holding a bunch of Iraqi refugees in this church where they all came together to congregate for whatever reason. And we thought that maybe they were targeting the peacocks because of their hatred of the Yazidi people in Iraq, who they believe are Satanists and worshippers of the peacock angel, and therefore might have been attacking your peacocks. And so that weird church has a cemetery, and so there is a cemetery in a church. Am I wrong on this? My memory?
Nope.
Yeah.
Nope. And they actually, their garden, their community garden where they grow vegetables is right exactly like literally next to the graveyard.
Of course. I'm surprised you weren't going to tell me. I'm surprised it's not on the fucking graveyard, that they aren't raising vegetables right on top of the fucking grave.
There is a tiny wood, like 2x4 barrier before the plot of the garden where you can find tombstones from 1892, from 1883, we're even older. I don't want to paraphrase again. If I have to state it, I'll take pictures and state facts, but this is very, 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 very old. On top of this area, also by the Oregon tribes of First Nation peoples that were here.
Oh, of course, that goes without saying. There's our poltergeist Native American burial ground. Yes, go on.
This area has been known and is known. It's a wetland area. It's in between major rivers and the ocean, the Columbia River. It's the third, I want to say, largest river in North America. The Willamette, I could be wrong on that. It might be fourth. Somebody can totally correct me.
It's no big deal. I mean,
but,
who the fuck cares? It's what it is.
But as far as the gold rush, as far as the Old West, as far as major karma going on here, besides very ancient, like it's a big area.
Yeah. Yeah, and so tell me, has there been any other activity in what I call the night church aside from that one big bizarre like publicity drive where the weird white guy was saying, "I've got all these Iraqi refugees," yeah, and then no one ever showed up again and shit. It was
it's weird because this church always hosts the local police canine division.
Okay.
Weekend seminars. It's also where we had kind of sadly some not good police people's media as far as killers and rapists and canine department people who's involved with animal
cruelty or something, right?
like not. I mean, some dogs died in heat because they were locked in the cars. I mean,
like,
and it
so,
was
so like they're totally negligent, and they were probably going out and getting
very
drunk.
negligent.
Yeah.
And specifically these predators, and this guy went over and solicited minors over in Idaho and was caught. He
Oh,
was
that's right. I remember.
Yeah.
Oh, I brought him
Right.
up. Wasn't this fucker like giving you a hard time or something for a bit or something like that? And then and then finally he was exposed. I mean, holy shit! It was like.
I do not have anything to point to him specifically, but I can say where this dude was several hundred feet from my backyard.
Yeah.
Was where this church was where they have their building, was where their dogs were in their parking lots in the heat. And yes, I'm one of those people calling, going, holy crap, you guys, there's dogs locked in these cars in the heat.
Right.
And being ignored. And this church area does do blood drives.
Of course.
They do blood drives.
Yeah.
They do refugee, like you were talking about.
Yeah.
And the canine police forums. Otherwise, the amount of property and the buildings that they built and the things that they did, especially in the area, like I said, I'm in a wetlands area and there is a flood zone here. And that means it is some of the highest insurance. It's the highest to get permits. It's the most expensive to be able to build on. It's just a lot of complications and paperwork and permits. It's a builder's nightmare, if you will. Just because of the wetlands flood zone. Nike and this church has been able to clear any building that they've wanted to do, regardless of the wetlands and the problems that it's causing around it.
That's amazing. That's right. And I remember that was an ongoing problem. We were talking about that Nike,
Yep.
The sneaker company, and what was it they wanted it for? It was what was that whole?
Well, they made an agreement with